Ooh, ooh. Oh, oh, hold on. Hold on. It's so weird. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. I'm early. I know, but it's because Crash rolled out of his hangover bed. Good morning, Easily. KRCK. Wait a minute. Who are you? KRCK. Remind me. Oh my God. My knowledge of handles is so goddamn dumb. I'm the worst, but I know you. I just may have not seen you as a KRCK. Super Lorna. God damn it. I feel like I haven't seen you forever. What is going on? Are you okay? I love you so much. Hi, Super Lorna. Oh my God. I'm so glad you're here. I know. I don't have my camera on. It doesn't work, and it's a whole thing. It's dumb. Everything is stupid. Thank you for reminding me. I apologize that I didn't recall the handle matchup. Morning. Happy Tuesday. Yep, it's Tuesday. God damn. All right, let me see if I can pull up this nonsensory. Oh my God in heaven. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I should, I should always do this. Good morning, Scott. I'm fine. Was doing road trips with my mom. Oh my God, Glacier National Park. My mom's reservation, Vegas. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Lorna. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy for you. That's such good time well spent with Mama. Oh, I love hearing that. You don't know how happy that makes me. Hi, Carrie. Good morning. Or good afternoon, wherever you are. You're over there. I had to come a little early because somebody decided to eat their Wheaties and decided they would start. So hopefully people in the Discord see that I went live. Maybe they did. I don't know. Oops, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Anyways, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning. I stayed up all night. I sure did. Yes, I did. Mm-hmm. Little naughty girl. That's right. That's me. I'm a naughty girl. I'm a naughty girl. I just couldn't get to sleep. And so I just decided to stay up. I know I'm live. Carrie's so sweet. She's going over to Discord to let people know because I'm so unfucking predictable. Robert Redford died. Oh my god. I would still do him. I would do it. I would tap that. I would tap that corpse. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't. But God, he's so handsome. God, he was so sexy. Ay, ay, ay. Hi, Badger. I know I'm early. Oh, easily, my love. Start my radiation today, external radiation. Well, I am sending you the absolutely most beautiful hopes and dreams and wishes for good health and a swift journey through that. Velosa, please. I'll be the judge of that. Ew, Lolo. I know. I'm sorry. And it's first thing in the morning. What is wrong with me? You think I would have stayed up all night? I did watch Velosa please play some Counter Strike too, which I'm going to tell you right now. I love watching people play Counter Strike too. I watched you for quite some time last night because I also want to like. Those are the games like that one, even Fortnite, Marvel Rivals. Like I am so bad at those games. Even like stupid like Guardians of the Galaxy. Any game that's like that with the fighting and shit like that. I die immediately. And I was watching like for an hour, at least an hour or more, because then I started playing my Jurassic World, and I had you on the screen, and then I was watching, or I was doing my Jurassic World while I was watching you. But yeah, no, I really liked watching. I like watching people play Counter Strike because I would like to play it, but I really don't know. You're not terrible, believe me. You want to see terrible? Yeah, I'll jump in there one time and you'll just see what terrible is. I know it's just for fun. I agree. I just like having fun. That's all, and I like improving my hand-eye coordination. That's really what I'm there for. So yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. So thank you. That's a great game. That's a great game. It has great graphics. Oh my god, Counter Strike 2 has such good graphics. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. But let's see. Do do do. Had a crush on Redford in the 70s. Yeah, I mean, who didn't? I mean, would be hard not to. I would think. I mean, he was pretty cool dude. He was pretty cool and he was pretty. I know. The thing is Filosa, I hate sometimes I'm not sure if gamers want people to chat during their gaming because it's hard to keep track of both things. Maybe it's not. Maybe that's just me. Anyway, yeah, totally. I saw the hearing starting and knew you would be on. Yeah, of course. I can't help myself. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start this hearing. But yeah, no, it was super fun. So thanks. Super cool. All right, let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Uh-huh. Why isn't this going on top of this? That's what I don't understand. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix something here. Oh, I can. Oh my god. There we go. That's better. Now we put it over. Uh, okay. Okay, here's Chuck Grassley. Here's talking about my pigeons. I was talking about my pigeons.
Remember
Oh shit.
several weeks ago
What
the
is going on?
killings in
You guys aren't very
Minnesota.
loud.
Charlie Kirk was a man
Oh
of
my
God,
god,
faith,
here we
family,
go.
and country.
Oh
Pray
Jesus
for his wife
Christ.
Erica, children, the whole family.
The whole
God
fam
bless you,
damly.
Charlie Kirk.
I'm sorry.
I've asked Director Patel for an update today on this matter. As we proceed with the hearing, Dr.
Sweet.
Patel,
Okay, cool.
Director
I will ask
Patel,
questions next time. Thank you. I
I'd like to
appreciate that.
note that you've agreed to one 10-minute round of questioning. That's more time than your predecessor
One
agreed
10-minute
to.
round?
When Director Ray
One
appeared
10-minute
before this
round? Come
committee,
on
he
now.
left early to go on a family vacation, and he wanted me to think it was business he had to conduct.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Your confirmation, you've been acquainted with
Teresa, let's do
bureaucracy
this.
that you
Hey,
must
Al, how you
reform
doing?
and
Get
hold
ready.
accountable.
Gird
And
your
that's no
loins,
simple
kids.
task. You've begun the important work
Oh,
of
yeah, I am
returning
smoking.
the
I've been smoking all
FBI
night,
to its
baby.
law enforcement mission. According to the FBI, since January 20th of this year, the FBI has been involved in the arrest of more than 23,000
Oh, that's
violent
good, Carrie.
criminals. This year, the FBI assisted in the arrest of more than 1,500 child predators and 300 human
I want to know how they define all of these things because I have a
And
feeling
this
they're
year,
not
the
actually the
FBI
strict
helped
definitions of
rescue more
those.
than 4,000 children from predators. FBI
Prove
teams
it.
nationwide are working alongside immigration and custom enforcement. This teamwork has resulted in the arrest and removal of a historic number of violent
Ooh, woo, woo.
aliens, gang members, and child sex offenders. Those are overwhelming.
What do you mean? I
better
am a
records
MAGA
than at
gamer.
least
Dun,
two of
dun,
your
dun. Plot
past
twist.
predecessors. During the Ray era at the FBI, the Bureau reallocated resources from child crimes to January 6 work. Director Patel, you've also moved agents from headquarters to field offices to better align with their law enforcement mission. Under your leadership, the FBI has apprehended several most wanted fugitives and secured the extradition of senior leaders of the Central American gangs like MS-13. Now, well, it's well understood that your predecessor left you an FBI infected with politics. I'm going to
And
provide
now
examples of that
it's
today,
completely
including
different.
making
Wait a
public
minute. No, it's not.
new whistleblower records. At your nomination hearing, I made public records that whistleblowers provided me about Arctic frost.
Everyone makes
Arctic
mistakes.
frost was the FBI case opened.
It's a minefield
and
of toxic.
approved
Oh,
by
I bet.
antitrust
I try to stick with my
Trump
known group of friends.
FBI
Actually, going to.
agent
Oh,
Tebow.
fun!
Arctic frost
Aw.
then became Jack Smith's
He is a stroke,
electric case
honey.
against
He isn't. He didn't just
then-Citizen
have
Trump
one.
and now
He
President.
is one. I think that's
These
so
new records
fun. Oh
show
my
that
God,
Arctic
Losa, that's
frost
so cool.
was much broader.
Yeah, I
than
can
just
imagine.
another
They're all
brawl.
toxic. All those multiplayer
The
games are
case
toxic,
was
frankly.
expanded to Republican
I like Disco
organizations.
Elysium. That's my speed.
Some examples of the group that
I like the
raised
communist game. Have you ever
FBI
played that? It's
sought to
so
place
beautiful.
under political investigation
And the writing is so
included
good.
the Republican National Committee, Republican Attorney General's Association, and various Trump political groups. In total, 92 Republican targets, including Republican groups. and
I think he has a little
Republican-linked
dish under his
individuals
chin
were
easily to
placed
catch it.
under investigative scope of Arctic frost. On that political list was one of Charlie Kirk's group's Turning Point USA. In other words, Arctic frost wasn't just a case to politically investigate Trump. It
What?
was the vehicle
Arctic frost?
by which partisan FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors
Yeah, exactly. Sure
could
am.
achieve their partisan
Thanks for
ends
noticing.
and improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. So today, Senator Johnson and I are making these records public for the entire country to see, and I hope a lot of people are interested in seeing what government
Which
can
record?
do
Arctic frost?
when various agencies have a political agenda.
Oh, please.
My investigative work has also
Drop
exposed
dead.
the political way in which Peter Navarro was investigated and prosecuted. When FBI agent Tebow found out that Biden's DOJ
Oh,
would
shit.
prosecute Navarro, he said,
Oh,
"Wow,
this is still.
great." That's a quote.
This is all still just about stupid anti-Trump investigations, which is really dumb because they're basically investigations into the criminal activities of Trump. That's how you actually should say it. So yeah, that's what Arctic frost is. Whatever.
Unquote.
What does that have to do with Charlie fucking whatever his name is?
Whistleblowers, I've obtained a audio recording of Special Agent Giagardina and Special Agent Sebastian Gardner's.
I want to hear their
delivery
private
of a
tapes of
subpoena
what they say
to
behind the
Navarro.
fucking.
I'm making that
Did they call him Smeagol?
audio public today.
If they called him Smeagol, I win.
In a court document filed by the Department of Justice.
That's all I wanna
Navarro's
know.
Interaction with the FBI was unfairly described as quote unquote the word combative. That
What?
intervention with Navarro was just as a
Combative?
justification to later
Chudley
aggressively
McStuffins.
arrest him.
Hey, gal.
Then we get to the Clinton Annex and the
Uh-oh.
Durham Annex.
And the Clinton
The
Annex.
Clinton Annex
The Durham
showed
Annex. Where'd the Durham Annex get to, everybody? Say it all together now. Nowhere. That's right. They didn't get an indictment. Everybody was acquitted.
that the Comey FBI had
Nowhere.
evidence necessary to complete the Clinton investigation.
But you didn't.
The
But
one about
Blanche,
her
you didn't.
mishandling of emails and classified information. But the
He's talking about her emails. I can't. How many hours of testimony did she sit through about her email server and Benghazi? How many hours? Like dozens, right? Like 100, maybe over 100 hours of testimony. I can't even recall what the number was, but it's got to be good. Yeah, wipe your mouth.
The FBI never did its job because it never reviewed the evidence at that time. The Durbin Annex showed
Or,
that the
yeah.
Clinton campaign had a plan to falsely tie Trump to Russia.
No,
Yet the
that's
Comey
not what he
FBI
had.
failed to investigate
Oh
that
my God.
information.
I don't think this guy is going to
Instead,
die.
the Comey FBI
Okay,
used
that's
the discredited
the headline.
Clinton campaign-funded Steele dossier.
It wasn't funded initially by. Where's
hurricanes
Max?
against
Because
Trump.
Max knows all the provenance of the fucking
Director
Steele
Patel.
dossier.
Thanks in a large part to you, both annexes were finally declassified.
Is that all he's
That may
done
be
in his
history,
time in office?
But it's history to make sure we don't repeat the history of the past.
Yeah,
The
see?
people ought to be concerned when the weaponization of government
Yeah,
is used
see?
in this way,
Put the money in the
whether it's
bag,
by
see?
Republicans or Democrats.
That's what he reminds me of.
Last Congress, I made public an FBI document called 1023 form that alleged a bribery scheme with the Biden family.
No. The 1023, we already went through this. The Biden 1023. The 1023 was drawn up by what agent? Who is the FBI? See, what happens is the 1023 is like anonymous reports that start investigations. And who was in charge of the investigation? Oh my God. It was Smirnoff. That's right. And what did Smirnoff end up being instead of? Yeah, he was a fucking Russian agent who fucked with the FBI. But he was lying to them because he was working for Russia. And now he's in prison. So that's what happened with that. Nothing. The 1023 is nothing.
To date, the FBI has never answered.
Oh my God.
Congress.
Details
They
matter.
investigated the text messages, the audio files, and
I don't
the
think so.
financial records
I don't think so.
referenced in that 1023.
I haven't heard of it.
Whistleblowers.
Can
have
you shut up
provided
now?
my
Apparently
office
not.
with 2 additional FBI.
Are these the same
1023
whistleblowers that now have
documents.
Rumble shows?
These documents
Is that?
memorialize
Are those who we're talking about?
statements from FBI
Booma,
sources.
whatever else his name is.
These 2 new 1023 documents
Oh my
are
God.
from separate FBI confidential human sources during different years.
Uh-huh.
So in
Yep.
total,
Mm-hmm.
we now have 3 different FBI
Yeah, okay.
confidential human sources.
Yeah, who are those
providing
from?
information
I can't wait to hear
about
who those
the
human
Biden
sources
family
are.
and
I can't
potential
wait.
criminal conduct.
Oh, for
Today,
fuck's sake. Give it
Senator
up. You're going to
Johnson
be
and
dead
I
in a
are
box.
releasing these records.
God.
Let me say this for the partisan media, the people that are supposed to
I
be
hate all these
policemen
people
of
so
our
much.
Republican form of government. We aren't saying the allegations are true.
Oh my
We'd like
God.
to know what the FBI did to fully investigate their veracity or lack thereof and what they concluded. Let's put this matter to rest one way or the
It's
other.
at rest. You
Starting
won't
with
let it
my
go.
chairmanship,
You won't let
been
it go.
One example after another of disgraceful partisan weaponization
Stupid
by
fuck.
federal law enforcement. Since the Trump administration took power, many FBI agents have been removed. The removal
Oh my
included agents
God.
and prosecutors who became partisan weapons that lost their way, and I've made records public.
I think they should hold these meetings outdoors,
And
don't
many
you?
of my whistleblowers
Don't
were
you think so?
aggressively
I think they should.
retaliated against by some FBI agents who were subsequently fired. One FBI whistleblower
Oh, you know
publicly
what?
said
I
of these
can't.
terminations,
I'm going to
quote,
speed him up.
ensuring that they no longer work at the FBI isn't
Because he talks too slow.
it's responsible leadership, end of quote. Which brings me to my final and favorite topic, whistleblowers. In August, 10 of my FBI whistleblowers secured compensation agreement because of your leadership, Director Patel. It included a mix of
Too much time, easily.
to the FBI,
Good morning, Neil.
reinstatement of security clearances, and monetary compensation. At the beginning of this month, another of my FBI whistleblowers got their job back. All told, across government agencies,
You know, this is not a flex. You've got a bunch of Nazis in charge of the government.
To their retaliation. Today, you'll get a lot of grief from some members of
Really
this committee.
psyched about raw unconfirmed.
In the short amount of time you've been director, you've corrected whistleblower retaliation, increased transparency more than any other FBI director I've seen, whether that FBI director was appointed by Republicans or Democrats. And I've been around here more than anybody else on this committee. I yield to Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley, for holding this oversight hearing during a critical period in the history of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. During my 4 years as chair, I held 4 hearings with then FBI Director Wray. As a reminder to Republicans who claim the Biden administration weaponized the FBI, President Biden retained Director Wray, a lifelong Republican who was President Trump's nominee for the office. After his second election in an unprecedented move, President Trump forced out...
Yeah, remember the whistleblower that they didn't listen to?
Arguably
the one who tried to warn them about Emil Bovey?
Ever. Director Patel came to the FBI with a political mission, and he spelled it out in writing in detail. He wrote, "Government gangsters, quote, the rot at the core of the FBI is not just scandalous, it's an existential threat to our Republican form of government," end quote. And with the power of his office and the blessings of the president, he attacked the FBI with a vengeance. Mr. Patel had falsely claimed the FBI, quote, was planning January 6th for a year, end quote. He even went so far as to produce a song by the January 6 rioters who violently assaulted police officers in the Capitol. He compiled an enemies list of public servants he called government gangsters, like former FBI Director Mueller, whom Patel called, quote, an utter swamp creature. Former Trump officials who served with Mr. Patel warned us he would weaponize the FBI to protect the president's allies and target his critics. And indeed, Director Patel has already inflicted untold damage on the FBI, putting our national security and public safety at risk. Since January 20th, the Trump administration has engaged in an unprecedented purge of FBI officials. As we heard from highly credible whistleblowers, Mr. Patel was involved in directing this purge even before he was confirmed, despite his sworn testimony to this committee.
It started at 6. I started around 6:15.
Of all 6 nonpartisan career officials who run all 6 branches of the FBI.
Hello, Neil.
Assistant directors. Since then, at least 18 of the 53 special agents in charge of FBI field
No, you're right, Carrie.
have been removed, along
We
with many
gotta.
other senior
It's
officials.
time to move on, boomers.
Individual agents have been targeted for termination simply due to the work that they were assigned, such as January 6th investigation. In fact, according to former acting FBI Director Brian Driscoll, in a lawsuit filed last week, Director Patel made this very plain, telling Driscoll personally, quote, that his own job depended on the removal of agents who worked on the cases against the president, end quote. And even though he knew, quote, the nature of summary findings were likely illegal. At the same time, Director Patel has installed MAGA loyalists as political appointees in key career positions, including conspiracy theorist Dan Bongino as FBI Deputy Director, the first time in the history of the FBI that this position has not been held by a career FBI agent. Director Patel is also...
Wait, bingo bongo? Come on now, Dick.
Loyalty test.
Gotta love Bingo
requiring
Bongo.
dozens of officials to sit for polygraph exams and answer inappropriate questions about whether they've made negative comments about him personally. Of course, as is often the case in the
This is
Trump
like a
administration,
this is
the
like a
rules
bad
apply to
movie.
thee, but not to me. As we understand it
Yeah,
from
fire
highly
delivered in
credible
monotone.
sources, key members of Director Patel's senior executive team and others on the 7th floor had disqualifying alerts on their initial polygraph exam. Well, how did they survive? They survived because of personal waiver by either the director or the attorney general to remain employed by the Bureau. Understand the context here. Political operatives in key positions, given the routine FBI polygraph exam, failed and had to receive waivers to continue their positions. They were lucky to keep their political appointments. They were. But the 5,000 career civil servants the director has so far forced out of the Bureau's ranks were not offered that same courtesy. 5,000. This mass exodus has created a disastrous brain drain, particularly in the fields of cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and
And they didn't
counterintelligence.
replace them with
For
any
example,
brains.
my office has received information indicating that cuts to the Bureau's cyber division will cut personnel by half, despite the ever-increasing threats posed by adverse foreign actors. The brain drain is exacerbated by Director Patel's misuse of remaining FBI personnel and resources to focus on other priorities of this administration. According to reports, the 25 largest FBI field offices have been ordered to divert 45%.
You're so right, easily.
agents
He's got
from
enough
their primary
dirt that,
missions
and
to
he's
work
been able
on
to
the
see all
mass
the files.
deportation
Now,
of immigrants.
I don't think he's a
Just as
reader, but I
concerning
could be
is
wrong.
Director Patel's plan to hire fewer qualified agents by removing the college degree requirement and reducing new agent training at Quantico from 18 weeks to just 8. So we have a brain drain
Whoa.
and a significant watering down of training. Quite a record, Mr. Patel. Has recently fired special agents and others have warned, fast-tracking
Are
inexperienced
these
and
guys
improperly
dumb, or are
trained
they
people
really
in
just trying to
critical
crash the
national
bus?
jeopardizes the Bureau's ability to effectively protect America. Director Patel himself had no training or life experience for this position. The result of that incompetence is staggering. For example, after Attorney General
No, he
Biden
should
had
be a
publicly
target of the
stated in
FBI.
February that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review, that's what she said on Fox, Director Patel diverted more than 1,000 FBI personnel from their critical missions to work on 24-hour shifts reviewing over 100,000 pages of Epstein-related records. These personnel were instructed to flag any records.
I thought they had
in which Trump was
AI.
named.
I don't get it.
But that review ended in an unsigned memorandum from DOJ and FBI stating simply, there is no incriminating client list, close quote. Director Patel still has not responded to my letter from 2 months ago asking about his role in this cover-up. On the day of the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, Director Patel again sparked mass confusion by incorrectly claiming on social media that the shooter was in custody, which he then had to walk back with another social media post.
And they
Mr.
announced
Patel
2
was so
people
anxious
detained,
to take credit for finding
including
Mr. Kirk's
doxing one of
citizen
them.
that he violated one of the basics of effective law enforcement. At critical stages of an investigation, shut up and let the professionals do their job.
Oh, shit.
Notably, Director Patel recently forced out Special Agent in charge of
Well, this is worth getting up for.
William Saeed, a counterterrorism expert with 20 years experience, who would have led this high-profile investigation. The men and women who serve at the FBI and the American people deserve a director who has the ability and the character to restore the Bureau to its place as the preeminent law enforcement agency. I want to close on a personal note. I came of age in the 1960s. We experienced a number of horrific assassinations, including President John Kennedy, Senator Robert
I miss
Kennedy,
you too,
and
bub.
Dr. Martin Luther King. We are going through a similar period of
I'm still
division
down
and
my
political
hole, down
violence.
in the hole.
All of us in public life,
Looking
on both
up.
sides of the aisle, have a responsibility to bring down the temperature and to work to unite the American people. Let's be clear.
It's a
Republicans
pugilistic
are not Nazis,
Patel.
and Democrats are not evil, as Mr. Patel has claimed. Democrats are not responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk, and Republicans were not
Yeah,
responsible for
so
the
shut
murder of
up.
Melissa Hardman. Our political opponents are not our enemies. We are all Americans, and we should be working together to keep the American people safe and protect their constitutional rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I love it.
Would you please stand? So
I love buckets of love. I love your buckets of love.
Do you affirm that the testimony
Do you
about to be
affirm
before this committee will be the
that's
truth, the
not
whole truth, and nothing
under
but the truth?
oath,
So help you God.
right?
Please be seated, and you can give your statement now.
Pretty early for Cash.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Ranking
Hey,
Member
Mr.
Thurman,
Chairman.
members of the committee. It's an honor to be here with you today as the 9th Director of the FBI. I want to providing a briefing into the
Let me sniff up my
tragic
Adderall.
assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's important that this FBI is transparent as possible without
Ooh, he's
jeopardizing
nervous.
investigations. Charlie Kirk was
Oh
shot
my
at
goodness.
12:43 p.m. on September 10th.
He's very
I think
nervous.
This timeline is critically important. Less than a day later, the FBI, at my direction, released the first set of images of the suspect that we captured based on our analysis on the ground. Later that evening, while conducting extensive interviews
Oh,
and cell phone
babe.
analysis and also
Easily.
flying out evidence response teams and hostage rescue teams and evidence tacticians who were collecting evidence in live time and flying
It's
them
so
back to
low. I'm
Washington,
sorry.
D.C. in our laboratories for immediate analyses. We were able to extract video from the campus feed, and at my direction at 8 p.m., in partnership and promise to working with the public
Yeah.
to bring this fugitive to justice,
Yeah, Lorna.
we released a newly, never before seen video of the suspect. We also released new enhanced
Oh, you're a little
photos of
bunny.
the suspect. A few hours later, that suspect was in custody, pursuant to the interrogation of the suspect's own father, who stated,
Oh,
when I saw that video that you released, I recognized it was my son, and I confronted him, and he was handed over to lawful law enforcement authorities. That
Oh!
is the FBI working with the public.
And
as
you
we
didn't
promised, being
interrogate him.
transparent,
He called
providing
you.
critical information along the way in the manhunt for the suspect or suspects involved in Charlie's assassination.
Oh my God.
We received over 11,000 tips in the first 24 hours alone. We received 16,000 submissions to our digital media enterprise and tip lines.
Why did you give
That is
out
a
people's
large
names?
number
Why'd you
of
dox
material to go through. I want to
persons
thank
of
President Trump and
interest?
the Attorney General Pam Bondi for their unwavering support and commitment of resources to this.
What does that
and
have
all
to do with
investigations.
anything?
I also want to especially thank our colleagues in Utah.
Ooh, he is on
Governor's
speed.
Office, DPS,
I
and
don't have
Sheriff's
it sped
Office.
up.
State and local law enforcement partnership has been a cornerstone since I took over at the FBI, and it was no different here.
There
And
you
our
go,
teams in
babe.
Salt Lake City,
There
our
you go.
SAC
That
out
sounds
there,
good.
across the country, our lab technicians in Quantico who raced to complete the evidence analysis so the public could have the answers they need. These people worked through the night without sleep for days
I'm gonna.
on end. They're
It's
to be
at the
commended for
top,
their
but let me
absolute
find. Let me see if I can find another
many,
version that
many
might be
more people
louder.
I don't have time to thank here today. But I do want to thank the American people.
I don't think you should bother thanking
The
anyone.
mission of the FBI is for them and with them and by, with, and through them. And is that mission and that ethos that I brought to this investigation and so many others, and that's why that suspect is in custody. We cannot do our job without the American public and credible reporting in the media, and that's why Tyler Robinson is in custody today, about to face charges. The last time I appeared before this committee was in January for my confirmation hearing. I told you then that if I were confirmed, I would provide and do everything I can to provide a safe and secure America. I promise to provide the courageous men and women of the FBI the tools and resources they need to crush violent crime.
QE's,
and defend the homeland.
as
I pledge myself to commit to full transparency, oversight, and accountability so we can.
Hold on. I found a louder one. Let me just line it up with the time. 15 minutes.
Cyber attacks and foreign adversaries, whether stopping threats inspired by foreign terrorist organizations or lone wolf actors or sponsored by hostile nation states. This year, we've already made nearly 60 counterintelligence
Neil.
arrests. 60 counterintelligence arrests this year alone is
Don't
a 30%
feel bad. That's
increase
I appreciate
from the
it.
same time period last
Thank
year
you.
for the CI work at the FBI. I'm proud when we can share our successes, such as when
Teamwork
an espionage
makes a
charge was
dream
brought
work.
against an active duty U.S. Navy sailor caught spying for the People's Republic of China. But I want the American people to know the FBI is protecting the homeland from foreign adversaries in a way that will never make the news, and a lot of the good work that they do will never be able to discuss in this setting. We're working on cyber threats. We're attacking malware infrastructure, going after ransomware attackers, delivering.
What are you
a
doing
new
about the
partnership with
Microsoft
private
thing?
Public sector engagements we've taken with the companies who are attacked by these foreign adversaries and nation-state actors and individual enterprise rings from around the world. We are combating Salt Typhoon, Vault Typhoon,
Hi,
Flax
Karen.
Typhoon,
How
and so
you
many
doing?
other ransomware and cyber
Oh,
threats
the
this
chat
nation
rules.
faces.
Yeah.
We're also arresting people such as Tajik National in Brooklyn,
Those
who is suspected of
nunchucks.
sending tens of thousands of dollars to support ISIS. We're going after the new form of what I refer to as modern-day terrorism in America, 764 crimes that involve harming our children by going after them online.
I got to say kids,
causing
because that's the only way
self-mutilation,
people are going to be like,
suicide, sexual abuse, and steering them in the wrong direction. Currently, we have 3,500 international terrorism investigations.
I
Specifically,
think it's an FBI thing.
we have in this country
Yeah, it looks like an
1,700
NH
domestic terrorism
NHL.
investigations, a large chunk of which are nihilistic violent extremism, NVE. Those who engage in violent acts motivated by a deep hatred of society, whatever
Motivated.
that justification they seem as.
Motivated.
The FBI has seen a
I'm
300%
motivated.
increase in cases opened this year alone versus the same time last year. In the last couple of months, the FBI secured a guilty plea for a man in Tennessee who attacked an energy facility with
I missed
drones
you guys
and
this
explosives.
weekend.
We secured the indictment of a violent Sinaloa cartel faction leader in Chicago on narco-terrorism charges. Our folks in Sacramento collaborated with domestic and international partners to secure a guilty plea for a leader of a transnational terrorist organization who solicited the murder of federal officials.
Oh my
But the
God.
Bureau's job is not done. I'm committed to this
Whoa.
transparency. Mr. Chairman, you alluded to our work with Congress. To date, in the 7 months that I've been FBI director,
Oh
we
my
have produced
God.
33,000 pages to the United States Congress. 33,000 pages.
Pash is so bad
Just
at
to put that in
wording. I
perspective,
know.
my predecessor in his 7-year term issued 13,000 pages to Congress. And his predecessor in his 4-year term issued
Oh
3,000
my God.
pages to Congress.
What?
I've issued
Okay.
33,000 pages in 7 months. And
Okay. He literally is bragging that he produced, quote unquote, more pages for the Senate. Or, yeah. What? How is the staple consumption? I mean, is that waste, fraud, and abuse? I don't know. Did it have to be paper? You can't do that. Can't be an email. That can't be a Dropbox. Really? You didn't have that on Teams, or did you have a Trello set up for that?
we're going to keep going.
Year over year,
I'm
yoy.
dedicated to restoring the trust that the public has and needs and the integrity at the FBI.
I know, he's finally
It's being
got
done
some
every day
numbers.
by the men and women of the FBI. Now, I know that there's
There
a
is
lot
a
of
gas
talk about
station
Epstein,
Union 66.
and I'm here to testify
Oh my
that the
God.
original sin in the Epstein case was the way it was initially brought by Mr. Acosta back in 2006. The original
Oh.
case involved a very limited search warrant or set of search
Oh.
warrants and didn't take as much investigatory material it should have seized.
Oh,
If I were the FBI director then, it wouldn't have happened. The
oh.
search warrants were limited to small time periods.
What are you
to
gonna do
include
about
2002
Acosta?
To 2005 and 1997 to 2001. Mr. Acosta allowed Epstein to enter in 2008 to a plea and non-prosecution agreement,
Yeah.
which then the courts issued mandates and protective orders legally prohibiting anyone from ever seeing that material ever again without the permission of the court. The non-prosecution
What?
agreements also barred future prosecutions for those involved at that time.
Well, shouldn't
of
we
those
investigate
individuals.
Acosta then,
Still, this
Cash?
administration, at the direction of President Trump, has done more to turn over all the credible information we are legally
Wait, you missed
able
a
to do
part.
so, and we
You
will
missed a
continue
part.
to
What are
work
we
with
going to do
Congress
about
to
that
achieve
injustice?
end. Under the direction of the President,
How are we gonna help the
excuse me,
victims?
Thank you for your support for our mission to working to jointly deliver transparency and congressional oversight to the United States. Lastly, I want to close with
I think so, right, Karen?
the President's initiative here in Washington, D.C., as an example of what we're doing around the country.
They're going to
And I think
Memphis
our
next.
next city is Memphis. 21,000
You
arrests
think? He
in
just said it
DC
yesterday.
with our federal partners. A huge decrease in violent crime,
Yeah, well, okay,
60%
when you
decrease.
have
in gun crime.
like a fucking army squadron, when you have an entire squadron in your city of 700,000 residents, then yeah, it's no one's going to do anything because on every corner there's a fucking AK-47 pointed at them. You dipshit. Oh, and unsustainable. Okay, if you want to just be practical about it. Okay? Unsustainable. If you want to just talk about numbers. Not counting the crime that is the roving. Yes. But yes. Okay, so come on. This is dumb. This is when disinformation really pisses me off because it's like, this is dumb. Why are we not calling this a thing and saying, no, that's not a thing?
In Washington, D.C. in the last month. 74% decrease in carjackings in Washington, D.C. in the last month. 53% decrease in homicides.
Yeah, and what happens after they
Washington,
leave?
D.C.
And it looks like it's fine.
Month. The drugs are disappearing. People are freely walking around the states, and we're restoring the nation's capital to its glory. That work is through the interagency process that the FBI is proud to be a part of, and the initiative spearheaded by President Trump and the Attorney General. And perhaps most notably for investigations in Washington itself, it was the intelligence that the FBI gathered through our source network here in D.C. that helped us identify the suspects in the horrific murder of the D.C. intern Eric Tarpinian. We're proud to be a part of that investigation. We're proud to put the resources to bear of the FBI. And in closing, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and Ranking Member Durbin, I'm honored to be the 9th director of the FBI. I'm not going anywhere. If you want to criticize my 16 years of service,
Oh, stop.
please bring it on. Over to you.
Oh my God. Are you a dick? Why do you have to be so disrespectful out of the gate? Yeah, exactly. What he said.
I've observed.
Thank you, J. Rance, for this gift.
Whether it's Republican or Democrats want a yes or no answer, that the witness and the senators talking over each other. So I thought what I'd do this time, rather than have that happen, if there's something you don't get a chance to answer because of the demeanor of a Republican or Democrat senator.
What are you talking about?
Before we, when we get done with that questioner, I'd give you a chance to fill in if there's something you didn't get a chance to say.
What?
Since
Sir.
2019, I've sought greater transparency about Jeffrey Epstein
Oh, really?
and the government handling of the matter.
Why didn't anybody
I've
ask about
continued to
Alex Acosta
investigate During
then?
this Congress,
Right?
Director Patel was
Hello?
Jeffrey
Yeah, perfect
Epstein
fit.
an intelligence asset
Well
for
done,
the United
Jay.
States government or
Being
the
queen.
foreign government? And if so, which agencies or governments?
Yeah,
Mr.
whatever,
Chairman, I can
Chuck.
only speak to the FBI as the director of the FBI, and Mr. Epstein was not a source for the FBI.
Would you
What about
commit to
dump?
providing my office with
As
all
Mike
classified,
Johnson said he
non-classified
was.
records relating to the Epstein matter?
I will commit to providing all records I'm legally permitted to do so under the court
Ooh.
orders.
What does that mean? Which ones can't you
It
do?
seems to me
I
that.
I don't get it.
I accept your answer to my question, but the broader
Yeah, Acosta.
intelligence
I mean,
community
this
ought
could
to
be pretty
answer
easy.
these questions as well. Victims deserve an answer.
Oh, Grassley, you're such a
Regarding
fucking
the initial
douchebag.
FBI 1023 document that I made public last
my
Congress,
God.
that document mentioned 1, text messages, 2, audio recordings, and 3, financial records that allegedly proved a bribery scheme.
1023
scheme
proves
with the,
nothing.
Biden
Thank
family
you.
and foreign interests. Regarding those records,
Oh,
did
thank
the
you.
Ray FBI make any effort to determine whether they existed? Did the Ray FBI make any effort to obtain those records?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chairman.
Since this matter hasn't been fully investigated, the FBI has an obligation to the public to do exactly that and figure out why it wasn't investigated. Next question. I've done a lot of oversight relating to sexual misconduct by the FBI agents. In fact, I believe this is something I discussed with references before this committee. According to the FBI Inspection Division, it opened nearly 300 investigations based on sexual misconduct referrals between 2017 and 2024. According to whistleblowers, the Biden-Ray FBI totally dropped the ball on this question. One credible accusation of sexual misconduct is too many, of course. Are you committed to reviewing the Bureau's policies to ensure responsible responses to credible allegations of misconduct?
Sure.
That they're swift and adequately
The
protect
hell is he
victims?
supposed to say?
Yes,
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Relating to a similar subject.
I just found an
during
archive.
child,
I was able to find it in the
crimes and
archive.
Sexual misconduct related
I'm gonna drop that in the
investigations,
chat.
Are any private sector
I'm gonna drop that in.
less than cooperative with you? What improvements in information sharing need to be made to catch those criminals?
Mr. Chairman, we can always do better with our private sector companies. I've reached out to the leaders of most of them, asking them to provide more material so that we can be responsive and take legal action and protect the youth of this country. I'm happy to discuss, possible legislation that we can
protect the
do to allow
youth
for
of
these
this
companies to
country.
continue.
Hi, Lucy's mommy. It started at 6 a.m.
Maybe 1
Pacific.
inch up on the microphone.
Sorry.
Not, I think you're close
Oh,
enough,
boy.
but I think it's just a little bit lower. When you raise your head, it's difficult
When
to
you
hear.
manage to sit up and not
Director
slump over.
Patel, since 2021, I've raised concerns about the Biden administration failure to properly vet
Drop
Afghan
those balls
evacuees.
today.
Director Gabbard
and get
informed my
on the
office
misconduct.
that as of August 2022, approximately
read it yet.
1,600 evacuees located in the United States had ties to
looks
terrorism
pretty
and
spicy.
other derogatory information. That's
the
why
guy who
I
eats
and
the
many
mic.
others have opposed bills giving blanket approval. Are you aware of what steps your predecessor took to investigate these evacuees? And what steps have you taken to investigate them? And what, if any, national security concerns still
Do you remember
exist?
all those things, Cash? I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak to the steps my predecessor took, but I will make sure we do a sweeping review and get back to you on that. As far as the Afghan refugees and evacuees, as during my tenure, we are going through the databases to make sure that no known or suspected terrorists enter this country to harm our nation. And also, is my resolve as FBI
Didn't you already
director,
vet
one of
them?
the first
They were already
acts we
vetted.
undertook was a manhunt of one
Remember,
of the
they went to
Abbey Gate bombers
Doha?
and leaders in that crime spree that killed 13 brave Americans. And within 2 weeks, we caught one of the leaders of the Abbey Gate bomber and brought him to justice here in 2 weeks from Pakistan.
Okay,
And so my commitment
that's your
to
job.
you on Afghanistan
Well,
and
that's
all
your
matters
job.
is complete and without border.
Through my and
Without
other
what?
investigations, we found
Amanda-
that the Biden
Amanda Hunt.
administration lost
Amanda
thousands
Hunt.
of undocumented children. We never heard a peep from
Oh my God, there wasn't 300,000. Remember when we
senators
debunked that on a
wanting to
show
help
last year,
find
you
them,
all?
even after
Do you
I
remember
invited them
that?
to do
We did.
so.
We debunked it.
In September 2025, the Trump Health and Human
We
Services
debunked
announced
it.
the creation of an interagency
We
crime
debunked
coordinator
it.
cell to
It's
find
already
these and
been
other
debunked. I know. We talked
missing
about
children.
that.
That interagency
RIP.
group reportedly
dude.
includes your
Good actor.
agency. What resources and
I
personnel
love the one
have
where
the
he was
FBI
sailing the boat by
assigned to this
himself. That's
new
my favorite.
interagency effort?
And we'll
and
see
what steps
Sundance
have
in
the FBI taken to
Pensacola.
assist in locating missing children that the
Oh, wait, I need a
incompetent
Viking
Biden
hat.
administration lost?
Protecting our youth is maybe the top
No,
priority.
we're now on
for
to
the
the
FBI.
300,000
As
mystery children
specifically
who
relates
don't
to your
actually
question,
exist.
Mr. Chairman, as I stated, we've surged resources not just to this cell, but across the nation to our FBI's field office to locate children who have been trafficked, who have been victims of sexual abuse. And we have
No, they
located
haven't.
4,700 children in the
Prove
7
it.
months since I've been FBI
Prove it.
director. And that is a
Prove it.
35% increase from the same time period last
5%
year. And
increase?
We're not stopping, and we're committed to doing that work on our tribal lands as well.
What?
And we are finding victims of child
Are you?
trafficking and child abuse every county and every district, and we're not going to stop.
Okay. As I mentioned during my opening, I'm releasing documents with Senator Johnson about Arctic frost. Specifically, the documents show its scope expanded to include 92 Republican organizations. From evidence that I've seen, it looks to me like another political hit job against Republicans. What steps has the FBI taken to make sure improperly predicated investigations and weaponizations like this don't happen again?
The simple answer, Mr. Chairman, is the FBI will only bring cases that are based in fact and law and have a legal basis to do so. And anyone that does
So
otherwise
there,
will
whose
not be
law?
employed at the
Not gonna
FBI.
tell you.
We are doing a prospective and retrospective analyses of individuals who may have weaponized the department and the agency. And as I've committed to you during my confirmation hearing and my conversations with you, this FBI will not be weaponized anymore in either side of the aisle.
In June of this year,
Bullshit.
I raised concerns about the FBI's use of restricted
Whoa.
access
Spit it
and
out, babe.
prohibited access systems. According to the FBI, quote, when search teams that exist in a prohibited access status cases are searched in Sentinel, the particular search will receive a false negative Sentinel search response, end of quote. Clearly, this is not only affects FBI agents, it impacts congressional requests and court cases.
There you go.
And the Biden administration used it to thwart oversight. How are you ensuring
Valhalla.
that restricted access and prohibited access files are produced to Congress during court cases?
We'll see you in
And have you
Valhalla.
identified any Biden family records in restricted?
He's actually
prohibited
dead and
status?
get bombed.
As I've committed to you with my transparency initiative, whether it's
He
restrictive
is
or
bad,
prohibited,
yes.
every single
He's
thing we
just
can
bad.
legally
You
provide
didn't
to
have to
Congress, we will.
put any more
We've
words
also
in that.
restructured how these restrictive and prohibited cases are labeled and provided access to
His
more people in
helmet's
the
a
chain
little
of
side.
command
Here, wait, I
so
gotta
that more
move it over.
people have
Man, you have
knowledge
a
of
really
what these
wide
restricted
head,
and prohibited
Cash. Can I
cases
tell you that?
are, including myself and the deputy.
Are you insulted by
commit
that?
to
if I say that?
providing any records that are available?
I
Oh,
do,
there
sir.
we go. Oh, man, I had it perfect. There we go.
You publicly said that
Yeah,
your
that's
team,
great.
quote, found a room that Comey and others hid from the world in the Hoover building full of documents and computer hard drives no one had ever seen or heard of. That's a quote from
And
you.
Lysol.
I've received a whistleblower disclosure that the room contained some information kept outside the FBI
I should make him a little
record
smaller.
keeping. I also have been informed
me-
via
let me
a
fix this.
whistleblower disclosure that the room included materials related to Special Counsel Mueller, former Director James Comey, and other documents maintained outside
And
of the
Fauci.
FBI.
No, not
Has
Fauci.
the FBI
Okay.
now reviewed and analyzed those records?
There
Has
we
the
go.
FBI
That's a little more
properly recorded the
little less
documents?
daunting.
And these records are clearly responsive to my, as well as my colleagues' congressional
Oh, I
requests.
know.
What
It gets
steps have
better.
you taken
Fantastic.
to ensure all
I love
responsive
it.
records are produced to Congress? That's
And
what has
Cash
to
and
be
Paled
my
on.
last question.
God.
What's
Let me
supposed
see
to
if I
happen
can.
is leadership at the FBI is supposed to, pursuant to the Records Act, correctly store these records at our Information Management Division, IMD. In this room, we found a plethora of hard drives, computers, hard documents, soft documents that were not so recorded, a voluminous amount of information. So we are continuously processing that information. So A, we subscribe to the Records Act and commit that those records will be kept permanently at the FBI. Two, we are reviewing those materials. A lot of those materials are related to ongoing investigations. And three, we are on a rolling basis providing Congress the documents that we can, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, in addition to the extensive purge of nonpartisan career FBI official reports indicate that dozens of remaining officials have been subjected to polygraph exams to test their loyalty. My understanding is that approximately 40 officials have been asked to sit for a polygraph during your administration, and several have been asked whether they have ever made negative comments about you. Director Patel, FBI agents pledge their loyalty to the Constitution of the United States, not you personally. What is the basis for requiring polygraph exams of your workforce and asking them if they've made negative comments about you?
I don't know what reports you're referring to, Ranking Member, and I reject any reporting that has false information in it, so I'm not going to respond to that. As far as polygraphs go, generally they are always and always have been utilized at the FBI to track down those that leak sensitive information and have unauthorized disclosures to the media, and we will continue to use them to ensure the integrity of the FBI.
Did any individual on your senior executive team, the director's advisory team, or who serve in the positions on
It's
the
not
7th
perfect,
floor
but
receive disqualifying alerts on their polygraphs?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the personnel discussions that were had on a polygraph. Those are private discussions, and many of them relate to ongoing investigations.
Did you or Attorney General Bondi provide any individual with a waiver so they could remain employed after they received disqualifying alerts on their polygraphs?
I'll have to get back to you.
You don't remember that?
No, sir. My priority is protecting
Easily
the American
starting
public,
rumors.
not getting into the weeds
Hey,
of
Jim.
polygraphs.
And to have a decent memory when you come before a committee.
I'm happy to talk about all the good work the men and women of the FBI are doing, including provided the lowest crime rate in American history. If you want
Oh,
to talk about how
shut
to
up.
protect the citizens of Chicago, has seen a 30% reduction in its murder rate because of the men and women of the
And you take
FBI.
credit for
I'll
that?
happily do that.
You're taking
The
credit for that?
interagency partners and the men and women of the Chicago PD have never been more
Include
powerful.
local law enforcement, please.
Have you ever seen my testimony across this country where I always lead with our interagency partnerships with state and local law
Okay, then
enforcement?
calm
It is the pillar
down.
of what I
Oh
am
my
doing.
God.
And on the 7th floor, for the first time in FBI history, I have installed police officers and sheriffs right on my 7th floor to report to us every day what's going around the country
what?
on the street level, because that is a priority of the
which
FBI,
ones?
and it's the only way we are going to
Why
work.
are we flying
I don't
all
take
these
credit for
people in?
anything, but I will
Hey,
defend
man,
the men
Karen,
and women of the
I've
FBI
lived to
and the
serve,
cops that help us
okay?
get it done.
You should.
I'm here
Director
to
Patel,
serve.
to your knowledge, did a whistleblower ever
came
make
out
a
okay.
disclosure to Attorney General Bondi indicating that the New York field office was withholding Epstein-related records?
I'm not familiar with that whistleblower.
You know that there was such a whistleblower?
I'm not familiar with that whistleblower.
In response to the blowback she received, Attorney General Bondi also pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records
I
on an
know, we need
arbitrarily
Daniel
short
Goldman or
deadline in
someone like
March.
that. Yeah.
And the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned
Jasmine
President
Crockett.
Trump. Nothing came of that review until July, when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memorandum stating there is no incriminating client list. Why was this July 7th memorandum unsigned?
Would you prefer I've used AutoPen?
Why was it
The
unsigned?
memorandum had the insignia of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And in our effort to secure transparency for the American
Why
people,
is he such a
because
fucking
the 3 prior
smartass?
administrations had not done so, we conducted an exhaustive search
Why are you
of
such a
everything related to
dick?
the Epstein cases, and we produced what was legally and permissibly able to be produced to Congress and the American public.
So
And
did
there's
you
a congressional
did you-
subpoena, and we're continuing to do
You
so.
personally direct that investigation so that you would sign such a,
Did I personally direct what investigation?
of the Epstein records for any reference to President Trump?
Again, you are citing reporting that I think is baseless. We conducted an investigation of the Epstein case files pursuant to the direction of the President of the administration to provide all credible information, and we are working with Congress pursuant to a congressional subpoena to turn over all the documents we can. All individuals.
Who
were
at
cited.
DOJ and FBI was responsible for its drafting and conclusions?
Many individuals at the Department of Justice and the FBI are
There was
responsible.
no lead person?
The Attorney General leads the Department of Justice, and I lead the FBI.
So the Attorney General was responsible for that?
The Attorney General leads the Department of Justice.
Director Patel, much like you, Deputy Director Dan Bongino was a conspiracy theorist who built a lucrative career making inflammatory and unsubstantiated statements about the FBI that would be disqualifying in any administration that cared about nonpartisan law enforcement. For instance, Mr. Bongino called the placement of pipe bombs outside the DNC and RNC headquarters on January 6, quote, an inside job, and went on to say this was a setup. I have zero doubt, and whoever goes into the FBI, you better get an answer about why. Director Patel, you and Deputy Director Bongino are now leading the FBI. What is the evidence to suggest the pipe bombs placed outside of the DNC and RNC
I
on
hadn't seen
January
that,
6th were
gal.
an inside job?
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss Director Bongino's mind record.
Bingo bongo.
So many on this committee and the media
Hi,
jettison our 31 years
Granny.
of public service
Can
prior
you
to
answer
good
the
to see
question,
you.
sir?
I'm answering the question. You're questioning the integrity of the deputy director of the
Asking
FBI
you
and
calm
mine.
down.
And I'm going to answer the question.
Calm
The pipe
down.
bomb investigation is ongoing, and I'm not going to discuss the
Ongoing?
details of the pipe bomb investigation. Mr. Bongino was a Secret Service agent for 15 years, a police
Oh my
officer for 5.
God.
I served this country in multiple administrations for
Calm
16
down,
years.
bitch.
We were also private citizens, and we are now back in government service. And what we have the ability to do is set aside
he's
our
really
personal beliefs to
upset.
deliver the mission of justice
Why are
for this
you so
country. And we're doing it
upset?
day in and day out. And
Hi,
I find it
Lee.
disgusting that everyone and anyone
are you,
would jettison
darling?
our 31 years of combined
Sharon,
experience that is now at the
Lockhat.
helm of the FBI,
Oh my gosh, the whole gang's
delivering
here.
historic results at historic speeds for the American people.
Calm down, bitch.
So you have no evidence.
I got a lot of evidence, and I'll give it to you when I can.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Uh-huh.
There's a New York Times story this morning about Chris Meyer.
Uh-oh,
As I understand it,
there
he
you
was
go,
your
gal.
Personal pilot, at least for some period of
I
time.
dropped an archive of that
Mr. Meyer
article
has
up
quite a
above.
record
Let me pin it.
himself. Flew over 350 hours as an Air Force pilot on 3 aircraft types in Afghanistan. Mr. Jardina, another former FBI agent, a 1999 graduate of U.S. Naval Academy, commanded 100 Marines in combat during the 2003 invasion of Iraq, participated in several firefights, followed up with 2011 deployment as reservist to Afghanistan, where he interrogated senior Taliban officials. It appears that you terminated these 2 agents. Why?
I'm not going to get into personnel decisions that we made.
He's
So you're
such
not
a
accountable
petulant
for
little
your
child.
decisions to take people who served our country
Hi,
so
meowing
admirably and
star.
terminate them without any cause?
That's a
I'll tell you
one-sided
that.
story. Anyone that has
Well,
been
then
terminated from
so
the
tell
FBI
you-
Then tell the
tell
other
your side
side.
of the story.
fail to meet the needs of the FBI and uphold their constitutional duties. and you
Wasn't gonna
providing a
get me to
one-sided
Valhalla.
story from your perch is absolutely disgraceful because the men and women of the FBI deserve better.
Oh,
And your
shush.
attack on the current leadership of the men and women of the FBI is equally disgraceful because now you're attacking the leaders that are our brave SACs in
Let
the
me
field
tell you what's
who are
disgraceful.
doing the job that this
Disgraceful.
country needs.
It's
And we will
disgraceful.
continue to do it.
Excuse me, it's
Can we get him
disgraceful
to
when
shut
Mr.
up?
Meyer and Mr. Jardina, who served our country so well, are terminated apparently because of the rants of a broadcaster.
That is your
all it-
opinion. It is not a fact.
Well, it's certainly my opinion I can back up with fact. Let me ask you to explain the situation in Baltimore.
Because he's
if you will.
because he's
Did you read
shitty
the
at his
story
job,
about
Sharon.
the termination of the project in Baltimore?
Which story?
764 Group.
Sorry. Which story?
764 Group, the Baltimore agents were investigating. Are you familiar with that?
No, sir.
Well, I'm not going to go into detail. It would take too long to do it. But apparently that this group, 764, a nihilistic, violent extremist group, seeks to blackmail children to perform vile acts on a camera under investigation by Baltimore, which was terminated by you.
Oh, he's
I'd
been
like you to
squirming.
Respond in writing, if you will, as to the circumstances of that termination.
Sure. Our operations against NVEs, as you're referring to, has been historically high, and we've taken down multiple
Oh.
NVE rings, including 764 rings, who are harming children and causing them to be mutilated and
Last
commit
question,
suicide.
can you explain why you are eliminating?
I want to say those things
uh,
because it makes
requirements
me.
for a college degree for your agents?
I appreciate the opportunity to address that. You said in your opening statement, we are reducing the training requirements at Quantico. We are not. We are expanding them. You are referring to an 1811 crossover program because I believe the men and women of places like the DEA, the ATF, and the Marshal Service and the Secret Service who want to work at the FBI should deserve that opportunity in a shortened bridge program, which we provided. We are also keeping the 18-week BFTC as is traditionally being held at the FBI. So we're not reducing any requirements. We are increasing those that we bring into the
Did you
FBI.
change any of the requirements on college degrees?
We are allowing police officers who have served for a number of years to come into the FBI who did not obtain the requisite college degree to apply to be federal agents because we feel they have the street level experience we need to conduct this mission.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
I have to respond to this business about you not treating employees properly because I served under the previous administration when Democrats willingly turned a blind eye to Biden administration retaliation against my whistleblowers. They didn't get due process when their careers and lives were upended. I'm talking about people like Dina Perkins, Jeffrey Veltri, Timothy Dunnan, were removed from their positions. Several whistleblowers were reported that they targeted FBI employees for their political beliefs by suspending and revoking security clearances. One FBI whistleblower said that Perkins, Vetri, Dunnan, and other FBI leaderships were, quote, responsible for what happened to me and my family, ensuring that they no longer work at the FBI isn't retribution, it's responsible leadership. Another whistleblower that is a registered Democrat said they spoke out against abuses in security clearances processes committed by FBI senior leaders, particularly Veltri and Perkins. Then Perkins and Dunnan suspended their security clearances and put them in unpaid leave. I'm
Oh
going to
my
put some more
God,
examples
somebody
like
just
this in
tap
the
him.
record, so I
You
don't
know,
take
like
up a lot
he's
of
like a
time for my
record that
colleague,
just keeps going and
Senator
going and going.
Graham.
Thanks, Senator Grant. Welcome.
Oh,
The
no.
numbers sort of speak for themselves. You've done a lot in a small period of time. So
Oh, shut
all those
up.
folks out there making this happen, thank them for me.
Well, sir.
As to how to be an FBI agent, you've made a decision that local law enforcement folks, people who've served in law enforcement without a college degree, are able
Law
to apply.
enforcement?
Now, is that correct?
What is law enforcement?
Makes sense to me. So experience out in the field might be as valuable as a college degree, believe it or not. Venezuela. We're blowing boats out of the water in the Caribbean because they're connected to
well, you better talk to Pig's Breath
international
about that.
narco-terrorist groups. Is that correct?
Yes, that mission is being led by the Department of Defense, sir.
Okay. What legal authority do
Told
we
ya.
have to do that?
Sir, I would defer the questions on legal authority to the Attorney General and the department.
Fair enough. Do you believe that Maduro runs a narco-terrorism state in Venezuela based on?
I believe based on the intelligence and prosecutions and investigations we are currently running, a large portion of the cocaine that exits out of South America, its origination point is in Venezuela, and using transshipment points through Haiti, they're using the navigable waterways in the Caribbean to the end state delivery, which is the United States of America, and we will hunt down every single one of those narco traffickers with the authorities
There's
we
some
have.
actual indictments of Maduro as an individual for being involved in that. Is that correct?
Senator, I think you're referring to the DEA indictment on that one.
Right. So I guess the point is, would it be fair to say that Venezuela is a good candidate to be labeled as a state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law?
Senator, from my perch, we will provide the intelligence necessary for anyone who meets the threshold to be a state sponsor of terrorism, and this administration has
I
expanded
think
it.
they are, so we'll be going down that road. China, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being nothing, 10 being great, how is China helping with the fentanyl problem here in the United States?
Under this administration, we have taken, as I highlighted the Cincinnati case, the precursors are the problem. The fentanyl is the end state that kills American
Well,
citizens.
the precursors are made in China, right?
They're made in China. And so for the first time in a decade, I had a call with my counterpart in the MPS, the Ministry of Public Services, to attack the precursor chemical companies and have those chemicals
Is it
labeled.
too early to rate the success?
We have indicted multiple businesses in China. We've also cut off the transshipment points of those precursors.
God is the
They
only
switched. Once
origination.
we got on their track about
Anyone
their
have a
delivery
quick link?
routes to the
Oh,
Mexican
you're
drug
so
cartels directly,
sweet,
they started going
Lawcat.
to India.
It's
We call the
there
Indian
should be a
authorities, and they
dollar
shut down those
sign or a
transshipment points. So
join,
we're
depending on
continuing
what
to work
device
with our
you're on.
partners.
There should be a
China's
dollar
helping, would you
sign in
say?
the lower corner
They're
or
starting to
the word
help.
join under the stream.
Inciting violence?
Thank
Well,
you.
it's
That's
not-
very kind of
My
you.
belief is based on the data, and the data shows that social media is wildly out of control when it comes to
You're
radicalizing.
dead right. So what did you just say? This guy's the FBI director. He says that social media is wildly out of control. Now, free speech, we all agree with that, but you can't yell fire in the theater, right?
Yes, sir.
Free speech doesn't allow you to go online and groom a child for sexual.
No, it does not.
Okay, free speech doesn't allow you to go on the internet and basically incite somebody to kill another person, right?
Absolutely not.
So if it's illegal offline, it should be illegal online, agreed? Whatever the law is.
Yes, sir. We
Just
had a-
because you're online doesn't give you a get-out-of-jail-free card.
No, sir.
So if a parent is worried about a child being bullied on a website, what rights do they have under U.S. law?
We have to balance the rights, as you said, Senator, of free speech versus those that encroach
Is there
upon
any law
violence.
that can shut down one of these sites for bullying children or allowing sexual predators on the site?
We are able to attack certain sites on the dark web. When it comes to the open internet infrastructure system, we have to reach a threshold to attack a company's position that only subscribes to violence.
Can the parents sue that company?
They can.
They can?
They can sue not the social media companies.
That's what I'm talking about.
They can sue the companies.
No, I'm talking about the social media company that gives lives to this behavior.
No, you're referring to Section 230, sir.
Yeah. Would you advocate a sunsetting of Section 230 to bring more liability to the companies who send
You
this
better
stuff
ask
out?
the
I've advocated for that
billionaires
for years.
first,
All right.
dude.
We need to do this, folks. These
guess
companies
what, girl?
are
It
taking
ain't happening.
content that it makes you
The
sick,
billionaires bought the
that could get
presidency, you
killed,
stupid fuck.
get you poisoned, and there's nothing we can do about it under our law. A person can do about it because of Section 230. So if your child is being sexually groomed online or bullied online, and you go to the social media company and ask them to take it down, they refuse, you have like zero rights. How many images of sexually exploited children are purveyed every year on social media sites?
The number is astronomical, and Senator, if I can just add one step to that analysis.
Please.
It's not just what's on social media that is quote-unquote real. It's the introduction of artificial intelligence and
Right.
generative AI that is creating even more child sexually abused material and even more sexually violent acts online and mimicking people.
Would you say that the way social media is structured today, really no accountability, 36 million images in 2023 of sexually exploited children, that this is a public health hazard?
It is.
Would you say that it's a mental health problem, particularly for younger people?
It absolutely is.
Do you agree that some of these sites are designed to be addictive?
I think not only are some of these sites designed to be addictive, unfortunately, the reality is some of these sites are designed to generate income, and many people are generating income based on this illegal trade.
Do you think it's now time for America to deal with this problem?
I'm all in, I have been all in, and I'm happy to work with Congress to do so.
Well, I tell you what, having the FBI director all in is great news for me, and I hope the committee will respond and that we'll be all in, trying to fix a problem that I think is doing a lot of damage to our country.
Thank you,
When it comes to John
Lawcat.
Bolton, was
Thank
there
you, thank
new
you,
evidence
thank you. Welcome
involved
to
in
the
the raid on his
champagne
home?
room. Yeah, yeah.
Sir, that investigation is very much ongoing, as you know.
I
There was a raid
heard
of his
that.
house
Terrorism
pursuant to a
charges
Was there a
against
warrant
Luigi
obtained to go
Mangione
in?
dismissed by New
Absolutely,
York
sir.
State
Okay.
judge.
All right.
Is he up for federal
We're looking
charges?
to have that search warrant unsealed
Okay.
at the
Yeah,
appropriate
I
time.
think that would be good, quite
I heard the
frankly.
beginning of that story and
In
never heard
December
the end of it.
2023, Director Wray said he sees blinking lights everywhere regarding to foreign terrorist threats against our homeland. How would you characterize the state of threats to our homeland by foreign terrorist groups?
Foreign terrorist organizations have adapted and started utilizing online platforms, and so has the FBI. And so while they are adapting and expanding how they harm our country, we have as well. They have not stopped. There's been a resurgence in places like West Africa and elsewhere.
Wait. We're still behind a little bit, so I'll just go ahead and stop him. He just admitted that his administration is harming the people. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just going to say, yeah, that's what he said.
Of foreign terrorist organizations and also the newly emboldened drug trafficking organizations in Mexico, which is going to take a whole of government approach to get.
Does Hezbollah fall within that group?
Yes, sir.
So Hezbollah is involved in not only terrorism, but narco-terrorism?
Yes, sir.
So do you consider Hezbollah a threat to the United States?
Absolutely.
All right, finally, do you have enough people
Sorry.
to do all this? Do you need more people? You're involved in a lot of things, and the numbers speak for themselves. You have FBI agents
Excuse
helping here in
me,
Washington, D.C.
Lindsay.
You have FBI agents helping
You
in
don't have
illegal
any power
immigration.
over the purse anymore, you
That's good.
little shithead. You
You've
fucking
got a
handed
chance
that
here
over.
to tell us if you need more people. Seems to me that threat level of this country is pretty high right now. You got thousands of domestic terrorism cases. How many are being investigated?
I think 3,500 off the top of my head.
3,500, okay. Anyway, it seems your plate's pretty full. I would urge you to get with your people. And if you think you need more people, now's the time to do it. It would be a shame to miss an opportunity to plus up the FBI if the threats justified it. Will you look?
I will look, sir.
Okay, but are you comfortable you have enough people right now?
Right now, I'm comfortable with the reallocation of agents and personnel outside of Washington DC and plussing up states like South Carolina in double-digit numbers.
Okay.
And I'll get back with my team on this one.
Thank you for your service.
Senator Whitehouse.
Boy, is my timing good.
It is very good.
Director Patel, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
When you were here for your confirmation, we talked about your so-called enemies list. It appears to me that there have been adverse actions of various kinds taken against about 20 of the 60 people on your enemies list. You've been in office for 7 months. At that rate, you've got 14 months until you've hit all 60. Can you explain that?
Again, that is an entirely inaccurate presupposition. I do not have an enemies list. You can continue to characterize it as you wish.
Well,
The
I
only
think that's
actions
what
we
he
take,
called it.
generally speaking, for personnel at the FBI are ones based on merit and qualification and your ability to uphold your constitutional duty. You fall short, you don't work there anymore.
Well, there was a list. You don't like it to be called an enemies list, and it had about 60 names, and about 20 have had an adverse action. So those are, I think, pretty clear facts. Let me move on to your grand jury testimony, which we also talked about when you were here. I think you indicated that you understood that a witness in the grand jury is free to discuss afterwards whatever they told the grand jury. And you then went on to suggest, saying, I can't go into court orders granted by the DC District Chief Judge, and you want me to violate a court order. In those remarks, you fairly plainly suggested that there was a court order of some kind that somehow restricted or limited your ability to discuss your own testimony to that grand jury. Since then, that chief judge that you mentioned, Judge Boasberg, has written, and I'm quoting him here, Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E allows witnesses like Patel to divulge the contents of their testimony, meaning that nothing was preventing him from doing so before the committee. Can we confirm here today that there is no court order of any kind that limits your ability as a witness before the grand jury to discuss your own testimony to that grand jury?
We can confirm that pursuant to my action, that grand jury testimony has been released, the transcript.
Let's, in what forum was it released, may I ask?
Publicly.
Okay, we'll check on that. The FBI does background
What? Meowing Star? Oh my
investigations.
God. Jesse Waters?
in the case
Such a
of
Okay, I'm just going
a
to say,
U.S. attorney.
okay, I'm sorry, Senator. These guys need to prepare better, okay? If that stuff is public, then his interns, the staff, should have prepared what the answer is. You cannot, like, these hearings have to be surgical, and I am just, like, so disappointed in the questioning.
Janine Pirro, it has come to light that in a civil proceeding, that Fox News executives prior to her confirmation, called her, I'm quoting here, a reckless maniac who makes, quote, insane comments, and said, I don't trust her to be responsible, and noted her penchant for what they called random conspiracy theories on weird internet sites. My question to you is, did that turn up in her background investigation?
For any background investigation, Senator, we do not discuss those publicly. And for every background investigation, when there's an adjudication, it is not made by me. It is made by the career professionals who run the inspection division and background check system.
Do you know if that information was found? You see, we're an oversight body here, and there are really three possibilities here. One is that the FBI background investigation didn't find that stuff. That's worth noting because these investigations,
American
full-field background
psychosis.
investigations, are supposed to find that stuff. That's possibility one. Possibility two is that the FBI did in fact find that information and then did not report it to the administration or to the
Law
committee.
enforcement.
And the third is that you found it, you reported it
He's
to
the
the
law
administration,
enforcer.
and they went ahead with her nomination knowing that she had been described as a reckless maniac who made insane comments, who wasn't trusted by colleagues to be responsible, and who had a penchant for random conspiracy theories on weird internet sites. Are you saying that this committee does not have any authority or reason to look into which of those things is true?
This committee can look into anything it wishes. I'm telling you that the background investigations that are done by the HRD division are done by career individuals. They do not report the details of those to me. They adjudicate those independently and individually. That's how it's always been done.
What happened during the pause of FBI background investigations that was alleged in the complaint against you and the FBI by the FBI agents who were terminated? On February 12th, Emil Bovee directed the FBI, quote, to pause any FBI background investigations of Trump nominees until Patel was confirmed, which happened on February 20th, is the general description of what they alleged. Why, do you know, were background investigations paused? Was it so material like this could be scrubbed out of them? And have they been resumed without that pause fully and normally after your arrival on February 20th?
I can speak to the time period since I got there. Background investigations have been ongoing across the board at the FBI.
Why was the pause, do you know?
I was not there.
Wasn't explained to you when you got there? Oh, by the way, boss, they've had an 8-day pause on background investigations. You think that would be something that would be explained to you at some point?
Again, I leave it to the men and women at the HRD division to run background investigations. I do not interfere with them.
I get that. But what I don't get is whether you were told about that pause, and why would you not be told about that pause?
I don't recall that, sir.
All right. The allegation also relates that part of the employee review of senior staff was whether or not they voted
Yep, Carrie.
for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election. Since when is who you voted for a proper question for agents to be asked?
I can't really see his face.
I don't know what allegation you're referring to,
Look at his
Senator.
face.
If it's from an ongoing matter in litigation, I can't discuss that. But what I can
This
discuss
is his tweet.
is I
This
can only
is
speak to
his
the
tweet.
FBI's background investigations.
He
There are
tweeted
other
this.
background investigations conducted across the
Yes,
government.
he has a
I can only
camel
speak to
So
mine.
just to
toe.
clarify, I'm not talking about the
I'm
FBI
sorry.
full field background
can't help it.
investigations. I'm talking
I'm
about
sorry, I'm 12.
internal
I'm sorry, I'm 12.
employee reviews for promotion, for termination, for job actions of various kinds. And my question to you is it now the policy of the
Sorry. I'm
FBI
gonna shut up.
to ask agents who they voted for, and since when is who agents voted for a proper question
That's a good question.
for the FBI to ask?
Taking those in reverse order, it's not a proper question, and it's improper to allege that I'm doing that. And also, at the FBI specifically, under my leadership, we do not ask who you
I
voted
think he
for.
just
And one
lies.
correction for the record,
Oh,
if I may,
thank you,
Senator,
Mowing
it's
Star.
Security Division that runs background
I think
investigations, not
he
HRD.
just lies.
Okay, I'll accept that correction. And in the event that we cannot locate your grand jury transcript, just expect a question for the record that will give you the chance to either provide that transcript again if it had been previously provided, or to make the statement that Grand Jury Rule 6E allows you, to the best of your recollection, truthfully, about what it is that you told that grand jury. Do you understand that?
That's why I wanted the transcript released, and we'll get it to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
I think I want to
Wait,
take
I
an
thought he said it was
opportunity
public.
when we hear about
confused.
your political weaponization to remind my Democratic colleagues that what's happened the last decade, federal law enforcement,
shut the
intelligence
fuck up,
community,
old man.
even when Trump was president,
I
has
hate the
thrown everything
staffers.
at him.
Fuck
They've
these
even gone
staffers.
after his associates and Republican Party organizations. One investigation after another, one prosecution after another. I use examples you've heard me already say today: Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost. These were all built on defective foundations of political bias. And then we released the Clinton Index and the Durham Index and the FBI's failures
The
to invest.
The Andex, twice. Really? Really, Grease? Really, old man? That's where we're at now? You stupid fuck. I'm gonna set this. Hold on. Whoop, 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 whoop. Up, 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 stop. Move you over here. Really? That's it? Huh? Yep. Right? Andex? I see. And oh, it's Elvish. I get it. Thank you. Thank you, Oomph.
Could restore the public's trust in the FBI. That's exactly what I've done. Under this administration,
Did I
the
turn
FBI
him
has
down?
more than
Oh, wait a minute.
23,000 violent criminals. That's more than twice for the same time period.
Oh,
from
wait.
last year
Okay.
alone.
Sorry. Shut up.
Investigate.
Wrong one.
So I've been acquainted with this because I've been trying to get to the bottom of it, and we had to get a new FBI director to get all this information, Senator Cornyn.
Krash Patel, welcome. Thank you for your willingness to serve.
Nice
in
corny
this,
cornin.
Very challenging position.
Yeah, get off the
How many people
Zamboni.
work for the FBI today?
Yeah, maybe
Approximately
they should, Meowing Star. Maybe that
36,500,
would help.
give or take.
I've always wondered whether an organization that big and that diffused all across the,
Yeah,
the
exactly,
nation
Neil.
was
That's
actually capable of being managed.
the tragedy of the
Have you
design.
experienced any surprises in terms of the, as the director, in terms of your management of the organization?
In my experience, Senator, the leaders in the field are supposed to lead. So we have empowered and we've changed the structural operation of the FBI to empower
He's like one of
SACs
those
and the
employees
56
that you
field
know is
offices, 55,
bullshitting
56 come
you.
1
You know what I
October,
mean? Like who just
to
doesn't
lead
give a
the mission.
shit and
We've
is just
also
telling you
empowered the
whatever you want to
respective
hear.
assistant directors and
That's who
operational
it is.
directors to lead the mission. That is how you manage 36,500, 37,000 people. No one or two people can do it.
You're not doing
and that's
it.
been the transition, is the power structure is being pushed out to the field operations.
It sounds like a very
Okay. I'm going to explain something again. Okay. If you recall, in the early hours of this Charlie Kirk shooting, you had the press conference, which included local FBI agents. Okay. And at that press conference, not once but twice, they had detained persons of interest and talked about it. Okay. Then having to walk it back and let those people go. Oh, but not before doxing one of their names, thereby putting a target on the back of that poor schmo. So this guy is the most ham-handed, Dunning-Kruger bullshit in over his head, over his skis, 6 feet under scam artist that is not going to be able to fake his way out of this. Okay? He thinks he can fake and bully and smartass his way through this. And I hope and believe that he will not ultimately succeed because he's that fucking dumb. And you can't hide that much dumb. So, yeah.
Practical way to approach it, and how is morale?
Morale, when I travel around the country, in my experience, has never been higher. The FBI
okay, wait,
and the police
but
officers
you've only
that we
been
work
in the
hand
job for
glove
7
with
months.
across this country are excited to do the work.
Wait,
and the stats that I'm
so
citing
not your
are
agents?
no achievement of mine. The stats that I'm citing in the 7 months that I've been there, such as a
No, we know it's not yours.
42% increase in
Stupid.
cyber arrests alone this year, is because the men and women at the FBI have been empowered in the field. They want to do the work. They're getting the
Empowered
opportunity
by,
to do the
with
work.
what?
And with our great
You've cut
partners in
agents.
the respective states like Texas, and where we just returned a top 10 most wanted fugitive in Cindy Singh, are getting the ability to make those prosecutions
Cyber
reality.
arrests. You
By
know,
the
where
way,
you put your
Senator
arms when
Durbin
you're
was asking
typing
about
on the computer.
polygraphs. Aren't
No?
polygraphs a standard
That's
part
not?
of the standard test?
Somebody already
given
asked
to
that,
people with
Corny.
security clearances across the intelligence community
They are.
as a condition to maintaining your security clearance?
I believe they are.
Oh,
Speaking of
believe
intelligence,
they are.
one of the things that I've wondered about over time is, the FBI is a premier law enforcement agency in the nation, but you also have other important responsibilities in counterintelligence. And there's been different debates or people wondering whether, including me, whether that's an appropriate role for the FBI to play. And I guess the most challenging part of that is
What is
if
he
it's
talking
not
about?
at the FBI, where would it go? But can you, given your background, I know as working on the HIPSI.
Meowing
and
Star, I'm so
your
sorry. I've been
intelligence
getting a lot
background,
of that
can
too.
you talk a little bit about what you think about the counterintelligence
stupid.
role of the FBI agents and how that's working, whether you think it's performing the way it should, or whether there are other changes or reforms need to be made in order to improve its functioning? As you know, the threats from our adversary nations are just proliferating every day. So what do you think?
The espionage activities of our adversaries have never been so high, and I think the counterintelligence mission is properly housed
He's
within
trying
the
to
FBI
be a
because
Trump, but he
we've
just
invested
can't
with
quite
those
pull it
authorities
off,
for Congress,
right?
and I believe that mission
Like-
set is working. And if I can, sir,
Yeah.
since January 20th of this year, the FBI has made 55 arrests on the counterintelligence mission alone. That's a 30% increase in CI arrests from the same time year-to-date last year. We've arrested 33% increase in PRC
Oh, you're right. I mean, he's on the
counterintelligence arrests, an
numbers.
83% increase in Russia counterintelligence arrests from the same time last year, then a 60% increase.
I mean, does that
on
really,
Iran
that doesn't really
counterintelligence
count
arrests from the
because,
same time period
like,
last
that's
year.
just
So we are
comparing
already
different
on
lengths
total
of,
exceeding the entirety of the
different
number of arrests
lengths
from the
of,
previous year on counterintelligence matters across the
investigation
board.
time, right?
And in
Like,
my
that's
opinion,
not,
the
those are
FBI is the
apples and
only agency
oranges.
that can do it. Now, we work with
He's
the
too
other
melanin
agencies to do it,
challenged.
and
I
we need
mean,
them,
he's a
but we have the
loyal,
mission set.
he's a loyal
Thank you.
little lapdog. I mean,
You know,
really,
sometimes,
meowing
I
star.
wonder
He has really
whether we
gone to the
sort of
mat
repeat
for that man. And he knows
the
a
way
lot
we do
about that
things
man.
because
So I
we've
think
always done
that's
it
what
that
helps
way. And
keep him around.
I'm getting up to building
'Cause
up
that's
to
how
this
dumb they
issue
all
of
are.
the narco trafficking and what President Trump has ordered the
You know,
Defense
he's just
Department
not
to do in
smooth.
terms of to take out some of these
He's not smooth.
transnational criminal
He
organizations
hangs out with Mike
that are
Flynn.
importing. And the law enforcement model seems to be not working from the
He loves
standpoint
Q.
of dealing with the volume of the threat and the magnitude of the threat. Do you think we need to start thinking about how do we deal within constitutional legal parameters to deal with this problem in a different way to be more effective in protecting the American people?
Absolutely. And the way to analogize this and why I've advocated for the designation, and I'm thankful that the Trump administration has designated these cartels and narco traffickers as foreign terrorist organizations, is because we must treat them
Wait till they
like the
talk
foreign
about
terrorist
Antifa.
organizations post 9/11. We must treat them like the Al Qaedas of the world, because that's how we're operating. And just treating them with law enforcement capabilities
I don't know. I
alone was
feel
wholly
like you're
insufficient
making a lot
to
of
wipe out the
enemies for
targets in
us,
their
and we're
entirety. They
practically
always
in
had
a
the next
war
man
with
up
fucking
philosophy. If you take
Venezuela
out the
of all
leader, they got
people.
10 guys behind him. But in order to eliminate, and that's the key, eliminate the drug trade and eliminate the pouring
God,
into
what
this
is
country of
wrong with this
narcotics, we
guy?
have to use our authorities at the Department of War and the intelligence community to go after the threat like we did terrorists when we were manhunting them. And now we have that ability, and we're seeing that in live time, whether it's on the strike on the boat or going down into Mexico and working with our Mexican authorities with these intelligence assets to say we've located not just
What's
the
on his
person in charge,
tie?
the cadre in charge, but the entire network. And we are now able to dismantle that entire network. It's going to take time. The manhunt after 9/11
It
took
looks
some
like
years,
a
and this is
Johnny
going to be a
Walker
years-long
Red
mission.
logo. You know, the little
Well, I'm
guy
glad you
walking with the
mentioned
top hat and shit.
counterterrorism mission, because we've had a
Yeah,
lot
where
of
will he get his
experience,
drugs
the
if he
U.S. government
eliminate
writ
the drug
large with
trade?
dealing with terrorism in the Middle East
Oh
and
my
elsewhere.
God.
And obviously, some
City
of
on a
our
hill, baby. City on a hill.
friends and allies, like Mexico, for example, are very sensitive about sovereignty
Make a
and,
Ron Contra
being
great
able to,
again.
control what happens on their territory, but yet
I'm sorry,
we're
that's
beginning
not
to see more and more
not-
cooperation.
it's still
as
too
you
soon.
point out in that regard, and so,
Yeah, the drug
in your
trade.
opinion, has the counterterrorism model, have the lessons learned by the U.S. government writ large, are they being aggressively applied? Are there other things
I
we need to
mean,
do
wasn't the
to make sure
counter?
that
Wait.
those
Oh, maybe that was the Commerce
those
Department.
skills, those
Fun.
lessons learned are applied more broadly to the threat of narco trafficking?
I can only speak to the FBI. We are applying all of them to our the CT mission set to the CN mission set, and we're using the new authorities given to our intelligence community partners in the Department of War to combine these collective efforts and in a new way, meeting together and creating an interagency process that gets after the threat dynamic. And whether that's a kill operation, a capture operation, a surrender operation, or a host nation takedown, like we did with the counterterrorism mission sets in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and Pakistan, and elsewhere, we are applying that to the drug traffickers in Mexico and Venezuela and Colombia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have seen too much political violence in this country. We all know that. Just last week, Director, your friend Charlie Kirk was gunned down on a college campus. I'm sorry for your loss. In Minnesota, only 2 months ago, a madman took the life of my friends, Melissa and Mark Hortman, shot Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette a combined 17 times. And evidence indicates that he would have killed a lot more if law enforcement hadn't intervened. Just last month in my state, we were again shook to the core when little kids were shot down through stained glass windows in Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. And while the victims weren't politicians in this case, they were 6-year-olds and 8-year-olds, the manifesto that the shooter left behind was political. But in the words of your own federal law enforcement, this person was an all-purpose hater. Went after blacks, Hispanics, the president, Muslims, Jews, nearly everyone. And this happened during the first Mass of the year for these kids. They were excited to see their friends, meet their new teachers, and 2 children, 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel, 10-year-old Harper Moisky, were murdered. 21 other people injured, some of the kids, 18 kids, severely. Fletcher was just starting 3rd grade. He loved his family, his friends. He loved fishing and cooking. In his dad's words, her parents described her as bright, joyful, and a deeply loved 10-year-old whose laughter, kindness, and spirit touched everyone that she knew. We've heard the words of young children who were saved because 12-year-olds laid on top of them, or a kid with disabilities who was paralyzed, whose teacher pulled him out of the wheelchair, threw him under the pew, and laid on top of him. We do thank the local FBI director and the local U.S. Attorney's Office for their work in both of these cases, the Hortman case and this. But I did want to focus on one local law enforcement moment that I'm not sure has made with all the news going on in Minnesota. When the first 911 call, and you've heard about other places where this waited and waited, the first 911 call was made at 8:27 a.m. The first officer was on the scene just 4 minutes later, local Minneapolis police, at 8:31 a.m. The Chief O'Hara, shared with me the actual numbers. Listen to this. Over 20 people were in ambulances just 14 minutes, all of them, after the police got on the scene. 14 minutes after the first call. Tourniquets, stretchers, and they got them all to Hennepin County Medical Center or Minneapolis Children's Hospital. And I think it is worth looking at what happened there, because one of the dads whose daughter was severely injured, still in the hospital, that I met on Sunday, told me that
Hi,
there's
Mom.
absolutely no way
All right, see you
his
later.
beautiful daughter would have survived if police hadn't been there. So it is worth looking at for all of us. So my focus on behalf of these parents, because I promised I would do this on Sunday, was just to figure out how we can do anything to stop this from happening again. So expanded background checks, ghost gun bans, every shooting is different.
Yeah, how are those numbers?
Raising the minimum age to purchase an assault weapon, even if we're not going to ban them. I favor banning them, but that's one idea that's out there. When so many of these shootings are people who are 18, 19, 20, 21. The one at Annunciation Church was 23. Both shooters in Uvalde and Buffalo had just turned 18 when they purchased the assault weapon bans. I'm not saying any one of these things would prevent every single shooting, but I really ask everyone to look at these. We also need to tackle social media, and I really did appreciate Senator Graham's questions. I think we have to protect free speech and not engage in censorship. But for years, I have supported repealing Section 230, which was made when these companies were little companies starting up in garages. And I think it is one way to get at making this better environment online and preventing violence. So my first question is on the assault weapon ban. Do you think that would be helpful in reducing gun deaths, Director?
Senator, if I may, I want to answer the question, but thank you for your remarks, especially it relates to my friend Charlie. And I share and relay my remarks, my sentiments to you. Minnesota has suffered untold tragedy in these last few months. And whatever creativity we can use to eliminate even just one shooting, one horrific death, I am in favor of engaging with Congress fully to do. I don't have the answers. I don't know what will eliminate it in its entirety, but I'm willing to engage and explore new ways with you, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And so, assault weapon ban. What do you think?
Senator, I think there are instances on this legislation that could prevent future attacks, but I'm not going to weigh into the creation of legislation.
Could you also look at, and I favor
Yeah,
just
no.
assault weapon
He's
ban,
not gonna
not
say
getting
that.
the hands in these guns in the hands of people that shouldn't have them. But could you look at the numbers on the ages?
Yes.
Because from 18, even going from 18 to 21, which wouldn't have prevented the shooter in Annunciation Church from purchasing that gun. He purchased several the same day. Over 100 rounds were fired from the assault weapon through the stained glass windows. So if you went up to 25, it would have stopped that immediate purchase and probably saved the lives of these kids. But if you go to 21, that is the same age that already applies to purchasing handguns from federally licensed dealers. So I prefer another approach, but I was hoping that our Republican colleagues would at least look at that, given Uvalde, Buffalo, and some of these
we're
other
watching
mass
Crash in the
shootings,
hot
trying to be
seat.
practical, but thinking that
He's
it
crashing
could make a
in the
major
hot
difference.
seat.
Strengthening background checks, could you also look at that? And then banning ghost guns and bump stocks. What do you
He's
think
got to
of that?
bring in Charlie.
So,
They're all
Senator,
on
you're
mission.
talking to my
They've
heart
gotta
here on
use- they've
one of the
gotta
core missions
milk
at
that.
the FBI, which is our CJIS facility in Winchester, Virginia, which is our hub for our NICS checks, our NCICs, our capabilities on when we have, I think it's 19,000 state and local community law enforcement
Yeah,
come
exactly.
to us for these background checks.
can
We're trying to
so
make
be
that processing
imaginative
as fast as we can so we can get them real-time
Congress.
information. I think we have a
We could do
93%
lunch.
clearance rate in 15 minutes as it relates to
I'll
ghost
bring a
guns,
deck.
but we can do better.
All right, well, just, if you could get back to me on all those and talk to the White House. Threats against elected officials have increased exponentially. Members of Congress received more than 9,000 threats last year, up from 1,600 in 2016. There's been a lot of talk about the rhetoric and the like.
Yeah,
And if we want to
she's
move
good at being
forward
nice.
on things like Section 230, or even look if we can do anything on guns, I do think we're going to have to be honest about this all-purpose hater issue, and it has bothered me, this thing, we're going to go after this group, we're going to have to go after this group. I just want to, for the record, show that the murder of Speaker Hortman and her husband, it was Democratic lawmakers on his list. He went to the ones whose addresses he had, by the way. Planned Parenthood was on the list, as were businesses and law firms, doctors. I already mentioned the ones with the Catholic Church shooting. So it is not just, as the radicals on the left, what's a quote from the president, are the problems or destructive movement of left-wing extremism that Vice President Vance said. According to the Anti-Defamation League last year, all the murders were committed. And I'm not actually going to say this because I don't even want to go left-right with this, but you can imagine it wasn't from the left. Cato Institute, conservative think tank, published a study just last week that found terrorists from the right were responsible for 6 times more deaths than people from the left. I actually don't want to go tit for tat on this, but what I am asking for is that this rhetoric of blaming one
I do
side or
appreciate
the
how
other
she's
stop.
phrasing
If
this.
you
Like,
could convey
help me
that
out
to the
here,
president, and
like.
that we actually work on things that are solutions. So could you commit to
I don't
me,
know.
Mr.
I don't know if he's
Patel,
landed
Director
yet.
Patel, that you will do that?
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
So easy to say that.
You were asked about social media, and I will put some more questions on the record about that. I think we could make major movement on that. The local FBI helped when the city of St. Paul was a victim of a cyber attack, and I'm concerned about some of the cyber attack cuts. I'll ask you that on the record. AI, I'm glad you raised that. I think we have to do more, but also including election interference because they're using AI videos. I just had one happen in this very committee on me, and I just think they're going to start using it in democracy, election. They could be foreign. Do you think some of this is foreign entities, Mr. Patel?
Generally speaking, we have traced a lot of this to loose groups overseas that don't have any sort of central
Loose
cluster.
groups.
There's going to be a lot on you then.
Wait,
and then last,
what?
I'll put on.
What? Has anyone told him about the Internet Research Agency as part of the Kremlin? No? Has he not heard of that yet? Maybe that's in month 8. That might be in month 8. You might get that information then. So, okay, that's probably it. That's right. That's probably it. Well, Lee, I'm glad you're able to come and check in on us, and we love you very much and know that your life must be very busy right now with all the tariff bullshit.
The record, just my concern about protecting journalists, the new guidance that came out of the department. Have you deployed any FBI resources to investigate members of the media for activities related to news gathering, reporting, or reporting on government whistleblowers, something near and dear to the chairman's heart?
The
I don't
only
think he's landed
time
yet.
we would involve an investigation of a journalist if they've conducted or committed an allegation of separate criminal activity, most prominently leaks of classified information.
Thank you.
Senator Hawley.
Oh,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Josh
Director
Hawley.
Patel,
No,
good
it's
to see you. Thank you for being
Josh
here.
Cotton,
for
Tom
leading the
Hawley.
FBI at a very
Can
critical
never tell
time
which
for
one
that
it is.
agency, and also a critical time for our country. And I want
We
to
might
start
jump ahead. Oh, we
by
can.
talking to you about the tide of
I don't know.
violence that we have seen, ideological
Let's
violence
do it.
against people
Let's
of
just
faith,
stay with it.
particularly
the bullet.
Christians. You just think here, take a
Christians?
rough catalog. Just in the last couple of years, we've seen at the Covenant School,
Rough
Christian School in
catalog?
Nashville. We've seen school shooting at the Annunciation School. We've seen church shootings multiply. We've seen acts of
How many?
crime
Which
and
ones?
violence, vandalism, arson against
Which
churches
ones?
and parishes all across the
Oh,
country.
you
And then,
mean
of
like
course,
the
last week,
Proud
Charlie
Boys?
Kirk.
Do you mean like when the Proud Boys attacked the AME church in Washington, D.C. and ripped down their signs and burned them and things like that, and then ended up losing a lawsuit so that now the AME church in Washington, D.C. actually owns the rights to any use of the trademarks of Proud Boys nationally? Did you know that? So, yeah, is that what you mean? Tom Hawley, Josh Cotton? Is that what you mean? Okay. All right. Just checking.
Who said, "I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith," was shot on a college campus. Let me just start with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Is the FBI, and I appreciate the tremendous work the FBI has done in this investigation, is the FBI
Oh, let's all
investigating
congratulate
the Kirk
ourselves on that.
assassination as part of
We
this
didn't keep him
broader
alive,
pattern
but, you
of
know,
anti-religious, anti-Christian violence?
we took the phone call.
We are investigating Charlie's
FBI, we take the
assassination,
call.
fully and completely, and running out every lead related to any allegation of broader violence, and we're producing results on that we'll disclose.
What
when
results are
appropriate.
that?
Good. I'm glad to
I
hear
know,
that.
Tom
Let me just
Hawley,
ask you a
Josh
few questions
Cotton.
about
They're
that,
the
if I
same
could.
person.
Reports have suggested that the FBI is
The same.
investigating a broader network of groups that may have had some knowledge
Oh,
of the
here
shooter's
we go.
plans.
Here we
Can
go.
you give us any details
It's his Discord
on
group.
that, following up
Those
what you've already
Discord
said in
groups.
public? How's the FBI working to find other potential accomplices, folks who may have known about the shooter's plans,
Oh, my
folks who may have encouraged him?
God.
Any update on any of that?
So in terms of what we do for an interrogation perspective, we go and
I
reach
want
out to
Howard
the family and
Nuttlicker to
community
really get in
immediately.
trouble.
We've conducted those investigations and
He
interrogations
was
with local law
Epstein's
enforcement.
next door
And
neighbor.
we're continuing to do that because those closest to the suspect are going to hopefully know the most about the suspect and
So,
his beliefs and his
why are
ideology.
you talking
On
about
top
an
of that,
investigation that's ongoing?
unfortunately, it has been
Can I
leaked that there
ask
was
that question?
a Discord chat, and for those unfamiliar with it, it's a gaming chat room
Yeah.
online.
That's woo. He
that
said
the
Discord,
suspect
y'all.
Participated
Woo,
in. So
woo.
what we're
Let's hear it
doing,
for
We've already
Discord.
done
Whoop,
is sort of
whoop.
legal process, not just on Discord.
Yeah, we play
so that
Wordle.
the information we gathered is sustained and held in a evidentiary posture that we could use in prosecution should it be decided to do so. And we're also going to be investigating anyone and everyone involved in that Discord chat.
Okay, very good. I
Aggressive
see the public reports
interrogation
that
posture.
the
I
Discord thread has as
know.
many as 20 additional users. It sounds like you're trying to run down all
We're
of
a
that to
bunch
see
of
if that's
gamers.
accurate.
We play
Who else
Wordle.
may have been on that thread, what they may have known. Is that fair to say?
It's a lot more than that, and we're running them all down.
It's a lot more than 20,
Yes, sir.
and you're running all of that to ground.
Every single
Wait,
one.
what?
Yeah, fantastic.
Fantastic.
Let me just
I
turn to
just
the
came.
broader question here of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence. Let me just give you a few stats that I'm sure that you're all too familiar with. Every person of faith in America certainly is. Major
so
report
sorry.
this past year found that there have been
I
over
didn't. I was saying he
400
did.
instances of
was a
hostility
joke.
against churches in the United States in the year 2024. Those included arsons, bomb threats, shootings, and firearm
Oh,
incidents.
how about the bomb threat?
Another organizational report found that there were
Wordle is
500 attacks on
radicalizing as
Catholic
fuck.
parishes alone. So that number 415, that's all Christian churches
Yeah.
in 2024. Another organization found 500 separate attacks on
Who's
just
that
Catholic
guy?
parishes
Who's
since
that
May
guy?
of
Who's
2020.
the bald guy
Of course, we
behind
have the
him?
Covenant
Is that
School
somebody?
shooting,
No.
the Annunciation School shooting in
somebody?
Minnesota where 2 children were shot dead as they were praying in a
Vertical.
pew. Here's my question.
I did say that.
What is the FBI doing to take on this rising
Let's call it
tide
Wordical from
of
now on.
violence that seems to be motivated by anti-religious hatred?
Specifically, sir, we've had
I gotta open up some
60
more weed. Hold
anti-Catholic
on.
hate crime incidences reported to us that are being investigated. Publicly, I can tell you we have 5 hate crime investigations with anti-Catholic bias ongoing currently in the states, in the cities of
Who's
Kansas
picking
City,
on the
Louisville,
Catholics?
Houston, Nashville,
What's the
and
matter?
Richmond. That's
I
what I
will-
can say
oh,
publicly,
you
but
don't-
any ideologically
I hate
based
having weed when
attack
people don't.
against any faith, as a man of faith myself, will not be tolerated, and the full resources of the FBI are committed to all of it.
Faith in what?
Are you investigating any domestic cells that instigate or encourage or fund
He wants
or
Antifa.
in any way support
Soros,
attacks on
I
churches
guess.
or other houses of worship?
Traditionally,
Senator, you
the
raised
Protestant.
an incredibly important point that most people don't look at. I've always said we follow the money. And whether
Oh,
it's
Karen,
terrorism
please. Yeah, it's
or
terrible.
attacks based on ideology or attacks on institutions of faith or people of faith, someone's paying for it. And we are
Wordalism. I
reverse tracing
apologize.
those steps. We
No,
are not
it's
stopping at the
wordical.
perpetrator themselves. We are reverse engineering to hold those accountable in
It's
our
because we're
investigations
gamers now,
to
because
who
we have a
funded
Discord.
them and knowingly
Yeah,
funded
we're
them. And
cool.
we will bring the
We're so
appropriate
cool.
steps against them with our partners at DOJ.
Good, I'm glad
I
to
mean, we're
hear
not
that. We
like
look forward
planning
to
anything,
reports on that progress.
but we do play Wordical.
Sorry about
And
that.
we watch Patrick Swayze films.
Let me just ask you this in the same vein, Director. Since the Dobbs decision, the FBI has advertised $25,000 rewards for information
Yeah,
on
we're
attacks on abortion
wordless.
clinics.
That's what we are. We're a group
Will
of
the
wordless.
FBI similarly offer rewards for information
Radical
on attacks
wordless.
on houses of worship?
Yes, when it is appropriate, the rewards are any reward, whether it's
Does
an
he
attack
want
on a
the
house
reward?
of faith or on a homicide or whatever, is determined by
Why
a
is
group
he
within
asking?
the FBI. But we will work with them to make
Why is
sure
Tom Hawley
that
asking
rewards
Josh
of monetary
Cotton?
value are put out for all ideologically based attacks.
Good. You just rattled off some statistics, which I was glad to hear about the number of investigations.
Yeah, I
you
like
have
hearing
open,
numbers. It
the
makes me
incidents
feel
you're tracking
good.
against Christians,
Makes me
against
feel
houses of worship.
confident.
Let me just ask you if you consider designating a senior official as a liaison to houses of worship, to Christian and other
Wait,
religious
what?
organizations,
Don't
to
we have a
publish metrics
faith
on
office or something?
investigations and
Why?
arrests related to church
Do all the
attacks,
mosques get
church
that-
threats, vandalism,
that
arson,
outreach
etc.
too?
Will you set up a system for
they?
liaising and then reporting so that everybody can
mosques
see, this committee and the
receive
public can
benefit of
see
that?
just how many attacks we're talking about, just what the level of threat and violence is and what the FBI is doing to combat it?
Senator, you're speaking my language. The private-public sector partnership on this specific issue, just like the other ones we've talked about, is equally transformative to finding those involved in these criminal activities. And with your assistance, I would ask you if you're able to identify someone who's an expert in that area, we will work with them. We will take their
public-private
information
partnership?
because
I don't like
as great
that.
as the FBI is, we're
I don't
only
like
as good
it.
as the information we can get, and we
I
don't
don't
have
like
the
it.
reach that
Okay, so this is important. This is one of those things that just goes, for me, sometimes under the radar. So what he basically just said is they're going to do public-private partnership where they would bring in an expert, like, oh gosh, I don't know, Eric Prince. No, he's not the expert, but someone to put the target on the backs of all kinds of, yeah, exactly, in walks Teal. So I think there's definitely it's not like, oh, appoint someone in the agency to be the liaison and da-da-da-da-da and really focus on the, outreach to houses of worship. And, yeah, fuck that shit. I mean, Palmer, not Eric Prince. He's not really into that, I guess. I don't know. I mean, maybe I shouldn't assume that, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, anyway. He's busy over in the Congo, actually. Eric Prince is busy in the Congo.
the private sector does in some of these areas.
Very good. Happy to help on that. Let me ask you about
Like, he acts like the
something
FBI
specific to
agents
the
don't know how
FBI,
to do
because Sadly,
anything.
as you know, the FBI, when it comes to anti-religious animus, has been part of the problem before you got to this agency. And I know that you remember
Oh, wow.
the
Really,
infamous memo
Filosa?
generated
Oh,
by the
shit.
FBI that attempted to recruit informants in houses of worship, in particular in Catholic parishes. Your predecessor testified when this information, I just want to reiterate, this memo became public because of a whistleblower. It was not turned
Oh
over to
my
this committee. It was not disclosed to this committee. In fact, we were told it didn't exist, and then a whistleblower
Blow
published
my
it,
whistle,
showing that indeed the
asshole.
FBI had recruited informants, attempted to, into Catholic parishes. Your predecessor then testified.
Yeah, he was a
sitting
little,
right where you are
jumpy in
today,
the
he
beginning,
testified
too,
that this, I'm
Paul.
going to quote, was a single product by a single field
Yeah,
office. end
everything
quote.
is
That was
privatized.
a lie.
How
Because we then had
convenient.
additional whistleblowers come forward and say, no, actually, multiple field offices contributed to the drafting of the report. And indeed, there was a second anti-Catholic memo that the FBI generated. And indeed, those memos were
Oh my
distributed to
God.
over
I feel like we've been
1,000
talking about
FBI agents across the
anti-Catholic
country.
memos
You know
for
all
like
of this. You and I talked
5
about it
years
when
or
you were here for your
something.
confirmation hearing
Fuck.
back in January. I just want to follow up and
Enough.
see, have you been able to determine how this memo got written and distributed?
Shit.
How is
Why
it
did
that
you-
the Federal
okay.
Bureau of Investigation came to be recruiting informants
Why
in
are you
Christian
acting so
churches in this
fucking
country?
weird?
Senator, we did dig in, And we are doing our investigation
God
simultaneously with
damn.
Congress. And just
People
to
are
put it
so
in perspective,
annoying.
we've provided 700 documents on the Richmond Catholic Memo specifically to this committee, whereas my predecessor provided 19 pages. And not only that, but we looked into
I wanna
how
show
the
you this
source
picture.
recruitment structure at the
I'm going to stop him because, frankly, I'm going to show you this. So I was, just laying in bed this morning, surfing the net, doom scrolling, if you will. Hi, Jane. And then I saw this come up in my For You page, like when you have that YouTube For You page. This is Kai Trump's page. I don't subscribe to her, but she comes up on my homepage on YouTube. And this is what I didn't watch the video, but this is the video. Surprising my best friend for her birthday. That's a pink Range Rover. Okay, those are expensive. Looks like it's real expensive. And you know what I couldn't help thinking was, is this the result of Don Jr.'s new private club? Is this, are we, when bank robbers tell each other, don't spend the money, don't spend the money. I think they're spending the money. Okay, I just wanted to show that. I don't know why, but oh, wait a minute. What's this? I know. I mean, really, who cares about I'm sorry. I love you Catholics. I used to be one. That's Kai Trump. That's Trump's granddaughter. It's Don Jr.'s spawn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Cash is lying. Crash, you're lying. Hey, Crash, you're lying. Oops. Oops, gal found it again. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh. All right. Kyle Cheney says Krash Patel just incorrectly said incorrectly or on purpose lied. Lyingly. Deviously said his grand jury testimony has been publicly released. Judge Boasberg denied Politico's bid to win the transcript's release in July, but said Patel was free to discuss it. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart. Okay, Boasberg again denies a political bid of unsealed grand jury. This is from July. But he's like, yes. But he can talk about it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, gal.
FBI was conducted during this time, and we made
the
adjustments and permanent
FBI.
fixes to ensure that sources are not put into houses of worship unless there is an actual
Oh my gosh,
ongoing
Lakes,
criminal
I
or
think that's
international
absolutely
terrorism
beautiful,
threat.
Jane. Be
We will not
safe.
use sources at this FBI
Yeah, showing off their mob money.
to investigate and cull information just
The
for the
stable
sake of
coin,
culling
the-
information in houses of worship.
All those tariffs.
There have been terminations related to this and resignations.
Yeah, it could be Karen, but you're being
Good.
pretty generous.
There need to be, because if this is going to be standard at the FBI, nobody can trust the
Yeah,
FBI.
Jay
We're talking
Rance.
about violating the First Amendment.
Us
This has got
Catholics,
First
we turn
Amendment
the other
violation
cheek and
written
move
all over
on.
it. It's one of the most revolting chapters in the FBI's history. And considering what we're seeing more broadly in terms of the acts of violence against people of faith, this has absolutely got to end. The FBI has to lead the way. So I count on you to do that.
Okay,
Director. Let me just, in
whatever.
the minute or
Whatever,
so that I have
dude.
remaining, let me just shift
I just
gears
don't
and
think
ask you about
anybody's
something else
bothering you
said
guys
earlier.
right
You
now.
said that
I'm so
protecting our
sorry,
youth
but
is
I'm
maybe
not
the
seeing
FBI's
it.
top priority. It's great
Pictures
to hear.
or it
Let me
didn't
ask you
happen.
about the role of AI chatbots in that, which you've talked about a
Uh-oh,
little bit
here we
already
go.
today. Are you investigating any cases of AI-generated child sex abuse material? You issued a PSA
Okay.
earlier this year
Listen.
warning that synthetic
Okay. I don't
child
want
sex
to.
abuse
I
material,
don't
that's
want
what
to
the AI
get
generates it
anybody
using
upset.
maybe
I
real
don't want
kids'
anyone
image,
to
but
have
it
the worst day
generates
at their
sex
job.
material, sex abuse material. You warned that was
Okay, I don't want anyone to have their worst day at their job ever. If you know, you know. These guys cannot stop talking about CSAM. Lindsay, whoever the other guy was, Corny or whoever. They cannot stop fucking talking about it. I just don't. It stinks to high heaven, and I'm sorry, but it stinks. If you are so fucking obsessed, there's something wrong. I'm sorry.
Illegal under federal law. Is the FBI
Yikes.
investigating any instances
I mean, I don't
of
think
this
so, Jane. I don't
synthetic
think. I think the
CSAM
Catholics are okay. I
material
mean, sure,
generated
there's,
by AI
whatever.
We are investigating.
There's books about
dozens
Opus Dei.
of those matters because let me just say this: as
Pretty
far as
mad
the
about
FBI is
that.
concerned, generative AI that produces CSAM, child sexual abuse material, under our investigative authorities, is treated as equally as if it were actual.
Well, you better
child
talk
sexual
to
abuse
Elmo
material.
then
There's no
about
difference for
Grok.
me and the FBI on this.
Let me just ask you one other thing.
I
in
feel
this
like they're
vein.
just too
I'm sure you've
obsessed,
seen the
and
reporting
it's not
that
healthy.
Meta's AI rules,
That's all. That's all
their
I'm
own
saying.
internal guidelines allowed their chatbots to have
Because they don't
sensual-
actually do
it's their word,
anything.
sensual
They don't fund the
conversations with
trafficking in
children.
persons office.
We've had instances, multiple instances of children, minors, taking their own lives at the behest of chatbots that instructed them with specificity.
I read an article
on
about
how to
it.
do it. What's the FBI's role here in investigating what is
I saw
going
a short
on
about it.
with these chatbots,
Peace
with
Love.
these AI companies encouraging? I mean, listen, if an
Opus Dei
actual
needs a
person did
horse
that,
head.
we would say that's grooming. We would say that's
How
child
equally
abuse.
is the comparator
These companies
treated?
are
I
doing
can't
it. Their
even
own
remember what we were
guidelines allow
talking
it.
about.
What can we do about that?
Oh,
You're referring to
yeah,
NVE,
yeah.
Realistic Violent Extremism, and the
If it was
764.
real,
It has
yeah.
been made a priority of the FBI because they are targeting children, and these chatbots and these generative AI are getting coupled with actual humans who are using them and releasing them because they can do the work faster and quicker than humans can and get into spaces like social media where humans have a difficulty in engaging. And what we're doing is treating any extension of generative AI as the criminal themselves. And we have, I think, I've got to get the number back to you, but over 1,000 investigations related to NVE. We've had numerous takedowns and arrests of 764
What's the year over year on that
and we are
one?
educating, this may be the most important part. I'm directly engaging with the social media and media companies, the internet service providers, to find a way to shut down. There's nothing I can do at the FBI to force them to shut it down, but work with you in Congress to find a way to work with our partners to get that shut down permanently.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley.
Oh,
Thank you,
Chris
Chairman, for
Coons,
calling this
sellout.
hearing. I'm grateful we're continuing.
I don't like this guy. I'm
committee's
sorry.
long tradition of oversight.
I'm
and
sorry if he's your
particularly today,
senator.
Oversight of the FBI. Director Patel,
I
thank
think
you
he's
for
a
being
mealy
here.
mouth
There's a number of
milk
issues I
toast
hope that we
man.
can speak to. I want to start by reading something you said to me during your confirmation hearing under oath. I have no interest, no desire, and will not, if confirmed, go backwards. There will be no politicization at the FBI.
Well,
you looked me
now
in the
that's a
eyes and said, "There
feeling,
will be
and that's why
no
it's easy for them to
retribution
escape
actions taken by the
accountability
FBI
because
should I
they
be
just talk in
confirmed as
feelings
director."
words.
I told you
Yeah,
that in your office.
that's
I
it.
tell you that again today. I'm concerned that that's not what's happened, that since you took over as
God.
director.
But you got to define
you've
politicization.
cleaned house
See, this is
or
what this is
forced
where
out senior
Democrats
leaders
lose.
across the Bureau, in
They don't
particular
understand how to
targeting
make
those
the
that worked on
argument.
investigations
Oh
of
my
President
God.
Trump. The former acting director has just sued you.
I want to start a
for firing
website
him for political
for like
reasons.
the
So
best
did a leader
questions
in
that
the
should be
DC
asked at
field office.
everybody's hearing.
And the well-respected leader of the Salt Lake City office was pushed out last
By
month.
person. We could
leaving
have a
that
list of
office
questions for
shorthanded
Kash
at
Patel.
a
It could just be
particularly
constantly be
difficult time.
updated. So anytime he's
I'm
in front
worried
of
that
them,
these actions
the
compromise
staffers
Bureau's
can go
ability
to that
keep
and at least
Americans
make sure
safe.
they've got all the
Hundreds of
questions.
agents have resigned.
Oh my
You
God.
are lowering application standards to fill vacancies. You've reassigned large numbers of agents to work on immigration and street crime, issues other law enforcement agencies can handle, perhaps more effectively with the FBI. But I'm concerned that this compromises
Everybody's
the Bureau's
such a
ability to
gentleman.
address national security risks, uniquely its capability. In
I'm
fact,
sorry,
you've shut
but
down
could
the
you
Office of
remove the
Integrity and
SS from
Compliance,
my
which
street,
makes sure
sir?
that agents act in a lawful and ethical way, and reassign staff away from domestic terrorism
Is that Grey
investigations.
Poupon?
Exactly at a moment I think we are all concerned about it. I also have to ask, you came before the Appropriations Committee in May and told us you wanted a $500 million budget cut for the FBI, literally an effort to defund the police. I am grateful for the work of the men
Ouch.
and women of the FBI. They've done great work this year in Delaware, partnering with the Dover Police Department to support human trafficking victims, partnering with the Middletown Police Department on armed robbery and carjacking. And
Searching
it's urgent,
Biden's
I think,
home.
that we fix the direction and the prioritization within the FBI. And I wish we could focus on those efforts today. but I'm seeing an FBI leadership more focused on social media clout
Yep.
and on political revenge than on fighting crime. Director, have you ever
Oh, he's gonna be
ordered that an
offended by
FBI
that.
employee be terminated because he or she worked on an investigation into President Trump?
Senator, thank you. One quick correction for the record. There's 280 NV investigations. I gave the incorrect number to Senator Hawley. Thank you.
Oh,
Commissioner.
yeah, he said
As
1,000,
far as
just to remind
a
you.
lot of your statement, I disagree with it, and I'm happy to address it. But the only way, generally speaking, an
It is
individual is
Valhalla.
terminated at the FBI is if they have violated their
Oh,
oath of
wait,
office,
I have an idea.
violated the law, or failed to uphold the standards that we need them to have at the FBI.
Oh, whoops,
So
that's the wrong one.
those who say that they've been
There it is.
fired because of working on investigations into President Trump are lying or misrepresenting?
Well, those matters are alleged in litigation, which is ongoing, so I can't comment on those specifically.
There we
Could you
go.
comment on why you fired
damn
former
it.
acting FBI Director Driscoll?
I can't because it's ongoing litigation.
Could you say now definitively under oath that the rank and file
we go.
agents who were assigned to work January 6 cases will not be terminated because that's what they were assigned
No,
to
they already
do?
were.
I've said it before and I've said it again. Your case assignment, as I was given case assignments when I was a young prosecutor, does not dictate your career or your termination.
Oh, what a coinky dink.
Then let me go to the appropriations question. In May, you testified before the subcommittee on which I serve, defending the president's request that we slash the FBI's budget by about $500 million. The day before, you testified the opposite in
did?
front of the House. Where are we in terms of the budget request? Senator Graham earlier said if you're requesting more funding for more agents, let us know. We're nearing the end of the fiscal year. In front of the committee on which I serve here in the Senate, your request was for a reduction of hundreds of millions of dollars. Where are
Yep.
we?
Where we are in the budget cycle is we at the FBI are in support of the president's budget and we are in support of eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. We've already identified tens of millions of dollars.
Okay,
of duplicative
show me the
contracts
reports that have
the FBI
identified.
was
Show
spending
me.
on
Show
software
me the
private sector
analysis.
engagements.
Show me
We've
the
also
analysis.
identified duplicative workloads. So we are transitioning
Show me
those
the
folks out
analysis.
of doing the same thing
Show
twice
me.
over and into the field. And that's
Show
my
me-
focus right
show me
now.
your
And the move
data.
of the FBI headquarters is also going to save the
Show
FBI $3.5
the
billion
data.
in the American
This is the
taxpayer.
least
So we're
transparent
focused on eliminating waste, fraud, and
administration.
abuse. And as I
No
told
one
Senator
has seen
Graham,
the data.
if we're
How
I'll go back
embarrassing.
and talk to my team, and if we need more, we'll let you know.
Are you planning any additional
How
reductions
fucking
in force, Director?
embarrassing.
No.
How many vacancies are you currently trying to fill within the agency?
In terms of the 1811 ranks, there's a few hundred open vacancies that we have funded. And so we're filling all of those with our hybrid 1811 program and our new recruitment program. And I think a lesser amount of IAs and SOS.
So if hundreds of agents have retired or taken the fork in the road offer, and you have vacancies, but you're requesting 500 million less, how does having fewer FBI agents help you tackle violent crime and address our national security issues?
Just to put it in
and
perspective,
cybersecurity
Senator,
issues?
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If we had this 500 million, we've done the math. It would take us 14 years to onboard every vacancy that's on the books currently at the FBI because we can't hire these folks and train them overnight. It's a years-long process.
Wait,
So
I
we
thought
are
it was 8
currently
weeks.
focused on
Wait, I thought it was
recruiting
18
the
weeks.
best
Wait,
and
what?
filling the positions to the best of our needs. And we, even if we had this extra money, wouldn't be able to hire them overnight. We're looking for where the need is greatest, where in the country we need to send them, and
my
how we can
God.
change the training requirements, which is why I'm thrilled to have police officers. They might not have a college degree, but they got the street smarts and the cop smarts to become FBI agents, and that's what we want.
Let me turn
How
to
about the
Section
3
702.
percenters?
When you testified in front of the CJS subcommittee, we talked about this issue. You told me you were in favor of reauthorizing FISA Section 702 when it expires next year. So
Neil,
long
I
as the
just saw your
reforms,
thing.
implemented
they
last
spend too
year,
much money,
reforms
they'll
like better
eventually
training
be
for
bounced.
agents and real
End up in the
consequences
trailer
for
refrigerator truck.
inappropriate
Oh my
searches of
God.
Americans' communications were maintained.
Good fellas.
You also said that you had some ideas about how to make Section 702 better going forward. Can you give me an update on the FBI's implementation of these reforms and the direction you think it should go?
Absolutely. I think you're referring to the query process, and if you're not, let me know. But any instance of abuse or mistakes that were made in the query process have now been changed. It used to be you can make multiple mistakes and continue to access the query database system. I've changed that. If you make a mistake, you're immediately sidelined, a review is conducted, and if it was an actual mistake, i.e., there should have been S on the end of that name and there wasn't, then we put you back in. But we have to review those matters. So that's happening. And if there was an intentional mistake, you have no more access to the 702 query system and its database. So we've also done
Well,
an
if it's
audit of the
intentional, it's not
entire
a mistake.
702 system and the query databases, and now we are nearly 100% of the audit. And I think we found one or two, I'll have to get back to you, quote-unquote mistakes within that system, which are currently being reviewed.
Thank you. You had told me in May that you'd send me updated statistics about the Section 702 searches of Americans' data. I haven't received it. When will I get that?
I'll work with my team to get that to you, Senator.
And frankly, in May, when you were testifying that you were implementing these reforms, you were also closing down the Office of Internal Auditing at the FBI. Now, that was the office created in the first Trump administration to improve the Bureau's compliance with Section 702. How is that working out? How can you continue to advocate for robust civil liberty protections but shut down the office that was created to enforce those safeguards? Help me understand this.
Absolutely, Senator. This is a great example of sort of duplicative work. Both, there was two divisions in the FBI working on this, and all we did was the inspection division, which is the leader in this query system and this audit system, has now been given the single source mandate to conduct these. So the OIA, its elimination, is just taking folks who were working there and were experts in it and folded in under the inspection division, and then taking other folks that we didn't need because we had enough manpower and pushing them elsewhere in the FBI.
I'm concerned about the rise in threats against members of our judiciary. What are you
Yes, sir.
doing with the U.S. Marshal Service to help protect our federal judges and with state and local judicial systems to help provide some of the expertise of the FBI in protecting them as well?
I share your concern, Senator. We have 35 open investigations, 17 against federal judges, and the remainder against state court judges and threats that they have received. And as you know, federally, there's a specific statute.
Have
which
you
prohibits
actually
that,
checked on
so
the
we are
man who
working up
continues
those
to threaten
cases,
those federal judges?
and referring
He
them
appears to
prosecution where
reside
we
at
can meet the
1600
threshold
Pennsylvania
for
Avenue.
evidence.
In your written testimony, you referenced how counter-UAS legislation expires, and we need to resolve the conflict in jurisdiction and authority. I agree, this is an urgent concern. I have heard from state and local law enforcement about it, from the folks responsible for major events, whether it's sports or concerts or public events. Given the tragic increase in political violence, I'm very concerned about the misuse of drones and the potential of there being a catastrophic event. What could we do to address this challenge?
Well, obviously, reauthorizing the capabilities that we have under the counter-UAS program. But just to highlight what the FBI is specifically doing, we've been given the mandate to work with DHS to secure not just the Club World Cup that we had, by the way, which occurred in 32 matches across the country without any significant incident, which we're proud of, and we're taking that model for the next World Cup and also the Olympics. But the reason I bring that up is because we pushed out our counter-UAS programs to address the security needs, and that's where our focus is on events like that.
Mr.
Senator
Director,
Kennedy.
thank you for your testimony. I look forward to working on actually solving criminal problems and reducing the extent to which what we're going back and forth about is more political and partisan point scoring and more actually solving crimes for the American people.
Yes, sir.
Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Director, you and the FBI working with state and local law enforcement officials in Utah have caught the assassin of Mr. Charlie Kirk. Is that right?
We have a suspect, yes, sir.
And you did that within 48 hours, did you not?
33 hours.
33 hours. Congratulations. We've had other political assassinations. Back in June, an assassinated Representative Melissa Hoffman, Mr. Hoffman, Senator John Hoffman, and Mrs. Hoffman in Minnesota. You and the FBI and Minnesota state and local law enforcement officials caught the assassin within 48 hours, did you not?
I believe that timeline's correct, Senator.
Congratulations. Sometimes we We missed the forest for the trees. Good work. Did Mr. Kirk's assassin act alone?
As I've said since the beginning, Senator, it is very much an ongoing investigation, and I can't speak to the state charges. That's for the state to address on their own, but we are providing them with the same investigatory findings reporting the department. And as I noted to Senator, I believe it was Cornyn or Hawley, that there are a number of individuals that are currently being investigated and interrogated, and a number yet to be investigated and interrogated specific to that chat room. So we are very much in our ongoing posture of investigation.
So others could have been involved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I asked you this last time you were here. Cash, you remember Mr. Peter Strzok and Ms. Lisa Page?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Strzok was an FBI agent.
Oh my God,
Ms.
here
Page
we
was
go.
an FBI lawyer. They were both very aggressive anti-Trump political activists who allowed their political opinions to affect their work at the FBI. Is that a fair statement?
I believe their text messages and the testimony
The Department
that
of
was secured
Justice
by
had
the
to
OIG and
settle with
DOJ
them.
speak for themselves.
Hello.
In fact,
Oh wait, I'm going to get that.
Mr. Strzok and Ms. Page were having an extramarital affair, and at one point, Ms. Page texted
Okay,
Mr.
listen,
Strzok, quote,
the
"Trump's not ever
DOJ
going to
had
be
to
president,
settle
right? Right?
with Peter Strzok,
Mr.
and I believe
Strzok
Lisa
replied,
Page, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
I don't
no,
think he got any
won't.
of that right, Paul J.
We will stop it," end quote. Ms. Page resigned from the FBI. Mr. Strzok was fired. They promptly sued the federal government and the FBI and Justice Department for releasing their emails, which revealed all of this. The FBI settled that lawsuit for $1.2 million, gave Mr. Strzok $1.2 million cash, gave Ms. Page, who resigned. She wasn't fired, she resigned, she quit. Gave her $800,000. Who, if the FBI made that decision to give them money?
That settlement was reached in the Biden administration when my predecessor was the director.
Who? Are you saying that Chris Wray did?
The only people that can decide that settlement are the Attorney General in conjunction with the director and the administration.
Okay, so you're telling me that Attorney General Garland and Director Wray decided to give them the money? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you took over the FBI, did you find instances of where, under the Biden administration, the FBI had weaponized the agency to push the political beliefs of President Biden?
Sorry, the last part.
The what?
When you took over the
The
FBI,
what?
did you find instances of where the Biden administration had
Clark.
politicized the FBI
Hey, sweetie, how are you?
to prosecute its
baby.
political agenda?
Well, I won't speak for other people. Haven't been a target of that weaponization, haven't been a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, having had the Justice Department weaponized against me for making the findings and leading the investigation of Russiagate. I know what that feels like, and that's why as the FBI director, I'm committing to not ever have that ever happen again, but I'm also committed to fully investigating what was done, and that matter is still ongoing.
So I assume, I take it your answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
And you're firing those people, is that right?
Anyone that politicizes their job at the FBI will not work at the FBI.
Okay. You've heard some of my colleagues either implicitly or otherwise suggest that you have politicized the FBI to prosecute the political beliefs of President Trump. Is that true?
I don't know how that can be true when the stats that I cited, to include the 23,000 arrests, 6,000 weapons seized, 1,600 gang and criminal enterprise organizations, 4,700 children found and rescued, more enough fentanyl seized to kill a third of America. The men and women of the FBI are now on an apolitical mission, and this is why the numbers are historic in 7
Have you
months.
fired people because they voted for Vice President Harris?
I don't ask people who they vote for, and neither does the FBI.
Okay. But you've given people polygraphs, have you not?
Many people in the FBI take polys.
The FBI does that all the time.
Yes, sir.
Does it not?
Yes,
For
sir.
a long time, is that correct?
Decades.
All right. I want to ask you about the Epstein files. Have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Okay. Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And
Really?
the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no
Really?
one
For the
Really?
information that we have
Really?
in the files.
in the case file.
Okay.
Really?
Now,
That's
President
very
Trump
specific.
has deferred to the FBI and the Department of Justice with respect to the Epstein records. He says it is your call about releasing them. And I understand that the department and the agency have decided to release them in cooperation with the House committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're releasing them a little bit at a time. Is that correct?
We're releasing as much as we can, but we are limited by 3 different court orders, and the department went back to each of those judges to waive those court orders or have them lifted, and each of those judges declined.
Will you release all of them, or at least as many as you can?
We will release everything we are legally permitted to do so. We are continuing to work with the House on the subpoena request. We have substantially complied with it, but we will continue to release whatever we are legally permitted to do so.
Okay. I strongly encourage you to do that. Cash, this issue's not going to go away. And I think the central question for the American people is this. They know that Epstein trafficked young women for sex to himself. They want to know who, if anyone else, he trafficked these young women to. And that's a very fair question. I want to know that answer. And I think you're going to have to do more to satisfy the American people's understandable curiosity in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond to that? I agree, Senator. And what we have done, and just to remind folks, the Epstein case files existed in the 2 prior administrations, in the Obama administration and the Biden administration.
No,
They
there
didn't
was an
release anything.
active case going on during
And
the
there was
Biden
President Trump in the first
administration.
administration
Should
that
have.
renewed
There was an
charges against Mr.
active
Epstein.
case.
And I know it's a little
Stop.
complicated to understand, but what exists in the Epstein case files was a direct result of the limited search warrants from 2006 and 7, which hamstrung future investigations because of the non-prosecution agreement. And multiple administrations had the opportunity to look at the entirety of that case file and recommend prosecutions against anyone that was trafficked under Mr. Epstein and anyone that participated in that trafficking. And the only person to bring charges was the prior administration against Mr. Epstein. Now, I am not saying that others were not trafficked and others were not involved. What I am telling you is that based on the information we have, and we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it. But based on credible information, we have released all credible information, and the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI never releases is information on investigations that are not credible. And we don't
Credible
release the
sounds
names of
like a
victims
feelings
who
word.
weren't credible. But in the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now is historic, and it is also to the maximum capacity that the law allows. And I know that's not going to satisfy many, many, many people. But if they wanted it done right, then the investigation from its origination should have been done right, and he should not have been given a get-out-of-jail-free card to do jail on the weekends for 12 hours a day, and he should have been investigated fully for the entirety of his crime and criminal enterprise, not just from 1997 to 2001.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Mr.
Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, thank you for being here today. You'll recall well in January at your confirmation hearing before this committee, I raised the prospect of politically motivated retaliation, and you promised me, as you did other members of this committee, quote, every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard and no one will be terminated for case assignments. You went on to tell me, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. And you assured one of my colleagues that you would honor the internal review process of the FBI. I'm not going to mince words. You lied to us. In the short time that you've been FBI director, you've presided over a rash of retaliatory firings. 3 FBI agents have recently sued you. They are FBI agents with 60 years between them of distinguished service, rescuing hostages, saving kids from predators, dismantling drug cartels, and their allegations, their civil allegations, are a searing indictment of your tenure as FBI director. But it's not just those 3. The FBI Agents Association has said that your actions, quote, distract agents from their work, foster fear that their assignments could cost them their careers, either now or under the next administration, and increase the risk of criminal and national security threats by undermining unity and morale within the Bureau, end quote. This association, as you know, is voluntary. It represents 14,000 members, 90% of all the active agents. These are your employees saying that your performance has been unqualified and unfit. And there is mounting evidence that these retaliatory firings were the result of direction from the White House.
This is the worst quarterly ever.
There have been instances in the past history of the Bureau of political interference and political direction from the director's office, but not the kind of institutional interference that we're seeing from the White House right now. I'm going to ask you, has anyone from the White House contacted you about personnel decisions?
I completely disagree with your entire premise that I have lied or am misleading the FBI. If I were, the results that I announced today by the men and women of the FBI and the historic records we are doing to keep this country safe would not be possible. The men and women of the FBI are responding to our leadership and this administration's priorities. The only way people get terminated at the FBI is if they fail to meet the muster of the job and their duties, and that is where I will leave it. And you accusing me of lying is something I don't take lightly, but I'm not going to get into a tit for tat with you.
Well, let me just ask you to answer my question. Has anyone from the White House contacted you about personnel decisions?
Generally speaking, we always discuss with the White House, OMB, during the budget process, how many personnel we need, who we need where,
Answer is yes.
for
Have
budgetary
you been
purposes
directed
and
to
real.
fire people, agents, because they participated in investigations of the president?
I don't receive directions to do that.
Has
I
anyone
make the
suggested it?
decisions.
Has anyone asked you to do it? The best information is, yes, you've taken suggestions and direction from the White House in firing qualified agents.
Any termination at the FBI was a decision that I made based on the evidence that I have as a director of the FBI, and it's my job, and I'm not going to shy away from it. And as you stated, those are allegations, and that is an ongoing litigation. So they'll have their day in court, so will we.
The allegations are not just in that lawsuit, Director Patel, and I think your testimony confirms that, in fact, you've taken direction from the White House
I don't.
in
It
those
does not.
retaliatory firings.
It literally does
Because you've
not.
acknowledged that, in fact, they have been in contact with you about personnel decisions.
The
Let me
White
move
House has
on.
been, do not put words in my mouth, we're on the record. The White House, like any administration, contacts its agencies on the budgeting process and where it needs personnel and where the mission priorities are. That always happens. If they didn't do that, they would be abdicating their responsibility to law enforcement. I will always work with my partners in the chain of command at the Department of Justice and the White House to ensure that this FBI is delivering the results we are delivering, to include the lowest murder rate in modern U.S. history, to include the most fentanyl seizures in modern U.S. history, to include the most lives saved and the most children found in modern
ask
U.S.
Where's that?
history.
Where's that
is a
data?
working
No,
FBI.
no, no,
that
no,
is not
no.
a failing
I want to
FBI.
see that.
Let's
I
move
want to
on
see the
to-
data. I don't believe him.
A related area.
I don't believe him.
In White House discussions, have you been asked or directed by the White House or others to engage in a crackdown on political groups or organizations, nonprofits, after the murder of Charlie Kirk?
To direct at political organizations? No. I've been asked by my chain of command to properly root out criminal activity wherever it is in whatever investigation we are conducting, and that's what we're doing.
Have those distinctions about whom you're going to target been based on direction from the White House?
Nobody gives me a list on who to target. My targeting list is from the men and women at the FBI.
Have you talked about investigating certain groups, nonprofits, or foundations or institutions?
Whatever those investigations are, they're ongoing, and I'm not going to get into those.
Have you used polygraphs to determine loyalty of agents?
No.
Have you committed that you will respect the First Amendment rights of agents?
I have wildly committed to respecting the First Amendment rights of agents, but at the FBI, you have to balance your First Amendment rights with your mission.
Have you imposed any sort of loyalty test in the course of using polygraphs or in any of the other personnel decisions?
Polygraphs have been utilized at the FBI for decades. They will continue to be utilized in the fashion by the professionals that administer them.
Have you asked under the polygraph test about individuals' loyalty or about their voting records or any kind of past statement?
Just to make it abundantly clear, I don't tell the professionals how to conduct polygraphs or what questions to ask.
Ooh,
They make
testy.
those decisions. And I, as a director of the FBI, never ask
TJ,
anyone
how you
who they voted
doing? Aw, Jen Griffey. Hey,
Have
sis.
you investigated donors to a political party simply because they are donors?
for. Simply based on that fact alone, no.
Have you investigated donors
He
for
seems
another
nervous.
Many donors may be involved in criminal enterprises and criminal activities, and those individuals will be investigated.
Can you commit to make public the Epstein files that so far have not been released if this committee is able to review them on a classified basis?
I think this is an important distinction. The Epstein case file
See, this is
not
where
classified,
he's
to
getting
my
away with
understanding.
it.
So we are providing
Okay.
what we legally can, and we are going to give Congress what we are legally permitted to do so to the maximum extent of
Getting
the
his
law.
Will you enable
Getting
the
out of it.
chairman and the ranking member to review them on a classified basis?
That doesn't make any sense. If the material in the Epstein file is not classified, there is no basis for a
Well, it would
classified review.
protect the confidentiality of them if they were able to review them on a classified basis.
If anyone in this room can get the multiple district court judges to lift their court protective orders in the ceilings, we will happily provide you with more information.
Are you
Yeah,
in
the
favor
chud
of
is mad.
merging the DEA and the ATF?
That's not something for me to comment on.
Well, those agencies work with you, don't they?
With me, not for me.
Are you in favor of orienting the FBI toward a national police function as opposed to the enforcement of federal law?
The FBI does enforce federal law across the country. That's what we do.
But isn't it a fact that you have told the leadership of the FBI that you view it as moving toward a local and state police function?
No, we are prioritizing working with our local and state partners, and they will tell you that that has never happened with this much engagement in the history that they have been serving as local law
That's not the
enforcement
important
officers.
part.
I believe local cops are the best intelligence source
Okay,
and the
you-
best
you said the
understanding of their
important part.
communities, and I folded in my FBI agents under that direction to work with them to get the job done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For the
Very
fourth
interesting.
time today, I want to remind people that my oversight has made clear that Director Ray's FBI was politicized.
My
I've
God.
released a
Shut
trove
up.
of records to
Okay,
prove it,
I can't even
not
with
only
you.
today, but in
seeing some of the comments that have taken place after
Oh,
the
this guy's
assassination.
such a
It's something that I
dick.
think as a country we have to reckon with. And it's something deeper, much deeper than a rejection of law and order.
Really?
or
So
the
what did
norms
you
of
talk
civil
about when
society.
Paul
We've entered a
Pelosi
very
got
dangerous
basically
time, I think, in our country.
almost murdered?
And that should
What
be
did you
clear to
say
everyone.
then, Mr. Schmidt? What was your tweet?
Political violence is a sign of a deep and corrosive sickness in any society. But in America today, the problem is just not political violence in the abstract. It is
Exactly,
the
Survivor
specific
interviews.
kind of political violence, which is overwhelmingly driven by a specific set of actors and groups. None of this emerged out of thin air. Over the past week, leaders from across the political spectrum have
Does he
come
want to
out and
arrest Nick
forcefully condemned
Fuentes?
Charlie's murder and political violence more broadly. For that, we're all very grateful. We should be grateful.
Or Candace
There have
Owens?
been calls to unite
Who's he-
and come
who's he
together
arresting?
in the wake of Charlie's murder, and I want to do that. I do. Someday I pray that we can be united as a country again and go forward together as a one people and under one flag, but we are not united. Upstream from the dehumanization and demonizing political violence and rhetoric tearing apart our country
okay.
is a
The
divide
demon
on
rats?
how we view America
Really,
and
sir?
Americans. Is America good? Is America evil? Is there something inherently special about Western civilization, or is this 2,000-year project
No.
rotten to the core? And if
There's
it is
nothing
something we're
special,
fighting for,
any
which I
more
believe,
special
how do
about
we do
us
it?
than there is about anywhere
Words
else. Oh my God.
And ideas
I
like
hate
Charlie
these
did,
people.
or with firebombs and assassins' bullets.
No, actually,
Political violence is always wrong. Period. Full.
okay, actually, I'm going to make a speech because Charlie Kirk was not free speech, okay? Having a 30-year-old guy go around and argue with a bunch of college students is not free speech, all right? That's just incels arguing with each other off of the internet instead of on the internet. The fact of the matter is that what Charlie Kirk did was foster an organization, Turning Point USA, that has radicalized probably hundreds of thousands of high school and college-age students and created a segment of the population who is anti-DEI, anti-equality, pro-Christian nationalism, pro-white supremacy. Because first and foremost, what Charlie Kirk was a white supremacist. That's what he was. He believed in whiteness. He believed that there was a threat to whiteness. He took the Great Replacement theory very, very seriously. And he is afraid, or was afraid, of white people losing out. Ironically, it was a white kid that took his life in anger. So I think, again, this goes back to my original theory, which is these guys, Charlie, Nick, Candace, Ben Shapiro, all of them, Tim Pool, they believe all of the lies that have been in their echo chamber of the media, the right-wing media machine, Rumble, etc., Telegram, blah, 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 goes on and on. They, for so many years, were insulated inside of that media machine and actively rejected any external media coming in, because if that came in, it would ruin the moment for their mindfuck targets. And in order to do the mindfuck successfully, you needed to create a vacuum of information. And that's what the right-wing media did. But in the process, and I recognize this especially when John Eastman was facing his disbarment hearings way back when, they drank their own Kool-Aid. They got high on their own supply. They stayed so long at the fair in their little bubble that they also believed that they could tell those lies in the real world. It didn't work out so well for John Eastman in that particular room. It's working better for them now, unfortunately, which is very, very unfortunate. But they really, really are coming to grips with the fact that there's an entire segment of the population, basically almost 3/4 of the population, that either don't know about their bullshit conspiracies and QAnon bullshit, or absolutely know that they're full of shit and won't give them any quarter when it comes to expressing disinformation, right? So it's going to be a rude awakening, which is another reason this is so fraught, and why they're using the death of Charlie Kirk to create and create more of that anger. Notice the people on the quote unquote left aren't the ones who pulled the trigger. And if they don't understand what groypers are, and that it is not, you can't put people in boxes as easily as you once might have. There's just not that, the younger generations, I mean, just to sound like an old person, the younger generations have really broken out of those molds and are forging new paths. Some of those paths are very dark. And they have a lot to do with the Chans and online bullying and stalking and gang stalking and suicide, encouraging suicide and all of those other things. There are really parts of this world that are very dark. And then there are other parts of the world, like, the femboys and the incel populations coming together. I've seen some very interesting TikToks and stuff about explaining how those worlds came together on the Chans and stuff like that. And those are the more complicated parts that haven't been as mainstream. So there's no conventional wisdom around what motivates people anymore. I think we should really push back on the urge for the media to stick someone in a box. You're either left or right. That's just not the way it is anymore. And so it's fascinating. I'm certainly learning a lot, and thank God Bobo understands that. Yeah, five blind liars touch an elephant. So it's just, like now more than ever, media literacy. Now more than ever, please use good media literacy. Check things out with a couple different stories. Like, all of this is intended to evoke some kind of reaction. And I again go back to the fact that I think they're using this tragic death, right? Anytime a human dies, that's sad. But they're using a tragic death to try and make people on the right hate people on the left automatically, as if we had something to do with whatever transpired, which guess what? We didn't. And so, yeah, it's just really, yeah, we're dealing with a generation where it's a bunch of McVeighs with the internet. And there's a lot of other stuff. It's just not simple. That's my big caution, is that it's just not, don't take anything at face value. Be open to learning about things that are new ways people communicate with each other. Some of them are bad, right? Like, I think gang stalking and all that shit that has really evolved from the Chans, the Fred Brennans of the world, all that stuff, I think that's fucking gross. And that's, like, see, Sam, that's where those are the parts of that I think people aren't ready to understand, that there are, people that walk among you that have been that have grown up, or that have been just part of the darker parts of this world, where gang stalking is fun for some people. You know what I mean? Like Gamergate and all of those things. Those things are real, and I don't think there's as pervasive an understanding of those movements and where we are as a country now. And that's why I'm very comfortable now saying, okay, politics was very November 5th, right? Now we're in a different area where we need to learn more and listen more and understand more, and just be open to things that may not, like, I mean, certainly as someone who's like a Gen X, whatever, boomer cusp baby, there's definitely things that I just haven't been exposed to, so I have no idea about them, but I'm learning, and it's interesting, and I'm of course very interested about how people get radicalized, and how do messages go down from one level of the right-wing media sphere to the next level, and how are those messages then interpreted on the ground by actual chuds, right? What messages stick with them, what messages don't. Gal says TPUSA targeted professors, and the effects of it were felt in the real world in real dangerous ways. Absolutely. TPUSA, and don't forget that TPUSA had at least one staff member. I don't know if there were others, but at least one staff member was convicted of possession of child sexual abuse material, and I believe participating in a ring of 18 other assholes who shared CSAM among them. And that was a TPUSA staffer. Okay? So Charlie, to me, will go down as a white supremacist pedophile protector. Okay? And I'm sorry that that's not the legacy everybody wants to remember, but that's what he built. I didn't build it for him. And I just feel like there's a lot of people getting way in their feelings about his loss when they don't actually understand what it is he actually stood for. Because it wasn't free speech. It just wasn't. So there. All right, that's the end of my speech.
Stop. It doesn't matter.
Oh, that was two different dudes. One of the guys trafficked girls too. Ah, yes.
Which side, in the name of any ideology or cause, it's wrong. But in America today, political violence is not a problem that falls equally upon both sides. We have to be honest about this. We must reject an attempt
no, baby,
to
we don't.
paint it as some kind of random phenomenon with no particular creed or ideology.
No, we don't think it's random.
A kind of spontaneous insanity, which takes.
I would point Senator Schmidt to Fifth Generation Warfare by Mike Flynn and Boone Cutler. Okay? We've been down this road. We talked about what's out there to help in the radicalization of individuals. Okay? Like, we know what's out there. This isn't random. You're right, sir. This isn't random. It's not random. But it's not random, not in the way that you're thinking it's not, if that makes sense. As much as you want George Soros to be, I don't know if he's an asshole or not. He could very well be an asshole. I didn't get hired by the Open Society Institute, so frankly, I'm a little pissed off at George Soros too, god damn it. But at the end of the day, George Soros is not training people to shoot podcasters or to turn on their neighbors, right? Fuck that. It's just, yeah, it's a lot. I just think we need to be open to the experience that there are a lot of different motivations for people, and sometimes we may not understand those motivations. And that's okay, but we still need to deal with the after effects of those motivations and address the root cause, right? Like that would be nice. Okay. I mean, no autocracy would be a great start. Okay, here we go. I'm so sorry.
Takes place outside of any broader social
I also have a ton of
context,
articles
it has
I
no
want to read
pattern
to
at
you,
all.
so
That's
I'm so
wrong.
sorry. A lot about Gaza Humanitarian Foundation
So
today.
free speech, yes. Political violence, no. But we
Max,
have
I
to
was
be
wondering
honest
where you
about
were.
what's happening.
Thank God you're here.
Already, we're hearing people talk about
SB,
Charlie's
whoop,
assassination
whoop.
in those terms. We're told that we can't
Just
possibly
like-
know what drove a killer to plan and carry out a
And
murder of the most
Val,
prominent conservative
I love
activist
ya.
in America. But that's a lie. We do know. The facts are plain and clear, and we have to speak truth in this moment, or there's no other side of the mountain. The vast majority of Americans are against political violence, but there is a vocal, active minority that encourages and celebrates it, and that minority is overwhelmingly on the left.
What?
Just last week.
Wait. Sorry, I yelled. Wait, what? What the fuck was that? I really did not expect him to say that. What? What did we do? We didn't fucking do anything. We weren't even watching him. I wasn't even trolling his chat. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Hey, Mr. Spock, how you doing, darling? We're just unbelieving of this nonsensory. The nonsensory is at an all-time high this morning. Took a Benadryl. Oh, well, as good as they can. He's a slimy motherfucker.
Poll found that a full 25%.
Oh boy,
of
quarter.
Those people who describe themselves as very liberal say it can be justified for citizens to use violence to achieve political goals.
Well, what does that
Less
mean?
than
What's the
3%
context for that?
Of very conservative Americans.
What's the context for that? Because are we talking civil disobedience? Is that what we're talking? Oh my God, you guys, I have the best idea for a little short video, but I can't go into it right now because I'll lose my train of thought. But is that really what? Is it really? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Say the same. That's too many. That is 3% too many. But we are lying if we
Karen,
think
I'm
that
so
this
sorry.
is a both sides thing. It's not.
Oh.
We have to confront it. And you're going to have an important job of rooting out these terrorists.
Excuse me?
This is an ideology that runs very deep.
Oh my Lord, you're scared.
The numbers are virtually identical to the ones I just
I'm
noted when
picking
it comes
cat
to whether
fur
or
out
not
of
it's
a
okay
bunch
to
of weed that was
celebrate
drying
the deaths
out,
of
bad
people whom we disagree with.
Did somebody roll in the weed?
And while large majorities in both parties were opposed to celebrating political
I'm just
violence,
like,
Democrats overall were nearly
Nobody
twice as
nobody
likely
I
as
know
Republicans to
celebrated.
believe that it is usually or always
I don't know.
acceptable
What
to
about Paul
celebrate the
Pelosi?
death of a
I'm gonna
public
look it up.
figure they oppose. What in the hell is going on? Earlier this year, a poll found that more than 55% of people on the left believed that it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Donald Trump.
Who said that?
These are not just some abstractions on a page. These are our fellow citizens. How can we come together with people who believe these things? We've all seen the flood of...
Okay. After the attack on Paul Pelosi in October 2022, Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri did not issue a public statement or tweet about the incident. He remained silent. Forgive me if I feel like your pearls aren't real.
Posts on social media over the past week, not just a fringe few, but thousands upon thousands of people gleefully celebrating a father of two young children getting gunned down in broad daylight. I wish I wouldn't have seen that video. I wish my kids would not have seen that video.
Well, then you should talk to
Blue Sky, the left-wing alternative to X,
your groypers.
was so
Talk to Nick
overwhelmed
Fuentes.
with these posts that the platform
Nick Fuentes has been threatening
warning its users to
Charlie
stop
Kirk for
glorifying the murder.
what, weeks now?
And it wasn't just random social media trolls. It was journalists, elite college professors,
I can't. I'm sorry.
and even
well, I guess
politicians,
I'll just let it go.
all but saying Charlie's assassination was justified because of what he thought, because of
Who
what
said
he said.
that? Nobody said
We
that.
saw the flood of hit pieces. The most powerful media outlets in the nation
I mean, we're going to tell you.
villainizing Charlie for the most vicious possible.
So, interestingly enough, what he says are hit pieces are definitely the pieces that reported on what Charlie Kirk actually said. Because more than anything, I saw articles and videos that actually showed what Charlie said and what he stood for in this world. So, yeah.
Terms. How can you ask us to unite under that?
What are you talking about?
There can be no unity between good and evil.
Oh my God.
Somebody has to win this thing. And as a country, we have to absolutely reject it. And don't tell me it's both sides.
What?
It didn't happen in a vacuum. Over the past decade, we've seen an explosion of political violence, not just one-off lone wolf attacks, but
this baby's
organized,
gonna get a clip.
systemic political violence at a mass scale. It is not organic.
Eric, you're going to get a clip.
It is the offspring of a dark and clandestine system funded in part with our own tax dollars, winning with a large network of foundations, NGOs, activist organizations, and front groups.
He is scary.
This system lurks behind every radical leftist movement in our nation today. The George Soros empire has financed a vast ecosystem of radicals, all working together,
Everybody
dropping
take a
off
drink.
bricks at riots.
No, we weren't. Somebody said I was throwing stuff. I didn't throw anything.
On our streets, and to
I do have a great idea
an
for a
army
video,
of
though.
researchers and experts and journalists and propagandists who downplay the political violence.
What he's doing is serious.
I'm going to ask you, because I don't have a ton of time.
Ashley can't shut up.
And I would point out,
Would you lose
we've
your
heard
page?
years of the left, their loudest voices calling anyone on the right extremist MAGA
Well, then stop
Republicans,
acting like an
fascists,
extremist. Oh my
Nazis,
God.
an
These guys just
existential
don't know how
threat to
stuff
democracy.
works.
Check yourself. And don't give me this
Before
both
you
sides
wreck yourself.
bullshit.
Excuse me.
Mr. Director, I want to ask you. Tell me
Wow.
if each one of the following perpetrators or alleged perpetrators were acting from a left-wing or right-wing.
Yeah, we're being provoked, yeah.
Right-wing political violence.
I just want to laugh
The
at
man
him. Is that wrong?
Who tried to kill Republican
think it's
congressman
funny.
at the
Oh,
Congressional
Lee, have a
baseball
good
practice,
lunch.
nearly killing House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Left-wing
No
or right-wing
worries.
violence?
Sir, I believe it was a left-wing ideology.
Okay. Burn down cities during the Summer of Love in the George Floyd riots. Left-wing violence or right-wing violence?
Sir,
Actually,
I'll rely on
it was proven to be right-wing violence if you really want to know it, because there were what were those? Was Boogaloo Boys or something? Some guys were basically. So stop the tit for tat. All right, nobody's arguing with these idiots that political violence is right. Oh my God, literally no one. Literally no one. I mean, it's so fucking ridiculous. And if you pick out one or two, comics or stuff I don't give a shit. Because that is not what anyone thinks. My God. This is so dumb. This is so fucking like unprofessional, disingenuous bullshit. Yeah, J6, Paul Pelosi's attack. I mean, God, please. Like, whatever. Get over yourselves.
On you on these. I don't have off the top of my head. I'm
You don't know.
Left wing. The Waukesha Christmas
Under
Parade
what
massacre.
data?
Left wing or right wing violence? Left wing. The Lee Zeldin stabbing
Wait,
attempt.
what?
Left wing or right wing? Left wing.
Waukesha?
The Covenant
That's the
school
guy that
shooting in
drove through
Nashville.
the
Left wing or
parade?
right
He
wing?
wasn't left wing.
The Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt on President Trump. Left wing or right wing? Left wing.
No, it was right wing.
The Trump International
That
West
guy
Palm
was
Beach
also a
assassination
little
attempt. Left
confusing.
wing. The Abundant Life Christian school shooting. Left wing. The United Care
Wow,
CEO's
this guy's
murder. Left
amazing.
wing.
How
Tesla's burned,
embarrassing.
keyed, damaged, firebomb.
Oh
Left
my
wing,
God,
left
the
wing.
Teslas.
The murders at the Israeli
Think about the
embassy,
poor
left wing.
Teslas.
The ICE
Someone
facilities,
saved the
firebomb,
Teslas.
Left wing. The Minnesota Catholic school shooting. Left wing. The anti-white Charlotte and North Carolina stabbing. Left wing.
Oh,
the attempted
good.
Utah News State firebombing. Left wing. And now, of course, the culmination of this vile. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Free speech, yes. Political violence, no. But let's be honest.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Chairman. Director Patel,
Come on, Maisie.
just like the rest of
Hand
the
him his
federal
balls.
government, there have been significant personnel changes at the FBI since President Trump took office. I want to better understand the scope of the turnover and the changes occurring at the FBI. Since January 2025, how many FBI employees have retired, resigned, been fired, or otherwise separated from employment? I need a number.
We'll get you a number.
What is the number? You don't have it?
Not off the top of my head, and I want to get you the right number.
Would it surprise you to know that it's probably in the thousands, like 5,000?
I don't think that number's
Well,
accurate.
you don't know. Next question. How many special agents or analysts have left or been fired from the FBI since January 20th, 2025?
Say, we will get you the numbers, and anyone that retires is of their own volition, and anyone that is terminated at the FBI, as I've said before, is done so because they have failed to meet the standards and uphold their loyalty.
Because they
to
were
oaths of
very
the
naughty.
Constitution.
I'll show you say. Next question. How many executive assistant directors, or special agents in charge have left or been fired from the FBI since January 20th, 2025?
Again, people leaving on their own accord or terminations were done by the standards set at the FBI that have been carried out
With this question, I'm getting
consistently.
to the leadership of the FBI, and you don't have that answer. Next question. Which field office, division, or directorate has lost the most personnel since January 2025? And do you have the answer to that question?
Yeah, actually, every single field office in the country, including Hawaii, has received a plus-up of FBI agents because we're pushing them out to the field.
Wait, what?
Okay,
thought
so
you
you're
just
telling
cut
me that no
some
field
100
office,
IA
division,
or whatever.
directorate
Isn't that
has
investigative
lost
agent?
any personnel since
I'm
January
so
20th,
confused.
2025? That's your answer?
In Hawaii, there's been a plus-up. In every single state that I'm looking at, we have allocated a plus-up for field offices across the country so that the FBI can continuing the historic achievements it's done in these
Okay,
last 7 months.
that's fine.
When
But
you're
what-
talking about
what
firings, you're
positions are
looking for
those?
a media hit and a fundraising clip, and I'm not going to give it to you.
Ooh. What?
It doesn't matter under what basis they left. I just want to know how many have left. And I think your testimony is nobody has left. Next question.
Nope,
Which
that's
field-
not my testimony. You asked it one time, I answered it one time. You didn't get the answer you wanted for your clips. You keep
question.
asking it, and I told you I'd get you the numbers, but you can keep asking it.
Which field
What a
office,
prick.
division, or directorate has gained the most personnel since January 2025? You noted that there have been plus-ups, so which offices have received these plus-ups?
The greatest allocation that I believe was given to California.
Oh, yeah,
and
max
then
the whole time.
Florida.
Where were those offices?
California and Florida.
Thank you. Director Patel, you often refer to FBI agents as cops. All of us, Democrats and Republicans, support the police officers who keep our communities safe. But while our states, cities, counties, and towns all employ police officers to protect our communities, Congress has empowered and
This is a
equipped the
very good
FBI
line
to
of
take on
questioning
missions
about
that
local police force.
cannot,
It's the
especially
SS.
taking on terrorists.
He's going to run the SS,
hackers, and
y'all.
spies. I'd like to assess how well the FBI is able to handle its specialized missions under your leadership. The FBI is the nation's
Yeah, we are
lead
fully the
federal law
enemy now.
enforcement agency
100%
for
baked in.
investigating and preventing acts
And we didn't
of
even do it.
domestic and international terrorism. And yet the executive assistant directors in charge of the FBI's national security and intelligence branches were both forced out at the beginning of the year. Who replaced them in those positions?
Excellent qualified personnel to lead the mission of arresting 23,000 violent criminals this year alone.
What are
That's
the
twice
names
as
of
many
the
as
people
before.
who took the places of
I'm not
the-
going to give you any names so you can attack them.
Why not?
So you can attack them. I'm not doing that.
She doesn't do that.
You're not
People
gonna
sitting
give
in
me the
those seats
names
are
of-
extremely qualified to handle the job.
Oh my
We would
God,
not have the
he's like the
results.
oversight
personnel
of
who
that
We would not have the
department.
reduction
Right,
of
fine,
violence in the
moving
state
on.
of Hawaii if we did not allocate the
Earlier
resources we
this
did.
year, FBI counterterrorist special agents and investigators were reassigned to assist with immigration enforcement. Reportedly, these counterterrorism experts were returned to the jobs they trained for in late January after Iran threatened to retaliate for our strikes on their nuclear facilities. Have those experts remained in the jobs they trained for since that time? Yes or no?
FBI agents' primary responsibility is exactly what they are assigned to do. We always work with our
So since they
interagency
returned
part.
to their positions,
If you're not
are
going to
they
let me
still in
answer,
those
why don't you
positions?
just do your soliloquy in the 4.5 minutes you have
I
left?
am not asking for a soliloquy. It's just a yes or no. Are those people who were returned to their jobs still on those jobs? Yes or no?
They never left.
What was that?
They never left their primary job. It is a surge
I think
of
she
resources
really
in law
likes making
enforcement
him
working
mad.
with the interagency to combat violent crime and reduce
They were
violent
never-
crime in
okay, they were never
historic
reassigned to do
proportions.
That's your testimony.
Did
Okay,
he just
Director
lie?
Patel, the FBI is also the lead federal agency for investigating cyber attacks and
Yes.
cyber intrusions, both by foreign nation states and by non-state hacker groups.
Oh, that's what he
Since
needs, a bard
President Trump's inauguration,
to follow
the
him
executive
around.
assistant director in charge of the criminal and cyber branch and the head of the FBI's cyber division have both left the FBI. What are the names of the people who replace them in those positions?
The cyber branch is one of the most impressive at the FBI. 409 arrests this year, 169 convictions. That's a 42%
Is that the name of the person?
increase from the same
409
time
arrests,
last
that's a
year.
weird name.
that
So
branch,
any
Mr.
suggestion that
Patel.
the FBI cyber division is not operating at full capacity and better than ever before, the leadership at the branch is implementing these changes necessary to attack the cyber and ransomware infrastructure operators.
You know
from
So,
why
China and
they're
if
Russia.
there
I
was
wanna
no
know
waste,
who
fraud, and
has those
abuse, or if you didn't
positions,
get rid of
since the
anybody or
people
any
who originally were
functions,
there
what is all the
Supremely
waste, fraud, and
qualified
abuse you found?
individuals have those positions.
are they?
Supremely qualified
Who
individuals.
are they? What are the names?
You're not
You
getting
don't
them.
know. Special
don't think
agents
that's
to investigate
appropriate.
Cybercrime were also reassigned for immigration enforcement. Have those expert investigators returned to their duties? Yes or no?
All agents remained on their
Wait,
primary
I have it.
duties while surging to allocate resources for interagency operations to the Homeland Security task forces across this country.
So are you,
I gotta put my joint down.
Am I what?
see, I'm not getting the yes or no answers. I get all this explanation, so there you go.
No, you get the work that
Are
the men
you
and women of the
planning
FBI are doing. And
Any
you don't want that.
additional personnel cuts to the cyber division in the future?
The only people that will be terminated
Sir
at the FBI will be those
Cash
that violate
is
their oath of
here
office, fail to
in the
meet the high
fire
standards of the
of
FBI.
the fort, and Madam
Patel, the FBI is
Prono
meant to
is
be
putting
the tip of the
him
spear
on a
in combating
spear.
terrorism against the United States from both foreign and domestic
Master
sources.
Cash
It's also our lead agency in
scared
fighting the
and
hackers who target
clenched.
our businesses and critical infrastructure. But instead
He's
of
writing
its
some
specialized
notes
role fighting these kinds
and
of terrorists,
asking for
hackers and spies,
answers.
you have the FBI playing the role of local police and helping with
His
immigration
shoulder
enforcement.
pads
I'll move
grow
on to my,
with every day.
you know,
He's
you've been asked some
brave,
questions about
but
changes
not
to your hiring
really.
standard.
He just likes to
Including
act
college
like he
degrees and
is.
possibly the age. But
There's
you know,
Sir
one question I
Cash.
had
There's
is,
Sir Cash. There's Sir Cash. Thank
that
you.
you are now requiring
Up, right, down, down, down. Yeah.
applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because
Which
of
apparently means a
physiological
lot of
differences.
things. No,
Are
I'm
you
just kidding.
requiring
Wait, what?
these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field have to chase down bad guys and do really hard work. The physical fitness standards of those
Do they
agents
wear
So are you
diapers?
requiring
appropriately
these
assessed.
kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC. If you want to chase down a bad guy
Excuse me.
and put
the
him in
reason I
handcuffs, you
asked-
better be able to do a pull-up.
The reason I ask is
Oh, pull-ups.
that,
I thought they meant
there are
diapers.
companies that are not being able to do these kinds of harsh pull-ups, and so really required of FBI agents.
Doing
Anyway,
one pull-up
Mr.
is not
Patel,
harsh,
I
and there are
am
always
gravely
medical
concerned.
exemptions to that.
I am gravely concerned by the state of the FBI under your control, and in fact, you are willing to take a cut on your agency of almost $500 million. So the FBI
Sir
is losing
Cash,
dedicated
the
employees,
fash.
decades of expertise and specialization,
He
leading to
smoked some
loss to
hash,
early retirements, firings,
but not
and reassignments
enough
to immigration enforcement or
to avoid
conducting
the
local police
lash.
work. Thousands have already left. For as long as
Sir
you remain
Cash, the
as the head of the
fash.
FBI, I fear the number of departures and summary
I
firings
thought it
will
was
continue
pull up
to
the
grow.
diapers.
Mr. Patel, before the vote on your nomination of this
I'm so
committee,
sorry.
I noted that your most significant qualification, this is not just something that
Don't go
I
and say
noted,
I'm
but
12.
others, your most significant qualification was your 100% loyalty to President Trump. And I fear that that continues to be the motivating factor in your position as FBI director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor, Mr. Chairman.
Director Patel, did you have
Yes.
anything you wanted to say now?
That is an entire falsehood. You can delete my 16 years of government service to multiple administrations all you want. The
You
fact
can
is that I was a
delete
public
my
defender. I was a national
16
security prosecutor.
years of
I was a House
service.
intelligence staffer. I was a deputy director of intelligence.
Where I think
was
you
the chief
screwed
of
something
staff
up,
to the
right? Didn't
Department
you
of
make this
Defense
big
and the
mistake
Secretary
or
of Defense.
something?
I led
I
the
think.
counterterrorism missions for the White House.
I
Those are
think
just
you
some
were
of the
in
jobs I held in my
trouble. Like,
16-year
didn't you steal
career.
all the
There was no
documents
loyalty
too? Let's
then.
talk about
There's
the
no
documents
loyalty now to
case.
anything but the
I pretty much
Constitution.
think you were the one that chose all the documents to
Well,
steal,
before I
right?
begin, I want to thank Senator Hirono for what she said, acknowledging that there are physical differences between men and women.
Oh
Talking
my
about that women
God.
wouldn't be able to do as many pull-ups, and I think that she was making a case here that there should be different standards.
Oh my
There's a thing called
God.
Title IX, and this is why
Whoa.
we continue to say we should
Oh,
have
you know what? I
biological
might have
men
to travel
in
in the
men's sports
future.
and biological women in women's sports. And so
Oh,
I look
okay, yeah, I'm
forward
not
to
doing that.
utilizing that to talk to all of my colleagues.
Personnel
Bye.
before you were.
We bring 4,000 students
Okay, blah, blah, blah,
through
blah, blah,
our
blah, blah,
Redstone
blah,
Arsenal
blah.
for training
I'm
every
sorry.
year.
I can't handle
In terms of
Serena,
our future plans, in the
the
next few
Commodore's
years,
wife.
we will bring 13,000 students a
They
year
can't
through
take that
Alabama's
away
Redstone
from
Arsenal. And by
me.
students, I mean FBI employees, I mean sheriffs, I mean police chiefs, I mean cops, I mean intel analysts, because that is their
The way
future
you
gem of how we're
lie
going to
with
train local law enforcement. And
ease.
we're so thankful for the dedication of
The
resources
bruises
to
on
that
your
facility. And I encourage
knees.
everyone to go down there and take a look, because if you want to see where they have guys going and how we're going to train the future, it's happening at Quantico and Redstone.
We are very proud of it, and thank you so much
Making
for your
people
leadership.
wear diapers. Oh no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
They
Patel, I want to start
can't
off where we left off
take
last time.
that away
I asked you
from
whether you
me.
had any knowledge
Wow, the
or
camera
discussions
loves
about
Grassley.
removing FBI officials and installing political personnel before you were confirmed to that position. And I wonder, did you then understand or have conversations with the White House about the
Yeah,
intentions
the
to do
depends
so?
test. It wouldn't
Before
help
I was
me.
confirmed,
Yes, sir.
did I have discussions with the White House to remove FBI personnel?
Yes.
No.
So
What do
you're
you call a
saying that you had
discussion?
no discussions with the White House before you were in the position
I don't talk to
about the
buildings.
removal of any personnel from the agency.
As I was preparing for my confirmation hearing, I had numerous discussions involving the type of people that would be employed, and that those that were failing to meet the mark at the FBI would no longer be
so that's a
employed if
yes.
I were
And I'm assuming
confirmed.
that mark had to do with loyalty to the Trump administration.
No, you're wrong.
Okay. I'd like to revisit another subject from that hearing. Did you testify, excuse me, you did testify before the grand jury that President
No,
Trump had
you're wrong.
declassified the documents.
Yeah, what
at
discussions
issue in
did you
the
have with Charlie
Mar-a-Lago
whom
classified documents case.
about
Is
whom
that
to
correct?
fire?
I don't have the grand jury transcript.
He probably
That's why I
did,
released it.
actually,
Whatever
funny
it says
enough.
is the best evidence.
You know, that's what you said to
Josh, how you
Senator
doing?
Whitehouse, that your grand jury testimony was publicly released. It has not been. In fact, in July, a court denied a news outlet's bid to get that transcript. But the court said quite clearly that you are free to discuss your grand jury testimony. So I ask you again, did you testify before the grand jury that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case?
And that is why I took your invitation to work with the department and the court to have that transcript released. And the transcript is the best evidence of what I said.
Okay.
So you're saying right now this committee can have access to what you said before the grand jury?
To whatever was released. Under my understanding, Senator,
So
that the
hold
Department of
on, hold on.
Justice
You and I both
released.
understand the law. Let me finish. I understand under Rule 6 of the Federal Rules of Procedure, a grand jury witness, in this case you, is not barred from sharing their grand jury testimony. This is an oversight hearing. This is germane to your integrity and credibility. You know right now whether or not you testified that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Why are you refusing to answer that simple yes or no question right now?
Because the premise of your question is inaccurate, and
There is no
why.
premise to my question, but trying to get to an order of what is truth or not.
How do you
Did
know
you
what,
or
how,
did you,
how do you know what was asked in the grand jury if you weren't there?
Mr. Patel, this
Fucking
is
dick.
a mockery you're making of
Punch
this hearing. A
him.
simple
Go
question.
punch
So let me
him.
move on.
Question. If you have a
Mr. Patel,
transcript,
during
you can
your
read the question,
nomination
but you don't have
hearing,
it.
you promised that, quote, all FBI employees
Not so
will be
transparent.
protected against political retribution.
He's a terrible
When I asked you, are you aware of any plans or
testifier in
discussions
court,
to punish
too,
in any
so.
way, including termination
That
of
grand
FBI
jury
agents or
testimony
personnel
would be
associated with
good.
the Trump administration? You explicitly said under oath that you were not aware of any plans to punish FBI agents associated with criminal investigations of Donald Trump. I don't believe you were truthful. Firing FBI employees based solely on the cases that they are investigating, their case assignments, is illegal, and you know that. A new lawsuit that's been discussed numerous times, filed by 3 FBI officials, alleges that you carried out Donald Trump's campaign of retribution, in quotes, against FBI employees for, quote, failure to demonstrate sufficient political loyalty. One of those plaintiffs has been discussed today, Brian Driscoll. Now, we know 20 years of distinguished service to the FBI before you terminated him. Special agent in charge of FBI's Newark field office, where he operated with distinction. Medal of Valor winner.
Yeah,
Shield
they
of
like to
Bravery
repeat
awards.
stuff.
He's a patriot. You terminated Driscoll via a letter dated October 8th, 2025, and in that letter you said that you were firing him pursuant to Article 2 of the Constitution. Well, you're not the President of the United States, and so I'm wondering under what authority you were allowed to terminate.
Gal, and the receipts.
matters
Check
under
out that receipt
litigation,
from
and I'm not able to
2022
discuss it.
about
Okay,
cash
we'll
and the
discuss this.
documents from Gal
Did you have
Suburban. That's
discussions
right.
with Stephen Miller
Uncover of
about
facts.
firing this particular person or about his continuance in the FBI?
Not that I recall.
How often do you speak to Stephen Miller?
Frequently on our Homeland Security task forces.
You frequently talk with Stephen Miller about subjects other than Homeland Security Task Force issues, correct?
I frequently
Did
talk to
Odin?
Mr. Miller
I don't know who
about
built Valhalla.
Homeland Security task forces.
Has Stephen Miller ever given you his opinions on how to run your agency?
Mr. Miller's interagency operations are invaluable to the sex of the FBI. That's what we talk about.
The,
So
sec-
you
the
frequently
sex,
discuss
the
your
sex of
job
the
and your
FBI?
responsibilities
What, you
with
guys are
Stephen
having
Miller
sex?
and
Really?
Pam Bondi, I
Oh,
imagine,
Giants
as well.
did. Okay.
Absolutely. She's the Attorney General.
Understood.
Yeah, it's in my boss.
Okay. Donald Trump promised to make us
being
all
tricked by-
safer.
Oh.
You have pushed out senior FBI agents with decades of knowledge and experience. In fact, This is the first time in FBI history that neither the director nor the deputy director have any experience with the FBI. You've shifted the agency's priorities primarily to pursuing Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. According to ICE data, the Cato Institute, which is a conservative think tank, found that 20% of all agents have been diverted from their work to assist ICE immigration enforcement. 20%. Part of this operation is the work of mass law enforcement who jump out of cars, snatch people off streets at churches, schools, and their jobs and hospitals. Have there been any FBI agents who investigate crimes against children that have been assigned to immigration enforcement, yes or no?
The premise of what you say is entirely false.
Have there been any FBI agents who investigate
no.
foreign domestic terrorism?
You don't get to say America is not safer under this
I am
leadership.
not saying
America
that.
is
You're
safer because of the work of the FBI.
You're making a presumption of premise.
4,700 children.
Sir,
we have seized 6,000 weapons and
you are not
23,000 violent
denying
felons.
Reclaim your
that
time.
FBI agents who
Please,
investigate
'cause it's
human
annoying.
trafficking have been reassigned to immigration enforcement. You are not denying that FBI agents who are on the task force that fight against Russian oligarchs have not been reassigned. Public Corrections Squad reassigned. People who defend children reassigned. You're not denying that. I've seen you
FBI
time and
agents
time
don't
again
get reassigned.
attack my colleagues' premises of questions as a way to not answer the question. So let me end with this. That it would take 14 years to fill the vacancies at your agency. Many are the result of your purge. 20% of FBI agents are doing low-level immigration enforcement instead of their mission-critical work. You've disbanded entire task forces that stop election interference, foreign influence, public corruption. And who benefits from this? Well, corrupt people benefit from it. Criminals benefit from it. Vladimir Putin benefits from it.
Oh.
And it really makes me wonder who you're looking out for. It makes me think we can't trust you as a nation. You swear to release the Epstein files, but now you're withholding the Epstein files. You claim that you have a suspect in a serious assassination. Whoops, then you don't have a suspect. You know nothing about plans to remove FBI agents, yet you're directly involved in those plans. In the words of an ex-FBI official, you are overseeing, and I quote, generational destruction of the nation's premier law enforcement agency. Mr. Patel, in just 8 months, you have assaulted the institutional integrity of the FBI. But I know FBI field agents. I've worked with them in Newark. No matter how truly bad you are, you can't undermine the legacy of agents who fight every day to keep us safe, but you can tarnish the integrity of the agency and undermine the agency's capacity. I believe you're failing as a leader, and that your failure does have serious implications for the safety and security of Americans and our families. We're more vulnerable to domestic and foreign attack because of your failures of leadership. I don't think you're fit to hand the bureau, but here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing. Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job. But I'm going to tell you this. I pray for you. I pray for you that you can step up and defend your oath, defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country.
I'm glad he said that.
Do you want to say anything?
Yes, sir.
Certified badass.
That's what I have to say.
Rant.
That
false
rant
information
really
does
pissed
not
me
bring
off.
This country together.
Really
If you
hurt
wanna
my
work on bringing
feelers.
This country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
Oh
You
my
wanna talk
God.
about dividing this country?
It is
I
my
follow
time.
you on your social media posts that
It is
tear
my
this country
time
apart.
to
There
address
should be a
your
unifying-
falsehoods.
Oh,
You are an
you can try
embarrassment
all
to the
you
division
want
in this country.
to not
Senator,
take
it is
my
responsibility
time.
for what
You
you
had
have
your
said.
time.
Sir, you're
Your
making
time
a
is
mockery of this
over.
committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over.
You
The
know how
people
far
of New
we've
Jersey
come
tell me
since
what my
you
time
tell-
is.
Senator-
You can't lecture me.
You can tell me
Sir,
my
you
time's
have-
over?
You may be the charge of the
I'm not
FBI,
going anywhere.
but I am not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, clip that.
Mr. Chairman, point of
Clip
order.
that.
Senator Booker, I announced at the beginning of this meeting that this back and forth talking over each other doesn't work. And I said if that happened, I asked Patel not to
Oops.
respond, and I was
Wait.
going to give him some time after the senator's time was up to respond. And that's, he has the privilege to do that uninterrupted.
Mr. Chairman, one
Go
point.
ahead, Mr.
I've watched
Patel.
him talk over us, and you've never once criticized him for us not even being able to get our questions out.
Well,
He has been rude and disrespectful to senator after senator.
And when the senators were not giving him a chance to answer, I didn't stop the senator either.
You're mean to him.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the FBI, under my 7-month leadership, were failing this administration in this country, why do we have 23,000 violent felons arrested this year alone? A double increase from that time last year. Why is it that we have seized 6,000 weapons? Why have we found 1,500 child predators and arrested them? Why have we had 300 human traffickers in jail? Why have we found and identified 4,700 children? Why have we seized 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl enough
Identified
to kill a
children?
third of
Why
the
are you-
American
what are you
public?
doing with
A 25%
children?
increase
Get
alone
away
from
from the
last year.
children.
88,000 kilograms of cocaine seized.
Have
700
you
kilograms of
smoked
meth
it
seized.
before
And
you
that's just on our
came
criminal
in? I mean,
operations in
you're a
summer
little-
heat. How is it possible that we're taking 8 kilograms off the streets of the cities in New Jersey and preventing the deaths of 607,000 people this year alone?
Really?
A failure of the
Are
FBI
you
and
sure?
my leadership. How is it that we have counterintelligence
damn.
arrests already this year
Had that
exceeding the numbers from the
already.
entirety of last year? 33% increase in PRC, 83% in Russia, 60% in the CI space as it relates to
gonna
Iran,
cry.
and we haven't even talked about seizing
gonna
the southern border and
cry.
northern border.
He's crying on the
I
inside.
feel like a broken record today. All this interest in FBI termination.
Yeah.
Yet my
Why?
colleagues show
Why?
no
See?
intent,
Put the money in the
or
bag.
interest
See?
in when my whistleblower suffered retaliation over the past years, particularly the
You
past
know,
4
you
years.
can't handle the
Indeed, one
truth.
whistleblower
You
has
can't
alleged
handle
that
the
Brian
fruit.
Driscoll's insubordination, whether an agent is on a hot button case or not, they ought to be held accountable for misconduct and weaponization. Senator Cruz.
So there. Oh, God.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to say, it used to be that to center.
Used to be.
Now, apparently, you need only go to the Senate Judiciary Committee and see
Oh, here
our
we go.
Senate Democrats berating the director of the FBI.
Oh, my
which, okay,
God.
It's not, partisan politics is not new in the United States Congress.
Oh,
But what is remarkable
yes.
is,
Oh, my God.
what
Is it
Senator
remarkable?
Booker was berating Director Patel about.
Oh, what?
He wasn't berating him for failing to do his job, but
Okay. Yeah, see, we can see that you're not going to say anything worthwhile.
As
Oh,
Senator
here's my fake
Klobuchar
boyfriend,
and
Alex
others
Padilla.
in this committee have
Thanks.
reminded us, the last several months have provided far too many reminders of the political violence crisis in America today and the gun violence crisis in America today, including the tragic killing just last week. Director Patel, this committee takes seriously its not just oversight role, but recognizing the FBI's important role in protecting the public from gun violence while respecting constitutional rights. If you recall, this was a significant subject area of my questioning during your confirmation hearing. The Bureau plays a central role in enforcing federal firearm laws, ensuring the accuracy of background checks and monitoring trends like machine gun conversion devices and lost or stolen firearms. Now, during your confirmation hearing, you pledged that the FBI would enforce firearm laws fully and fairly, consistent with the Second Amendment. Yet we continue to see a sharp rise in lost and stolen firearms reported by federal licensees. Can you point to any measurable enforcement results like
Yum,
arrests,
although it's
not
breakfast
just
here.
arrests, but also prosecutions or task force expansions since you became director?
I'll get those to you, Senator.
Nothing you can share here today?
No, I'll get the full list to you.
Came
You have
unprepared
one?
today to respond to questions which you knew were important, going back to your confirmation hearing.
I don't think he thought they were
The
important.
Bureau has warned about the
I'm
public safety threat
spitballing, but
posed by machine gun conversion devices, which convert semi-automatic weapons to automatic ones. Can you at least?
oh no, he'll say it,
reference
Neil, and
what
then he'll just
resources
fire
you're
him anyway.
dedicating to this threat?
Absolutely, Senator. Part of tracking ghost guns, as you alluded to, is having a sustainable database, which is hubbed out of our CGIS division in West Virginia. And we've allocated more resources so that FFLs
He sounds
can
like if
track
he
and
says all
trace
this little
firearms that are stolen
jargon,
to
that
make
it's
sure
going to
they
make
don't
him
get
sound
into
like
the
he's got
population.
command of this
That's one of my primary
operation.
concerns, that we don't want stolen weapons
But he
anywhere near
doesn't.
anything.
But the numbers continue
That's
to go
the
up
answer.
as reported by federal licensees. Let me get to my next question on this topic. You previously stated that you hadn't reviewed
Yeah, sorry, Clark.
FixNICS, a
It's
federal law
Krash
that
Patel.
improves reporting to the National Criminal
Sorry.
Background Check System. 8 months into your job, what concrete steps have you taken to ensure that NICS records are complete, accurate, and timely?
Yeah, what have you done?
That's
Because I
actually a great
remember them
question that
asking.
we have dedicated a lot of resources to.
Oh, okay,
Again, at
good.
CGIS.
So he's
The
got a
NICS
good
system
good
has been
update.
trying to get to 100%.
Here we go. All right, here we go. What do we got?
Currently at 93%.
Oh, so
with
close.
87% of those being responsive in less than 60 seconds. So we got more
Do
work.
you think additional resources would be helpful in getting to 100%, or do you still argue that less resources are necessary to get from 93 to 100?
No, I just think we have to work on how fast our actual infrastructure processes these things.
On to a
so it's
question about
process
resources.
improvement?
The FBI's core mission is to counter terrorism, espionage, and major criminal threats.
Yeah, he can
Recent
he
large-scale
can dump anybody.
assignments to immigration enforcement or politically
Although
motivated
Cash again does have
investigations cause
probably
me,
some inside
concerns
baseball.
that other critical missions are being
You know what I
neglected.
mean?
One
He's probably
example,
not
in
that
March of this
easily
year, you
expendable.
created a Tesla-related task force.
Yeah, what the
and
fuck
diverted
is up with
personnel from
that?
the domestic terrorism operations section to work on that task force. What risk analysis justified that decision, and do you still consider domestic violent terrorism to be a lower priority?
Any form of terrorism,
Terrorism?
domestic or international, is the
Terrorism.
highest priority at the FBI. And when you say,
What about terrorism?
Those missions.
I don't believe that's accurate. We did not divert resources away when cars were exploding and people were being set on fire. I directed
Oh,
resources.
wait
to
a
address
minute.
it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Just
Whoa, that's a big fish you got there, son. You really caught a big fish. No, you didn't. People did not catch on fire. People did not catch on fire. Yeah, there were a couple of people that, whatever, tried to light cars on fire. The other car burned up because of an accident with the goddamn car, remember? The one at the hotel that we thought was something, but it turned out to be not something. And the guy was like despondent and da-da. So, you know what I mean? Like, come on, stop. Stop. It was patronizing your billionaire donor.
in your follow-up, and we can make this more explicit in our questions for the record, that you provide the accurate information about the diversion of resources. Because, again, when I understand that you authorize large-scale agent reassignments from counterintelligence and cybercrime to not just immigration cases, but others, it has an impact on the other priorities.
Yeah, I
like
just don't believe him. Like, show us you didn't. Like, show us what your staffing levels were on January 19th. Show them what they are now and explain the
Safeguarding our elections
variance.
is a core FBI responsibility.
That's what you
Public needs
do.
confidence that election security work is driven by facts
Yeah,
and
he's
free from
thinking
political influence.
Oh,
Mr.
we
Director,
surged.
Do you agree
Oh,
with
okay.
Attorney General Bondi's decision
Weird.
to disband the FBI Foreign Influence Task Force?
The disbanding of that task force did not in any way reallocate or take away resources from
How?
that critical mission set.
Then what
How are you
happened?
mitigating the risk of foreign actors
Yeah.
interfering in U.S. elections heading in? to
As I've highlighted
2026?
through our cyber programs, which have seen a 40, 50, 60% increase in
Why?
arrests for
How?
cyber threat actors looking to
How?
not just harm our critical
That's
infrastructure
almost,
systems, but also interfere in
you
our
know, that's almost a transformational sea change in the data. And when I get a variance that large and I'm looking at data, you know, I used to run programs, right? And we had monitoring and evaluation plans, and we would look at the data as the data came out, and I would ask questions about the data. And so I would like to see the data of how he reallocated those duties into other departments, because that's what he's telling us. And he's saying, oh, people might have, I either fired people for cause or they left of their own accord. Well, that's real easy to hide behind, because there's been plenty of people saying, nuh-uh, I was fired because I wasn't loyal enough to this administration. Or I worked on a case because it was assigned to me. It was one of the many Trump cases because he crimed so much. You forget why we're here.
Elections, we've had multiple arrests this year of individuals
Yikes.
who are interfering in that process.
Did the Department of Justice's Election Integrity Task Force seek statewide voter lists and driver's license data?
I can't speak for the Department of Justice.
You're a member of the Department of Justice.
I can
Did
speak
the
for the
FBI play a role in those requests?
Whatever request that we had pursuant to the
yes.
department's direction were
That's
provided.
a yes.
So then you can speak
For the
to
FBI.
those actions.
For the FBI.
Yeah.
So you
So
can speak to those actions.
what
for the
actions
FBI.
did the FBI take?
So what role did you play in those
Thank you.
requests?
Whatever requests we get from the department, I don't have those details in front of me. We provide whatever requests they have.
I have not many
Oh,
details
wow.
in front of you on a lot of the questions coming from this side of the aisle. So I do hope that there are substantive and accurate responses to our questions
There won't be.
in writing. In my time left, Mr. Chairman, I just want to call out a couple of observations. The director before us has tried to explain, I won't say explain, tried to explain how he doesn't need another $500 million to do the job. And specifically that even if the FBI had an additional $500 million, it would take years. I think he referenced 14 years to fill the vacancies. But in the meantime, relying on partnership with local law enforcement to fulfill the mission of the Bureau. As we've discussed in other hearings and in other committees, by the way, given this immigration mass deportation agenda of the administration, the FBI is not the only one leaning on local law enforcement to do the job. ICE has made it clear that they're doing the same. Other law enforcement agencies within DHS is doing the same. So much so that ICE's recruitment, because they're not only not advocating for cuts, they're actually requesting additional dollars and have issues about policy with them. But if ICE's plan to do the job is not just hiring up significantly, they don't seem, and not losing them to the federal government, then our reliance on those local law enforcement agencies is a perilous strategy to take and could undermine local law enforcement's ability to address crime.
Whoa, what happened?
White collar crime, organized retail theft,
What happened?
violent crime, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow, that was
et
weird.
cetera. And in my final minute, I will also suggest this. Director Patel has referenced earlier in the hearing that one of the most significant value addeds of partnering with local law enforcement is that they have the best intelligent, they are the best intelligent source. Is that correct?
For on the ground.
Yet, when local law enforcement is put in a perilous position of being in a role with this mass deportation agenda,
value
which is
addled.
consistently overreached,
Actually.
has been found to violate the law and the Constitution, and has undermined public confidence in law enforcement, not just by immigrants, by the way, but especially immigrants. When immigrants are victims of crime and are afraid to come forward because they don't know what law enforcement is going to do with their information or not, when immigrants, legal or undocumented, are witnesses to crime and are afraid to come forward with that information because they don't know what's going to happen with their information or not, that undermines the credibility of law enforcement with the community and undermines the intelligence, Director Patel, that you say are the best source of intelligence when it comes to law enforcement. So it's shaky, it's worrisome, and in my opinion, overall, you are failing to live up to the role and responsibility that you have been confirmed to, and I associate with myself with everything Senator Booker said earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, before we go to Senator Blackburn, without objection, I want to introduce into the record a recently declassified document, thanks to Director Patel,
The document is a Director Ray FBI analysis of Nellie Orr's false statements to the Congress.
What?
Orr never suffered consequences for advancing the phony Trump-Russia narrative and attempting to cover up her involvement in the hoax with false statements.
Who?
Yet time and again, the American justice system has been weaponized against President Trump and his associates, such as Peter Navarro, with reckless abandon. The DOJ's inaction on Nellie Orr's criminal referral,
Oh my
despite
God,
the
this
obvious
is so embarrassing
incriminating
and
evidence
Nazi.
provided in the FBI's own analysis, undermines public trust in the rule of law, thanks to Director Ray's.
You guys
other
lie all the
failures.
time.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
Oh,
Director
I'm
Patel,
so
thank you ever
sorry,
so much
Marcia.
for being with
but,
us today, and I want to thank you for your
being
commitment
with
to
us
fight violent crime
today.
in Memphis.
The sites
Bye.
are and how much criminal enterprise is going on and how
He had a
easily
binder
these
for the
kids can
opening
be sucked
statement. Yeah, and
into
he has
it.
a bunch of
And
note
also,
cards,
the
like a
only
bunch
way,
of
in my
index
opinion,
cards.
to do that, as Senator Klobuchar and I believe Senator Graham had stated, was, we need to work on Section 230. It's just too
Terrible.
It's been too long since we've addressed
Terrible.
it. Nobody's being held accountable. They're making money, and our youth
Haven't
is
heard
dying.
much
And
about
that's just
National Guard yet in
Well, we
Memphis.
have
Oh, I
that
didn't.
reform bill.
I think
Thank
it's
you,
going to
Mr.
take a couple of
Chairman.
days.
Thank you, Senator Welch.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
Ray
And
was
just at the outset, I just want to
Dumpy's
say what
choice.
I think all of us believe, and that is that the political violence that is so afflicting our country, it doesn't matter whether it's from the right or the left. I mean, all of us have an obligation to fiercely advocate for our point of view. All of us have an obligation to respect people with whom we disagree. The folks we disagree with are our opponents, but they're not our enemies. And I hope all of us keep that in mind and do the best we can to set that example. I want to congratulate the FBI. I want to congratulate the Utah state and local law enforcement for the very good work that it did in apprehending the violent assailant of Charlie Kirk, and that is a terrible, terrible tragedy. Director Patel, at one point you made an announcement that the suspect was in custody. We got our man. It turned out that was not true. In fact, I think that was about 27 hours before the person now in custody was apprehended. Why did you make that statement?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you letting me address this.
Hi, Jay.
What the FBI does is not just locate and find suspects, but we also participate in eliminating subjects. And what we had at the time was a subject in custody in relation to this investigation. So in my commitment to work with the public to help identify subjects and suspects, I put that information out. And then when we interviewed him, I put out the results of that. And could I have been more careful in my verbiage and included an A subject instead of subject? Sure, in the heat of the moment, but I was doing the best I could.
In all candor, I don't quite get that, because if we have our man, that would suggest to the public that everybody can rest and relax and not then continue to provide information to local law enforcement and to you.
Well,
so that was a mistake.
I don't see it as a mistake. I see it as something working with the public to identify that there was a subject
So if
in
you
custody.
put out a statement that says we've got our man, and in fact
Yeah.
it turns out that you didn't have your man, that's not a mistake?
But that's not what I said.
Oh,
Well, I'll go on. That's my understanding.
he
The second
wins
thing
when you
that is
do
really
that.
important
Welch,
in the
be better
FBI, but it's
prepared.
important in every agency.
Listen, if these guys are going to do this, they have to be tough as fucking nails, and they have to be 3 steps ahead in their questioning. Literally. They have to assume that he's going to obstruct and divert and be disingenuous. What in the fuck do these guys get paid for? If not, to stand up to morons, sorry, I use that word, idiots like this, who are terrorizing people across the country with their agents being sent. I mean, I'm just asking for some really well-planned fucking questioning. That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for what I would be required to do if my if I'm sitting as the executive director in charge of an organization and I'm sitting in front of my board of directors, which is a similar setup to what we're talking about here, kind of, sort of, and I have to anticipate what my board members are going to ask me. I have to think 3 steps ahead, just like they do. They have to think about, what am I going to ask her about? You know what I mean? Like, this is not fucking rocket science. I don't have a master's degree. I have a bachelor's degree. So I don't even know all this stuff. But I know enough that you really want to think through to its conclusion what your line of questioning is. And I get so frustrated with fucking senators and representatives who don't have that, what I consider to be a very basic skill. I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a little bit of a rant. Okay.
Is that the folks who are doing good work
Yeah, they
get
could
supported
Google
for
it.
the work they're doing.
DuckDuckGo it. I don't
A number
care.
of highly successful FBI agents have been let go, and I want to just ask you a little bit about that. You know
See,
who
those are
Brian
feeling
Driscoll
words.
is.
Get away from the fucking feeling words.
Yes.
Yeah, and I know they do
Okay,
some
and
of
my
that. I'm not saying
understanding
they
is he
don't do
served with
any.
the FBI for over 18 years. You agree?
I believe that's accurate.
Special agent in charge of the Newark office. He was commander of the FBI's hostage rescue team. That's a very prestigious and responsible
But my
position.
God, think through the questions. Don't get stymied with the one
Section
stupid
chief of the
roadblock.
Critical Incident Response Group's tactical section. You've got to be pretty
I don't know.
good to get that high responsibility. You agree with
I
that?
want to be a journeyman.
Yes, sir.
He oversaw 55
that.
SWAT teams, and they're like the
What do they
elite of
do?
the elite, right? They go in to the dangerous situations, right? He got a Medal of Valor for his participation in a raid on ISIS terrorist Abu Sayyaf, who had kidnapped American citizens Kyla Mueller, right? Mueller? Is that
Yeah,
right?
I know.
You're in agreement, right?
I know Kayla Mueller's family, yes, I know this.
Okay, and he got Kurt Meyer, somebody who had barricaded himself in a bar after he killed 4 people and wounded 2. And Driscoll was part of the team that went in there and took that guy out, right?
I don't have all the details, but I'll take your word for it, Senator.
And he got into trouble when when Emil Bove demanded a list of FBI agents who investigated January 6th and was apprehensive that what did happen ultimately would happen, and that is those folks would get fired. I mean, do you agree with me that a boss who stands up for his subordinates when they did the job that was asked of them is a stand-up person and somebody to be admired?
Generally speaking, yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Generally speaking, yes, sir.
But Driscoll
What,
got
but
fired,
not in this
right?
case?
Again, that matter is under litigation, and the matter you referenced occurred before I was
Okay, but
director.
how
let's
convenient.
just keep it really narrow here. He's fired, right?
Yes, he was terminated.
And he has to be, there's somebody communicates to him that he's terminated, correct?
That's my job.
That's your job. So you communicated to him that he was fired.
I did.
So, I have a hard time with this because that record suggests to me that this person is like worthy of consideration for the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and he got
That's what
fired.
Mariah thinks.
But there's also a record of other information that was available, and now that this matter is pending litigation, we will get that out in due course. But as
Okay,
you
so
you can
the
agree.
so-called-
Oh,
so
you
you've got,
fabricated
quote,
more
other
evidence
information
of his performance?
that you see as a valid
That you
basis
didn't-
to fire somebody
Interesting.
who, from what I can tell, had an absolutely outstanding
It's- it-
record and who crossed
They're actually not ready for the
the
incel chuds.
threshold of getting in trouble because he was standing up.
Raskin
for
would be a little
agents
better.
Serving under
Jasmine
him
would be a little
who
better.
did work that was assigned to them that happened to be related to the January 6th uprising.
Again, you're correlating based on your information the reasons for his termination, and I'm telling
No,
you.
that's
there's-
right. Let me ask you another question. When you were here, you were rightly
Thank you, Frumplefest.
critical, not
Feet.
here, actually. I
Frumple
guess it was
Feet.
on
That's the
Cash's
best
corner.
name
You were
ever. Oh
rightly
my gosh.
critical of the way that
Thank you for
the previous
subscribing.
FBI
Appreciate
director
it.
used the FBI jet. And you said,
You wanted to ground Chris Wray's private jet travel that he
I
pays
love
for
it.
with taxpayer dollars to hop around the country. Let me ask you this. You know, on the weekend of,
We were
according
just
to
talking about
flight
CS2
tracker
and Disco
data, on the
Elysium.
weekend of March 7th, an FBI
Oh,
plane
cool. You got
flew
a little
round trip
sub from
DC
Maryland.
to Las
Sweet.
Vegas, and you attended a UFC fight with Mel Gibson, and I'll show you that. Is that you, and is that true?
Yeah, you want to know the difference? I live in Las Vegas. I'm allowed to go home. I didn't leave a congressional hearing early on an FBI jet to dodge questions.
All right.
Oh.
And on April 5th, you attended a hockey game in New York
What?
City. You don't live
What?
there, right?
No, I don't.
By the way, everyday FBI agents who are assigned in Washington don't get to fly home on a private jet.
Well, this is a great point. Do you know why I have to use a private jet? Because Congress made it mandatory.
Okay. In April
What?
5th, well, we didn't make it
Ooh.
mandatory that you go to UFC games with Mel
Are
Gibson.
you telling me I can't go home?
You know, you got to use some judgment here.
So
Uh,
when I'm at
Beth,
home,
you
I
would-
can't do what I'm doing when I go home.
let
Everybody
me
else
keep-
is allowed to go home,
Let
just
me
not
keep
me.
going. No, I'm glad
Yeah,
you go
no,
home.
you're
I
not.
love to go home.
No, you're
But
not.
I don't go home on a private jet.
Oh, no.
On April 5th,
They're not
you
mandated to do so.
You attended a hockey game in New York City with Wayne Gretzky, and Flight Tracker says the FBI jet took you to and
Did
from
they
New York City. where you
really?
don't live,
Well, that's
right?
bad.
That's correct.
That's bad.
And on April 12th,
I'm sorry. That's
on the
bad.
following weekend, you attended a UFC
You
fight,
shouldn't do that.
A fight in Miami, also on the FBI jet, right?
Oh, boy.
That's correct.
So what's the
Uh.
cost to the taxpayer for those 3 flights?
But I pay the commercial equivalent per the regs of the law.
Oh, my
And so just so
gosh.
you know,
I
when
love
you are
this.
comparing me
I
to
just asked
prior
what
direct
Gal, I
I asked
love
what the
that.
cost was, and you don't know, I take it.
Yeah, and what I've done with the use of the private jet is use Andrews
They're
Air
the
Force
Trump
Base versus
files.
Reagan
That's
National
right,
is what
babes.
the other
They're the
directors have
Trump
done
files.
to save the
Fuck Donald
taxpayer
Trump.
dollars.
Fuck 12.
Flew
Fuck
home
ICE. Free
to Las
Palestine.
Vegas. There's nobody else in the
I'ma
FBI
say that
who
shit
gets
again. Free
paid.
Palestine.
They have to pay
I
their
love
own
that
way
song.
if they want to go home, right? I mean, right?
Well, that's not accurate. Depending on where you're stationed, the FBI covers the bill to get home.
So are you telling
you
me
live
that
in New
FBI
York?
agents who are assigned in Washington, but who may live in Charlotte, they get paid by the FBI to go
Sometimes
home?
they do, yes.
Right.
Sometimes.
Another thing I want to
see.
say is this.
Okay.
You know, our local law enforcement has been stiffed. About $500 million in cop grants
Oh, yeah, that's
have
right.
been taken out of the budget. Those really help us. in
Plus, all the
Burlington. They help
overtime
us in
for
Rutland.
LAPD.
They
Let's
really
talk
are
about it.
important. And why in the world would we be cutting those cop grants when we need that local law enforcement, in part to partner with you?
Well, I
Do
think
you
you're
support that?
I think you're speaking to the Department of Justice grants, which I don't adjudicate, but also Vermont, just like every other state, has received a plus-up of FBI personnel.
DOJ grants
not what
pass
we're
through
seeing.
to the
The other
FBI.
thing, my
He's just
understanding
being
is that
stupid.
there's a requisition or an effort to get another plane for the FBI that would cost about $72 million. Is that right?
That's inaccurate.
Never
The
heard of it.
FBI, because the jet, as you call it, is not my jet. We use it for operational needs. We use it for FTOX. We use it for HRT.
But that's the one you fly in,
and
right?
we have multiple fixed-wing assets, and one of them is on a wildly expensive lease that I deemed a waste of money, and I'm looking for a replacement in which the government can procure assets permanently.
Well, but I would welcome you.
Yeah, but then there's the
submitting
maintenance.
to this committee the
Doesn't seem very
cost
wise.
information about the jets that are under consideration. And according to our research, the specifications that are included in this request would result in an expenditure of between $72 million and $80 million.
That's
So
inaccurate, but I'll happily get you the right
I
numbers.
welcome getting the specific information. Thank
Absolutely.
you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Put your microphone on.
I can get closer. Comey became FBI director
Oh,
in
my God.
2013. And then something like when I became ranking member in the middle of a Congress, or I was ranking member,
Yeah.
Comey needed an excuse to come to Des Moines, Iowa, or someplace in Iowa.
Oh
for a
my
family
God.
reunion.
Okay.
He wanted to meet with me in Waterloo, Iowa.
The last administration,
No.
where many of
No.
The
No.
field, to move out field agents, to
Damn it.
move out intel analysts, to move out
Damn it. We
program
went as
managers.
far
And by the
forward
way,
as we could.
That's what they all want to do, go out in the field and do the work. And no one's going to be punished for going out in the field and doing the work, and no one's going to be punished for wanting to stay at headquarters and help. But we needed a reallocation of assets, and that's what we did.
and from your experience, both before and
Ashley
now
Moody
in office, have
is
you
a
found
corrupt
that
politician.
many of these
Thank you very much.
nonprofits have done work to undermine the stability and security of cities?
Those matters are very much
Which ones?
ongoing, and
Which
hopefully we can
ones?
report the results soon.
Okay, which ones? Because I'm going to be real curious about this. Okay? I'm going to be real curious about this. And I'm going to look back to a case that happened in Arizona where they went after, what is it? Mi Familia? Remember the election case in Arizona where they were going after the Mi Familia organization based in Arizona, which one of their activities was to help encourage registering to vote, et cetera, you know, the usual stuff. It's actually pretty common among, you know, organizations that are around civic engagement. That's generally the category that you consider them in, is like a civic engagement, community development type of organization. So we should be watchful as just one more fucking thing that we have to keep an eye on, that this government is about to go after nonprofits, and that means closing off a lot of community services. Okay? They've already taken the grants through SAMHSA, through the mental health, through the DOJ, right? Communities also get grants from the Department of Justice to do local law enforcement. Well, those grants are gone. Okay? So if you think about it, these nonprofits who from time to time would get government grants, but maybe not very often. I ran a lot of small nonprofits and we didn't get government grants. I didn't get government grants until I went to the anti-slavery organization in DC that was doing more global work. And that was easier, right? To get the government grants are very hard to get, or were, but they don't exist anymore. And so these smaller organizations that are in your community that might be, you know, helping immigration lawyers, might be helping Just Food Kitchen, might be helping, you know, town halls or whatever it is that this community organization might be, the FBI is about to come after them. And I would, again, look back to the case where they tried to shut down Mi Familia. I don't remember how that came out exactly, whether they were curtailed in their activities to increase voter registration in Arizona, but I'll take a look at it for a future Wake and Bake. But yeah, so it's going to be even, you know, again, another plate that is spinning and about to be crushed by this authoritarian regime that is fully in fascist mode. They're not approaching fascist mode. They're in fascist mode. Another thing I want to bring up that I really want to talk about probably tomorrow, because I want to give it a lot of time, is the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and the thing that really kept me up all night, which was watching the UN report that just was issued on the genocide classification, that Israel is committing genocide actively, etc., which is yet another piece of evidence-based reporting on what is happening in Gaza. So we'll go over that tomorrow, because I also have information on the Infidels Motorcycle Club, which apparently, fun fact, are performing security duties. Remember when we talked about the American contractors that are part of the security, quote unquote, with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is not a humanitarian foundation. It's probably a money laundering organization and an enrichment scheme for Trump's friends and Jared's friends. So I want to talk about that tomorrow and go over a number of stories that talk about the Infidels Motorcycle Club, and that they are actually members of that, which is I guess veterans bikers group or something like that, a criminal organization, if you will, that they are on the ground in Gaza and armed and providing security for the foundation. Didn't know that. That was news to me. So I have a few articles to read about that tomorrow. Yeah, the infidels. Yeah, the infidels biker gang. So, which was very surprising to me, actually, because we had talked about the U.S. contractors that are actually doing the security on the ground for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and they're dirty enough. But this was a level dirtier that I hadn't seen before, and kind of a weird fit. So, yeah, exactly. It's mind blowing, right? Yeah. So I want to go over that tomorrow and read about that. But anyway, let's keep going with this nonsense and see where we go.
And I don't mean just those that may have aided and abetted or supported criminal acts. Those absolutely should be
Okay,
investigated
here we go.
and pursued.
Here
full
she
extent
goes.
Of the law. And I hope
Here's
that
my point,
we
right here.
follow the money trail, as some of my colleagues have suggested. I also want to get your opinion about the nonprofits that are working to push, get elected, and then push criminal justice policies that have made our cities and states less safe.
Wait, what?
Specifically, I'm going to push out all of the things that they espouse make the city stronger. No cash bail. Try not to charge.
I can't think of one.
Don't call people offenders or felons.
What?
Or rapists.
Who's doing that?
Or drug traffickers.
Who's doing that? When did that? Is that a thing? Is that an us thing?
I can go on and on.
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you actually can't go on and on. You couldn't even get to number 2, you stupid cunt. You stupid, stupid, stupid operative. Okay? You stupid operative. You couldn't even get to number 2 without clenching your butt cheeks. So give me a fucking break, lady. Never forget that name? Oh, boy. Uh-oh. I'm probably going to forget it. God damn it. I thought that was Trump calling people names. No, it's Ashley Moody.
When you do charge as minimally as you can.
Wait, I thought you were going on and on.
Don't put people on parole or probation following
Okay, I'm done with
incarceration.
this.
You
Okay, are
assured
you
Senator
done? Oh, here we go.
Blumenthal-
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That, in
She
these
doesn't know.
police
Ashley
ranks
doesn't
around
know
the
what the
nation,
fuck
when in
she's
fact
talking about. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Going
Don't
to
worry.
Chicago, Miami, St. Louis, so many other cities across the country.
Going to Kansas City.
And I'm just grateful that
Kansas
you are doing this, and I
City,
commend
here
you
I
for all the numbers that I'm seeing going after the violent crime.
They got some
helping make sure
crazy
we are getting
little
the
ladies
criminals that
there,
came
and
here
I'm
unvetted from other
gonna
nations
give
out of
me
this
one.
country, that you are allocating resources to those efforts. It is all important
Going
to make this a
to
stronger,
Kansas
safer nation, and
City.
we appreciate you being here today.
Kansas
and
City,
making sure
here
we're
I
talking
come.
truth and not misinformation to the American people. Thank you.
Oh, Kansas City,
I
cool.
want to use C
Kansas
to
City,
introduce
here
into the
I
record
come.
a declassified Clinton Annex. The Clinton Annex
Yeah, I
is
got some crazy little ladies there, and I'm gonna give me one.
Clinton email
You're a blue dot in
investigation.
a I
The annex
know.
shows that
God
the
bless.
FBI had
God bless.
evidence necessary
Dog bless.
to conduct, quote,
What are you
thorough and
doing?
complete
Oh
investigation,
my
end of quote.
God.
But the Comey
Nobody
FBI
cares.
failed to review the evidence
God,
at the time.
I wish there was like that little 10 seconds ahead.
retribution.
Okay, sorry.
None
I'm
for
sorry.
political retribution. Allowed to make their allegations.
It is all important.
You're all killing me.
Nearly a
Sorry,
decade
I
in the
screwed up.
shadows, this
A
information
white dot,
has
but I'm
now
blue right now.
come to light thanks
There you
to
go.
Dr. Patel or Director Patel.
Whatever you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who are you?
Mr.
Who am
Patel,
I?
During your confirmation hearing, you made several important commitments. For instance, you told Senator Coons there will be no politicization at the FBI. There'll be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as FBI director.
If I have to
So let me
walk,
ask you
I'm gonna
very
get there just
specifically,
the same.
did you ever
I'm
take
going
any
to
action
Kansas
to
City.
terminate or discipline an FBI agent or employee
City,
in whole or in part as retribution for being
forgot
part of
about
an
that song.
investigation of Donald Trump or January
Got some
6th?
crazy little ladies there.
You also
and
committed,
I'm
you assured
gonna
Senator
give
Blumenthal,
me one.
all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution.
Except these two.
So you're testifying today that you played no role in the firing of even a single FBI agent for political retribution.
I was
None for
crossing my
political
fingers,
retribution.
sir.
And if any FBI agent said you did, they would be lying. Is that your testimony?
I'm only speaking to my actions. Everybody is allowed to make their allegations.
Oh,
I
no,
have
these are allegations against you.
Yes,
And
he
Mr.
is.
Patel, if FBI, senior FBI agents or employees said that you were firing them for political retribution reasons because of the cases they were assigned, you're saying they would be lying. Is that your
Anyone that
testimony?
was terminated at the FBI was done so for failing to meet the standards, uphold their constitutional oath, and effectuate the mission.
Well, by meet the standards, are you talking about
so
meet
close.
the standards of protecting the president under any circumstance?
No.
You also guaranteed Senator Blumenthal that every FBI employee
Yeah,
will
probably.
be held to the same, absolute same standard. No one will be terminated for case assignments. Are you testifying today that you never terminated anyone at the FBI in whole or in part because of a prior case assignment?
No one at the FBI is terminated for case assignments alone.
Well, I'm asking you about you, Mr. Patel. Did you, in whole or in part, terminate anyone at the FBI because they worked on the Trump investigation or because they worked on January 6th?
No one at the FBI has been terminated for case assignments alone.
Okay, you're saying alone.
Alone.
Does that mean they were
It's
terminated
included?
in part because they were assigned to a January 6th case or assigned to the Mar-a-Lago case? You're being very precise here, Mr. Patel. You're saying alone. That means they were fired in part because they were assigned those cases. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. But if you want to keep
Okay,
putting words
well,
in my mouth,
then
go
let me
ahead.
ask
No,
you.
he's trying to get you to
Let's strip
clarify,
away
bitch.
the word alone. Did you terminate or participate in any discipline of any FBI employee in whole or in part because of their work on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th? Yes or no?
Any terminations at the FBI by employees.
No, I'm
since
asking you a very specific
And I'm
question.
going to answer the question, but you don't like the answer because it's the
No,
truth
I
and it guts
want
your
an answer to my
narrative.
question. I don't want an answer to someone else's question. So let me just be precise,
God,
and
they're
I
such
ask for a yes or no answer.
pissants.
Did you ever terminate or discipline an FBI employee in whole or in part because they had been assigned or worked on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
FBI
Yes or no?
employees are only terminated
Yes
if
or
they
no,
fail
Mr.
to
Patel?
uphold their oaths of
Yes or
office
no?
and duty.
You're not
at the
answering my
FBI
question.
I
You're
don't
not
have to
answering my
answer your question yes or no because you're setting up a trap so you can have a
Oh, no,
media
I'm not
narrative.
setting up a trap
And I'm not
unless-
giving it to you.
Unless it's true
He'd
that you
like the
fired
information.
people
Yeah.
People have
whole
been
or in part
terminated at
because
the
they-
FBI who failed to uphold
They were
the
assigned
standards
to.
that the FBI requires them
Did you
to
tell,
uphold.
did you tell anyone at the FBI that all FBI employees who they identified who had worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
Say that I would remove people for case assignments?
I
That you
figured
would-
that was going to come.
That people that were identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
People are not removed
But
for
just
case
answer my question.
assignments.
Just answer my question. Did you tell that to
People
someone?
are not removed for case
No,
assignments.
you're not
and
answering
I
my
would-
question.
And I would
Mr.
never
Patel,
tell anyone.
did you tell someone at the FBI that FBI employees identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Yes or no, did you tell someone that?
I would never tell anyone at the FBI that they're being removed for basically their case assignments.
Oh,
Okay, so anyone who said that
But
would
I
be
would
lying.
tell
Is
him
that your
for
testimony?
something
Anyone
else
can say
plus-
whatever they want.
No, I know, but you're saying they were a liar.
I'm telling you what I said.
Because this is in the complaint
Oh my
against you,
God.
Mr. Patel. So you're saying Mr. Driscoll and others are liars?
I'm not going to address the complaint and the ongoing
Okay, well then let me ask you, have you ever told anyone at the FBI that the FBI tried to
Yes.
put the president in
Yes,
jail
he
and
is
he
under
hasn't
oath.
forgotten it, and that your job depended on the
I
removal
mean,
of agents who
I-
worked on cases against the
Sometimes I
president?
like
No.
Did you
Schiff.
ever tell
He's
anyone
my
that?
congressman, or
Okay.
senator.
Did you ever tell anyone that you knew these summary firings you were undertaking were illegal, likely illegal, and that you would
Uh-oh.
be sued? and
Is this
later
from the
deposed?
New
Did you
York
ever tell
Times
anyone that?
article that's pinned at the
firings
top?
The FBI or terminations were done for anything other than justified
Did you ever
cause.
tell anyone that, Mr.
No,
Patel? Why don't you
no
answer my question?
terminations at the FBI were ever done in my tenure for anything other than failing
Did you
to
ever tell
uphold
anyone
their
that,
oath of
Mr.
their
Patel? You willing to
office
answer
or
the
their-
question?
The FBI.
I guess
So
you
how
don't
do you
wanna answer the
define it,
question.
upholding
So
your
let me
oath?
move on. Let me move on to the Epstein files. You said you're the most transparent FBI director in history, so I'm going to put you to the test.
Uh-oh.
In 2024, you were asked by Glenn Beck about Epstein's black book. And you said, he asked, who has Jeffrey Epstein's black book? And you said, black book, FBI. And he said, but who? That is, I mean theirs. And you said, oh, that's under the direct control of the director of the FBI. That's what you said. Was that true, Mr. Patel?
I'll rely on you quoting it accurately. I did that a
Was
couple
it
of years
true
ago.
what you represented to Mr. Beck and the president's supporters out there, or were you lying?
No,
Was it true that the black book, Epstein's black book, was in the possession of the FBI director?
The black book was in the possession of the FBI.
Okay, so now that you're the FBI director, you have possession of the black book, right?
That index has been released.
So you have Jeffrey Epstein's black book?
What is known as Jeffrey Epstein's black book has been released by us.
And you released it. And let me follow up on Senator Kennedy's question, because he asked you, and I'll be very precise here. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself? And you said, himself, there's no credible information, none. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And Kennedy, the information we have, again, is limited. And Senator Kennedy said, the answer is no one. And you said, for the information we have. So is it your testimony today that in all the Epstein files, that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked no one to anyone but himself? Is that your testimony, Mr.
I never
Patel?
said Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic anyone else.
Did he traffic any young woman to someone other than himself? That was Mr. Kennedy's question,
And I
Senator Kennedy's
said
question.
the information that 3 administrations have had access to
I'm
have
asking
made
you-
determinations that there are no investigative leads that
Made
were credible
determinations?
to prosecute and investigate any
Nuh-uh,
others. I'm
we
specifically
prosecuted Ghislaine
stating
Maxwell,
what you're
shithead.
working on.
Testimony today.
Well, you just read it, and I
I'm-
said it
I'm-
10 minutes ago, so let the record reflect my
I
testimony.
just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding, because
Because he's
there are
going to catch you
victims
on it, bitch.
like Virginia Guifer who have testified otherwise, who have said otherwise, and you're telling the American people today that the Epstein list is a single name and it's Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we're to believe?
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying, and
Well,
you
let
can
me-
say
let me
whatever
ask
you
Let
want.
me ask you this.
That's his favorite.
When
what I'm
Todd
saying.
Blanche went to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, she said, but did I think these guys were coming for that? I really don't. If you met Epstein, there's no way that this cast of characters, of which it's extraordinary, and some are in your cabinet, who you value as your co-workers,
Nut
and you
liquor.
know would be
Jeffrey
with him
Epstein's
if he
next
was
door
a
neighbor,
creep or
Howard
because they wanted
Nut
sexual
Liquor.
favors. A man wants sexual favors, he will find out. They didn't have to come to Epstein for that. And the next question Todd Blanche, the president's former criminal defense lawyer, asked is not who in the cabinet, who are you referring to? His question is, so when's the
'Cause he
last
knew.
time you think you were with Mr. Epstein when he got a massage?
It's not liquor.
So let me ask you, who are those cabinet members that
It's not
Ghislaine
liquor.
Maxwell was referring to that, that were part of this cast of characters associated with Mr. Epstein? Who are they?
The Deputy Attorney General took the aggressive step that no one else did and interviewed Ms. Maxwell for
No, I'm
2
asking you,
days,
who are
and we released
who are
the
the cabinet
entirety
members?
of that
Who are the
transcript.
cabinet members?
I do
Yeah,
not
who
have
are the
that
cabinet
transcript in
members?
front of me. You're picking it piecemeal. The American public can read the entirety of
Let me
that.
ask you one last question, because you clearly won't tell us the cabinet members associated with Mr. Epstein. Let me ask you one last question. And that is, right after she gives this testimony in front of an FBI agent, among others, she's transferred to a minimum security prison not suitable for a sex offender
He's
like
going to say
herself.
this isn't his job. Damn it.
Who made that decision and why?
The Bureau of Prisons.
The Bureau of Decisions made it in
Prisons.
The Bureau of Prisons decided on their own, without any consultation with Blanche or anyone else, that they were going to suddenly, after this interview, completely unrelated to this interview, completely
Trumpstein
unrelated to
files.
anything she said, move her to a prison not suitable for a sex offender. You want the American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No. I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of
You're not in
inmates.
the weeds.
What I am
The
doing is
most-
protecting
the
this country,
most- the
providing
most
historic
significant
No,
reforms.
I don't think it's
and
very
combating the
historic. I still haven't seen the
weaponization
hard
of
data.
intelligence by the likes
Like,
of
where's the
you,
data?
And we have
Gets
countlessly proven you to be a
your
liar in
administration,
Russiagate, in
and you
January
call that
6th.
being
You are
in
the
the
biggest
weeds?
fraud to ever sit in the
This-
United
Stop.
States
Oh
Senate.
my
I
You're a
God.
disgrace to this
This thing's to high
institution
heaven.
and an utter coward.
And I'm not surprised.
I'm not
I'm
surprised
not
that you continue
surprised
to lie
that the-
from
Oh
your
my
perch
God.
and put on a show
view
so you can go
of you
raise money for your
and for good
charade.
reason.
You are a political buffoon at best.
Oh my
You can
God.
take an internet troll
Take
and
it
make-
to the
you can take
bank
an
that the
internet-
FBI is
you
protecting
can
this
make an
country
internet troll,
and the state and
the
citizens
FBI
of
director.
California.
Ew, no,
We're
you're
all
not.
nothing more.
No, you're not. You
reforms
guys
in
are
this
weird.
order. But all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration.
Oh
and
my
the
God.
Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department
Oh
did
my
squat.
God.
And what did President Trump do? Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done?
Chairman,
You said
take
I'm the
control
most
of this
transparent
situation.
FBI director in
God,
history.
the chairman is
33,000
fucking
pages
ridiculous.
of information to you. I challenge you to
I
say
want a
anything
revolution
credibly
right
to the
now.
truth. Go ahead and run to the camera.
I don't want these fucking. He's a fucking pedophile.
Before
Fucking
I go
chud
to Senator
pedophile.
Tillis,
Fuck that guy.
without objection,
Fucking hate Krash Patel. He's such a
the Durham
dork.
Annex. The Durham Annex
I guess he
is
did.
a declassified appendix to John Durham's report.
Oh my
Crossfire
God.
Hurricane. The Durham Annex
God, just have a
contains
stroke
information
right now, would you please?
exposing a reported
Why can't any,
Clinton
where are
campaign plan
aneurysms?
to falsify
Where are aneurysms when you need them?
President- to falsely tie
Come on.
President Trump to Russia. For
Oh my
years, I
God.
fought to assemble
Yeah, he did. He cut his
and
mic.
publicize all the facts
But they left
heretofore
Bitch Kitten's mic
unknown
on.
surrounding Durham's investigation, Crossfire
Durham's-
Hurricane, and related matters.
Durham's investigation didn't find shit. Okay? They even took it to court. And the people were acquitted. Okay? There was no there. There was no there with Tulsi's files that she pulled out of her ass. Because I read them. Did you? There was nothing untoward there. It's the same shit that every administration does. Yeah, I get it. I get that, Cash is in a corner and he really fucked up this whole Charlie Kirk murder. And he really fucked he fucked up the Epstein stuff. He fucked up the what's the other thing he fucked up? Oh shit, I can't remember now. But I'm going to tell you right now, Cash isn't doing the best job ever. And he knows it. And he knows that he's a slimy motherfucker. And that he's going to use those skills to try and slither out of whatever it is they're trying to confront him. And Grassley is a useful idiot who's compromised and an insurrectionist. And here we are in a fascist state.
The Durham Annex was declassified large part because of
The Durham Annex was a big fat fucking
We
nothing.
should plus it up in a few cities. I'd rather
I'm
use
not
the
gonna.
money.
You know what? I actually am gonna leave it going, and I'll put I'm turning the sound off though. I can't. If a Democrat comes on, I'll go back. But it's my show. I don't fucking care. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Russia, if you're listening, will you finally prove to GoPers that you're a puppet master? Yeah, exactly. Okay, it's us. Yeah, he's talking about we're going to go to Memphis and kick some ass. I mean, this is all just a testosterone and vodka party. Okay, that's what this is. It's dumb. It's dumb as fuck. dumb as fuck. Oh my God. I can't even listen to Tom Tillis. Where's my oh shoot, where's my other really awesome window with all my beautiful things? Well, I'll do the programming notes while we're not listening to them talk to each other and stroke each other's ego. But let me tell you about programming. Okay, so tonight it's Tuesday, right? It's Tuesday. And that means one thing and one thing only, documentaries. And we're going to have a documentary tonight. I can't remember what I was thinking, but I will make sure I put it on my socials in the next couple of hours. So check it out. But tonight, 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern, everything in between and outside of that, we will be on the Discord watching a beautiful documentary. So that is something. And then the other piece is I'm trying a little different schedule this week to see if it works. I'm not really sure about, if it'll work or not, but I'm kind of toying with this and I want to know what people end up thinking about it. And that is that I would do a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, wake and bake. Do you want to hear Tillis? All right. Okay.
That are a risk to themselves and a risk for the community. And I really do believe Safer Communities Act is a good framework.
Would you rather hear me?
For doing
No, I'm
that.
just kidding.
That's only a comment.
it.
Section 702 is going to come up in April of next year for renewal. Do you believe it should be eliminated and not reauthorized?
No, sir. It needs to be
Can I also
reauthorized.
get your commitment maybe to come back
Can
over
I get
and
your
review
commitment?
some of the controls?
Well, it's on the, I mean,
that
it
are
is
in
on the
place and
screen
other
because I
things,
have
so
the,
hopefully we
it
won't
might be hard
have
to see though, but
the
I do have
drama
the
leading up to April. We can actually come here and get consensus on
captions
why
on.
you've got the checks and balances in place. And
He's
why
saying
we should
nothing
do it,
of
just remove
substance.
any chance
That's
that
the
we're going to run
problem.
into that cliff narrative next year. Can I get your commitment on doing that?
You have
Mr.
it, sir.
Patel?
Yeah,
Thank
see,
you.
this is why we don't listen to them because they
I,
don't ask
wanna
anything
talk
of
very-
substance. I mean, I feel like, we will just we will become dumber if we continue to listen to that. All they are is pumping each other up and it's so ridiculous. But okay, so programming note, wake and bake Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday until we get to like SCOTUS, because they'll have Monday stuff. So we'll do some Monday wake and bakes. But I'm trying to make sure I spread my time out so that I don't get like weirdly exhausted, weirdly weirded out, I guess. And then, no, he's not related to Pence. No, he's not. That's Tom Tillis. Not to be confused with Mel Tillis. He's definitely not Mel Tillis. He's Tom Tillis. But they are kind of alike. They kind of do talk like. Anyway, and then guess what? Guess what? I'm thinking about moving Lolo's Lounge Spaced Out Trivia back to Friday nights. I know. Same time, 6:30 p.m. Pacific, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. But on Fridays, like it used to be way back when, after, hopefully after 5/8, usually we are after 5/8. And then do movies in Discord on Saturday nights. So I kind of want to try that and see how I do, if I'm able to, do a satisfactory job. The trivia board is really up in arms about it. They're actually not speaking to me right now. They're really upset about it. They're really, really upset. And yeah. I think Tom Tillis isn't coming back. I don't think he's actually coming back, Sharon. I think he's not running for re-election, right? I'm pretty sure he said that. But yeah, no, definitely. We're not getting rid of anything, really. I mean, I might be doing 2 less wake and bakes a week. Not Monday, not Friday, but, you never know. Stuff happens, and then I'll do it. Yeah, Tillis is leaving. That's right. And I think I'm going to try it, and we'll see if we like it. I know it's going to take a little transition, but I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, trivia's for Fridays. Maybe that's what's not helping me. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm not I don't know. Anyway, so that's what the plan-io is. And then I'm really in the mood to do some bedtime stories. I just haven't. I think I'm going to record them ahead of time and then run the bedtime stories. You can have a premiere, but then you can also just listen to them on your own time. I don't know. I really want to finish that one book we started, Ministry for the Future. I want to suggest Inside Daisy Clover as a midnight movie because Robert Redford, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Perfect. Perfect. That's right. R.I.P. Robert Redford. Oh my God. Such a wonderful actor. Inside Daisy. Oh, I love that movie. I think I remember that. I mean, I remember the movie, but I can't remember if I liked it. I think I did very much. It's an American drama. Yeah, cool. Sweet. I'm not sure what movie we're going to watch this week. Well, that's what we love. We love weird but fun movies. Oh, Sam's saying hi to everybody. Wow, this guy gets a long. Oh, it's right. They get 10 minutes. They don't get 5 minutes. They get 10 minutes. What was I going to say? Oh, I'm not sure what movie like the first movie to do on Saturday night is this week. Like what's our like escape movie? We always have like an escape movie. He was really good in that. I agree, Tom. I know Robert Redford, hot. Yeah. Even a hot dead guy. Yep. Totally. Yeah, Sammy's like, hi. He's hanging out. You want to say hi, Sam? You're not going to do it on command. Stupid am I. Anyway, I was hoping Tom Tillis would wrap it up, but no, he's not going to. Look at even what's his name? Krash is getting a little bored. His eyes are wandering. He was 89. Yeah, I actually thought he might be a little bit older, like a couple of years, but I guess not. Yeah. Wow. For main movie, Weapons 2025 has been recommended to me as a comedy horror. Weapons 2020. Wait, Weapons? Just Weapons or Weapons 2025? Don't say that weird thing again. I thought about it, Carrie, but I didn't. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you for keeping. Whoa! Oh, shit. Okay, he's done. Well, there you go. Krash Patel. Now he can go snort a line in the bathroom. I love you. I love you. I love you too. No, I love you. Thank you. I'm going to tell these guys I love them too. Hi, guys. I love you. Hey, I love you. I love you. You guys are okay, but okay. I love him. Bye. Sorry. I can't. I'm a child. I don't know what else to say. Around the 4-hour mark, I start to get a little punchy, but hopefully my camera will be fixed. I'm trying a couple different things. I'm just frustrated, but I'm trying to get my camera to work. So hopefully this week I'll get that done. Typo missed a parentheses. Yes. Trump has said that before. People, he said he looked like Robert Redford. No, he doesn't. Oh, I see. Weapons 2020. Typo missed his. Okay. Yes, I got you. Okay, Weapons. I understand. Not even close. Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Oh, I'm really sorry that I just hate to go too much past 4.5, 5 hours. But I do have some articles that I'd like to read, but I feel like I've kept everybody pretty long on this tab of their computer. So I'll let you go for today, but I will be back tomorrow morning, and we have another Senate hearing. I can't remember. It's actually listed on the description, the Senate hearing that we're going to be watching. But then I'm hoping to get those articles in because I don't have anything to do after that, wake and bake. And so maybe we can spend a little more time and get through the articles because there's some really important information that I'd love to share and just, hear your input as well, especially around this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation as Israel continues with their incursion into Gaza and Palestine. So, yeah. All right. So have a really good and restorative Tuesday. I hope you find something in your day that restores you. I'm going to try. It might be as simple as some nachos. But if you, love you too, Teresa. Love you guys so much. Thanks for coming. Thanks for putting up with me, and thanks for joining in a little bit early. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow morning, and hopefully see you tonight for documentary on the Discord. So don't forget to look for that on my socials. All right. Have a great day. I'll see you later. Pepper.